testing day 2 of Worcestershire against Leicestershire. Leicestershire 222 all out, 3 for 38. Dylan Pennington 2 on. How's that? Keep going. Okay. Worcestershire resuming this morning on 30 for 1. Jake Libby 16 not out. Night watchman Charlie Morris with him on 6. And the one man out, Daryl Mitchell, for 8. How's that? Okay, mate. Cheers. Bye. Yes, I'm here. Yeah, if that would be good if you can, yeah. Okay. Okay, perfect. Thanks very much. Okay, yeah, will do. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, fine. Good morning. It is another lovely day here. You've just given the score details. Worcestershire resuming on 30-1 in reply to Leicestershire's 222 yesterday. Daryl Mitchell, sadly, the man out, playing his penultimate innings, we think, yesterday for Worcestershire after his wonderful career. Charlie Morris is not out. He came in as night watchman. He's on 6, and Jake Libby with him on 16. If Charlie Morris can hang around for a while this morning, that will be a real bonus for Worcestershire as they attempt to build a first innings that might just get them ahead in the game. If they can get a decent first innings lead, then that will give them a real chance of winning this final game. And going back to your church theme, of course, we've got the beautiful cathedral overlooking the ground, and one of the ends here at Worcester is called the Diglis End, and that's got an ecclesiastical connection, and therefore hundreds if not thousands of people in Worcester that live in Diglis or Diglis Road or the Diglis area have got an ecclesiastical connection, which not a lot of people know, Tammy, because the word Diglis comes from the French d'église, meaning of the church, and that's because all of that land and that area of Worcester at one stage used to belong to the cathedral, the dean and chapter. So there you are, a bit of an ecclesiastical cricket connection. Yeah. So when we say coming in from the Diglis End, as we do day after day here at New Road, we're referring to the cathedral and the history of Worcestershire and Worcester. Thank you very much. Speak to you later.
mist.
Yeah.
And then you'd emerge from the mist and it's suddenly 15
Well, that was.
degrees
I
warmer.
went out this morning at 7:15 with my dog, and
Not by the back.
that was my. That's the end of my lane where I live.
Oh, this is
And I just thought it was just so perfect, a sort of autumn morning, to take a photo. It was just gorgeous, brilliant. I love where I live, actually. Although we're contemplating really, because one daughter's just bought a house in Malvern, my other daughter lives in Worcester, and we're sort of on the wrong side really. We're about 25 miles away now. Sort of 40 minutes from each.
yeah.
Could be, you know, if we moved into the middle it would be perfect, I think.
We had a trial. We've got trials in Hampshire and never seen them there, of course.
It was decided, Leicestershire's brains trust, if you like. Mike watches as right go bowls, back foot defence from Morris. It sounds like tweet coming from somewhere, so fingers crossed. We are now going across the...
Coming and going, I think, at the moment.
Across the ether and onto the stream with an ink.
Yeah, I think it's sorted now, hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
I think it is going out on the BBC Sports app anyway. So those people that are just listening will have been getting all our commentary.
Right is in past umpire Adnan and bowls to Morris, whose sort of trigger movement is to step back into his crease, quite deep actually, and then he leans forward and defends it out into the offside. 6 off 30 for Morris, continuing to do a very valuable job for his side. Saying to Frank, it was extraordinary this morning. There was quite a heavy sort of mist on just clinging to the river for a while in the city centre, but running alongside the banks of the Severn and seeing the swans in the mist. In goes right and bowls. Morris turns a straight delivery off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Hill picks up and there's no run. But then you'd emerge from the mist because it was just in patches, and the temperature would rise by a good 10 degrees. It was extraordinary. Now it's simply hot. I'm just trying to see if I can see the temperature on the temperature gauge. Does that start with a can't start with a 3 surely, but it is warm. It's well into the 20s, that is for sure. Right is in and bowls. Morris goes back and tries to cut away. It was too close to him and it rose above the top edge of his bat. It was an uncertain, uncommitted shot from Charlie Morris, and he was a little fortunate to get away with that one. Bounced over the top edge of the horizontal bat into the gloves of Sam Bates. Still waiting his first catch. Sorry, friend.
15 degrees according to my phone app.
It's darn sight warmer than that in the
probably
sun.
Not in the sun.
You can see it, but it's so bright on it I can't quite make out the figures on top of in the pavilion. In goes right and bowls. Morris much better, solidly forward in defence on off stump. Out to Sir Kanda it goes, who's at mid off, wearing 2 caps, his own and that of right, as is the modern way. Can't hand it to the umpire. Sometimes it goes to the 12th man, sometimes it goes to one of your teammates.
Yeah, they throw them to the 12th man, don't they, often, and the 12th man runs on to get them, save time. Anyway, 46 for 1 at the end of the 4th over of this second day. A beautiful morning here at New Road, and Ben Mike will continue from the Diglis end, bowling to Jake Libby, 27 not out, past 1,000 first class runs for the season yesterday. What a signing he's been for Worcestershire. Mike is in, bowls, and he lets that go outside the off stump.
I'm sure he'll be sad for his former Nottinghamshire teammates. Well, he might, no, I say that without any sort of implications.
Yeah, I don't know.
He might be. I'm sure he's got a lot of friends.
Yeah, sure. He's made a great move coming here. I think he's vice captain, possibly in with a chance of being captain next year. But it's been a move that's worked out well for him and for his new employers. Had a chat with him about that a week or two ago. Here's Ben Mike into him, and he gets a run as he pushes this out on the onside. He goes to 28, 47 for 1, and I suggested to him that one of the big differences playing here from playing at Trent Bridge, not in terms of venue but in terms of his role in the side, is that he's gone from being one of many batsmen to being an absolutely crucial member of the top order, and he agreed and said that has been a real benefit to him, and he's kind of, you know, he's responded to that responsibility really. Here's Mike in, bowls, and Morris on the back foot, drives square on the offside, takes a single as George Rhodes tumbles to his left at cover point to do the fielding, and Morris goes to 7, his first run of the morning, and it's 48 for 1. Yeah, just, you know, the fact that at Notts he was one of quite a few batsmen vying for those top spots, and he's come here and almost immediately cemented a place at the top of the order and become, well, the heaviest run scorer in the last couple of years, and he's really enjoying that sort of responsibility. Sometimes moves work, sometimes they don't. Jake Libby waiting as Ben Mike is in again, bowls to him, and he beats him outside the off stump with a good one. Just as Richard Ray was saying in that last over, Ben Mike mixing it up. Sometimes a good one, sometimes not so good. That was one of the better ones. 48 for 1.
I suppose the counter argument to that is if someone like Jake had done really well and established himself at Nottinghamshire, made a lot of runs, then his chances of international selection or Lions recognition, whatever, that, you know, being on that ladder, then the argument is, rightly or wrongly, that his chances would have been better there than
yeah, I think that's right. Here's Ben Mike in, bowls, and Libby drives off the front foot this time, and George Rhodes makes a good stop diving to his left at cover, and there's no run. Yeah, you could be right. Whether that, as you say, rightly or wrongly, whether that is right or not, it does seem to be the case that if you're with a county that gets more exposure, test match county perhaps, test match ground county as it were, your chances are better. There are views on that up and down the country, aren't there? Certainly a while since Worcestershire have had anybody in the England side with the exception of Moeen. Here's Ben Mike in, bowling short and wide to Libby, who lets that go. End of the over, called by Nick Cook. 48 for 1. Charlie Morris is still there, the night watchman. He's on 7, and Jake Libby is on 28. We've had 16 overs in this innings, and remember, this is all in reply to Leicestershire's first innings 222.
Umpire Adnan, he's got his coat on. Umpire Cook's in his shirt sleeves, having a chat to Lewis Hill at the moment. They'll be old friends as well. Hill, a lot to think about at the moment, going forward. Just moved house, new baby, contract negotiations, it's all happening. The pigeons are back, you can probably hear them cooing, calling to each other in the background. I think one of them is eyeing up my effects mic, which is of the hairy variety. In goes Chris Wright and bowls outside off stump. Morris steps forward and leaves it alone. There's an amorous look in that pigeon's eye that my effects mic is looking slightly nervous about. It's not that time of year, is it? It's spring, not spring. Mind you, there's nest building going on. There's shoddy nests, aren't they?
Terrible.
Pigeons' nests.
Hopeless, aren't they?
They really are. Maybe they're actually comfortable inside, but they're not objects of great aesthetic beauty. In goes right and bowls, turned off the straight there, a little late as well by Morris. Got there just in time. Thick inside edge indicates that there was movement. Thank you, Charlie. Back in to him, pushed it away to mid-wicket, again a little uncertainly. Hill quickly fastening on it. Ensured that there was no run. 48 for 1 though. Good start for Worcestershire this morning. Began on 30 for 1. Libby on 16, he's moved on to 28. Morris on 6, he's added just 1 to his score, but he is still there as Wright goes in and bowls to him, and he steps forward outside off stump, and it's taken falling away to his left by Sam Bates, an indication how much it sort of went on or shaped back in. Miss off stump by so very much. Bates probably, he posits, the tallest wicket keeper around at the moment. I'm just going through in my mind who might be taller. Butler's close to 6 foot, isn't he? But he doesn't keep wicket domestically. In goes Wright, and nicely played by Morris. He's going to pick up another couple of runs there. It was a little bit short and wide, and he stood up tall, steered it away in front of point, and he brings up the Worcestershire 50 with those 2 runs. He moves on to 9. Ed Barnes was the fielder running back towards the Cathedral, and the 7. All the players in shirt sleeves with the exceptions of Hill, and I think that's it, he's got a sleeveless Leicestershire sweater on as in goes Wright, and bowls edge dropped at first slip by Hassan Azad. He was a little bit short and wide. He went back, took a thick outside edge, went through to Azad, who was falling backwards, trying to clutch it sort of to his chest as he did so. And for me, not the easiest of chances, but one that he really should have held. Let's have a quick look at the... Oh, he should have held it. Was into the breadbasket, actually. He was sort of falling back, and that actually, by first slip standards,
straightforward,
was a goober, I'm afraid. And it went down. Leicestershire cannot afford to do that. Wright is in to Morris, who defends out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 50 for 1, should be 50 for 2.
Yeah, and now it's a case of whether Morris can dismiss that from his mind, as we talked about yesterday, and not allow it to bother him, and just go on and keep focused and hang around for as long as he can. It was a decent delivery, he had to play at it, but as you say, it was a fairly straightforward catch. I mean, to quote Alan Richardson last night in my interview with him post-match, no slip catch is ever easy, he said, but as slip catches go, it was a nice height, and he saw it all the way. Nobody got in his way. He just turned his hands upwards, didn't he? He just pointed the finger skywards. It was at that height where it was coming in just above sort of waist height, and well, he just didn't get hold of it. And this time it is Abhi Sikandi who's coming in to the attack at the Diglis end to replace Ben Mike, who mixed up his bowling this morning between good and bad, really. A curate's egg of a spell. There were 2 or 3 really good deliveries, but also some loose ones. Abhi Sikandi bowled 3 overs last night. Comes in now from the Diglis end and starts with a really good one to Jake Libby, which goes past the outside edge, just squared Libby up a little bit. And we've seen that throughout this game, a little bit of movement off the pitch, swing in the air, a little bit of movement off the pitch as well, and just occasionally as well, when the bowling is from this new road end, the ball has climbed quite steeply. Here's Sikandi in again. He bowls to Libby, who drives at this one off the back foot and misses it. A bit more width this time. Fancied his chances of putting that one away and just missed it, basically. 50 for 1 it remains. But this is when we say it's a good cricket pitch, I suppose that's what we mean, isn't it? That the bowler runs in thinking, I've got a chance here, there's something in it for me. But at the same time, the batsman is thinking, it's coming onto the bat nicely, and I've got an opportunity to play some shots. And Libby does play some shots here, or plays a shot for 4. It's a long hop, basically, from Sikandi. A really poor delivery. and he just rocks back and pulls it away in front of square, through mid-wicket for 4. Meat and drink to a player of Libby's quality, that one. 32 now to him, and 54 for 1. Worcestershire.
One of the remarks that a lot of the Sussex supporters, but also some of their staff, backroom staff, made upon seeing Sakande again last week at the Upton Steel County Ground was that he looked a lot slower than in his first spell at Sussex.
He comes in now and bowls, and that's 4 more. Another poor delivery, I'm afraid, from Sakande, and it's almost a repeat of the previous shot. Hit a little bit straighter this time, but you simply can't bowl deliveries like that at this level and get away with it. Slip is dispatched to mid-wicket, and it's 58 for 1.
Not at that pace. That just illustrates what the guys from Sussex were saying. He seems to have lost sort of half a yard. He's obviously sort of playing for a contract with Leicestershire, and really Libby almost hit those 2 pulls almost off the front foot. I mean, that was almost a baseball swat away, wasn't it? He had all the time in the world.
Well, that gap's been plugged now, and we've only got 2 slips as Sakande comes in, hoping to make amends, and he bowls, and this one is full and straight, and Libby pushes it up to mid-off, and Parkinson fields, and there's no run. Thank you to those of you that have got in touch. We had a couple of, well, the value of social media is shown this morning, because a couple of people tweeted to let me know that the commentary on the live stream wasn't working, and we've managed to get that sorted. It's always good to hear from you. On Twitter, I'm at FrankWatson58, and Richard is at RichMRae, R-A-E. This one is another poor delivery from Sakande, short and wide outside off stump, and Libby on the back foot thumps that away through extra cover. So that is a very, very profitable over from a Worcestershire point of view, and a disappointing one from a Leicestershire point of view. Sakande conceding 3 boundaries to Libby in that over. Walks off now to his position at long leg disappointedly, and Libby has raced on to 40 off just 49 balls, and it's 62 for 1 after 18 overs. Updates for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners coming shortly. Richard Ray has gone off to do the same for BBC Radio Leicester listeners, and the news is that after half an hour's play, Worcestershire have not lost a wicket, and they've added 32 runs now to their overnight score, mainly thanks to loose deliveries from first Ben Mike and more recently Abhi Sakande. Chris Wright at the other end has been much tidier. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20, and in his last over he did have Charlie Morris dropped at first slip. He comes in now and bowls to Morris, and that's 4 runs. Wide half volley, and Morris just slices it away behind square on the offside for 4. So Wright, after I'd said he'd been tidier, just lapsing on that occasion, and that's the first really bad ball he's bowled today. Callum Parkinson just moves over from mid-on to have a little chat with him. Charlie Morris goes to 13, and Worcestershire score moving on apace goes to 66 for 1. And this is turning into a very useful partnership from a Worcestershire point of view. Chris Wright turns again at the New Road end and moves in and bowls to Morris, who goes back to a much better delivery and just pushes it defensively out on the offside. Had 1 let off this morning, then Morris dropped at first slip by Hassan Azad. Catchable catch, we thought, and by catchable I mean I suppose he should have taken it, but it's never easy early in the morning. It's bright sunshine as well, just got to get used to all of that when you're filling in the slips. As Wright is in and bowls, and Morris is back to this one, pushes out on the onside, one or two hands on heads in the slips and cries and dismay because they thought that might be getting through. He just played it very late actually, but handled it securely enough. 66 for 1. Chris Wright, straight approach, hair flopping as he moves in and bowls right arm over the wicket to Morris, who's on the back foot pushing defensively back up the pitch. And again there is no addition to the score. It really is a glorious morning here at New Road. Spectators mainly on the 7 side of the ground where the pitch is situated. There's some sort of function going on in the marquee away to my right. My position here is at long on as I watch Chris Wright bowling from the New Road end, a wide long on position. And Charlie Morris waits for him now, and he's in right and he bowls, and Morris lifts his bat extravagantly clear of that one and allows it through to the wicketkeeper. Update coming now. Good start to day 2 for Worcestershire. So far they've added 36 runs to their overnight position of 30 for 1 without further loss. Charlie Morris, the night watchman, has been missed. He edged a ball from Chris Wright to first slip, but Hassan Azad was unable to hold on to the catch. Jake Libby has been the main run scorer this morning, profiting from some loose bowling from first Ben Mike and then Abi Sakandi. Libby has moved on from his overnight 16 to 40 not out at the moment. Morris still with him on 13, and Worcestershire after 19 overs replying to Leicestershire's 222 for 66 for 1. And that's the end of another over from Chris Wright. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 24 for him, and Sakandi still in the attack after that wayward first over. 4 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 21 so far, and Richard's back.
Yeah, one good ball first up, the rest I'm afraid were not good balls, he says with a careful understatement. Can he do better second time around? He turns at the Diglis end of this lovely ground and runs in and bowls short, outside off stump, cut away by Libby off the back foot, probably going to go 4-4, does go 4-4. Just couldn't quite catch up there. Hill gave it everything in the chase. Was still a foot behind the ball when it crossed the ropes down there at deep backward point. Libby, scoring at better than a run a ball this morning, has moved on to 44 off just 50 balls. Morris has 13, 70 for 1. Now Worcester, the 50 partnership has come up between the night watchman and the opener, and Worcestershire thriving in this autumn, as we can now officially say, sunshine. Hot autumn sunshine. Callum Parkinson will not be a happy man out there, and his body language is not that of a happy man. He's got both hands on his hips as Sakande is in, looking for the Yorker. Libby equal to it, just waiting for it in the crease, guides it out to Rhodes, and Parkinson's having to set fields for bad balls here. Hill has been pushed back to deep backward point. There is also a deep square, deep backward square, and they are not attacking positions, they are there to save runs essentially. Sakande turns, leans forward, gets into his run and bowls, and he goes past Libby with a decent delivery. Libby looks back, sees the ball in the gloves of Bates. He can do it, Sakande, but apparently he can do it for only 1 or 2 balls and over at the moment. Frustrating for Parkinson and Leicestershire. Worcestershire just trying to work out. They haven't quite saved the follow on yet, but another couple of runs will do it. In goes Sakande and bowls, and again goes past the outside edge of Libby's bat. He's just settled into or settling perhaps, he says carefully, into a better rhythm now. There is movement, there continues to be swing there for him. The ball should be pretty much at its best now, shouldn't it? 20 overs old, nice and shiny on
Yeah,
one side,
the
hard
swing,
still.
yeah,
The swing,
yeah.
no, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And there is that little bit of swing out there for the bowlers. Sakande in past umpire Cook, bowls again to Libby, who's jumping as he plays that one off the back foot, just slightly angled back down towards wide. Third man Hill has a lot of ground to make up to the ball. By the time he gets there and gets his fairway, Libby is back for the 2 and moves on to 46. 72 for 1. So they've more than doubled their score. 30 for 1 at the start of play. Worcestershire 72 for 1 already. Sakande is in and bowls. Libby's getting forward this time, but it sounds very tinny as it comes off the thick inside part of the bat. He was looking to steer it out into the offside, and it just maybe came back in a little bit, didn't quite come off the middle, ran up the pitch on the onside. But another inconsistent over from Sakande for Leicestershire. Parkinson will be wondering, I'm sure, how soon to bring himself back on. He won't want to sort of, but I don't know. Is it a waste of the new ball for a spinner to bowl this soon? But I mean, the hardness gives them something as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I think he would want to persevere with his seamers if he could, I think, but only if they're making things happen and not leaking runs. It's a combination of factors that comes into the decision making. Chris Wright to continue from the New Road end, bowls to Morris, who's beaten outside the off stump, and then does that thing where he takes his hand off the bat and indicates that the ball did a little bit. Had a nice email from Mike Stallard, who says, loving the commentary, wish I was there. Hats off to whoever signed Jake Libby. Saw John Inchmore score a night watchman century once. John Inchmore only scored 1 century, so one can only assume that was it. And great character, John Inchmore. He lives up in Leicestershire now, I believe. Actually, 72 for 1 as Chris Wright comes in and bowls short to Morris, who plays a lovely shot off the back foot. Might have thought he was going to get 4 for that. There's a good diving stop in the covers by George Rhodes, and he doesn't get anything for it. But thanks for that, Mike. Lovely to hear from you. He says, come on, Charlie. Well, obviously, all Worcestershire fans will be hoping that Charlie Morris can go on and emulate John Inchmore. He's got a long way to go. I think they'd be happy with a bit less than that, but if he can hang around, I mean, he's already done a great job. If he can still be there after another hour or so, then it'd be fantastic for Worcestershire. Here's Chris Wright coming in to try and make sure that doesn't happen, and this one is outside the off stump and left alone by Charlie Morris. Mike now says, when was that 100? Well, I can find that out. Might be a bit of a struggle while I'm actually commentating, but I think I can probably find it out. He's in retirement now, John, I think, having worked as a financial advisor at the end of his playing days, and I think based in Leicestershire. And comes right again and bowls, and Morris does get 4 this time, but not exactly as he intended. He pushes it one outside the off stump and he edges it between the slips and cover point down to the third man boundary for 4. It wasn't a catch, it was in the air for the first part of its progress down to the boundary. And
do you know what John Inchmore's second name was?
Darling.
There you go.
Yeah, I do, and it's a huge joke, because whenever he spoke after dinner or anything like, big man, great big man, fast bowler, he used to stand up and say, good evening, my name is John Inchmore. John Darling Inchmore.
He was proud of it.
Yeah,
He's proud of it.
He made a joke of it anyway. He might be listening and watching. If he is, hope you're well, Inches. 76 for 1 with that boundary as Chris Wright comes in again now and bowls to Morris, and he plays a beautiful shot this time. That is a genuine batsman's shot on the back foot. It was Jake Libby-esque, wasn't it? Forced off the back foot with a straight bat, square of the wicket on the offside, and 4 more for Charlie Morris. Chris Wright just possibly looking as though he's tiring a little bit in this first spell of the morning. He's disappointed not to have removed Morris when he had him dropped at slip. But successive boundaries for the Night Watchman. 80 for 1. Morris has 21 now.
Well,
and Worcestershire's... Well, they've added 50 this morning in 40 minutes, and that's not good from a Leicestershire point of view.
But 6 runs and over. John Inchmore, I'll tell you about him after this ball.
Here's Chris Wright in now and bowls to Morris, and there's 4 more. Wide, and he drives at it, thick outside edge, down to third man. Chris Wright struts away, not at all happy. Morris goes to 25, 84 for 1 at the end of the over.
To distract from Leicestershire's rather feeble efforts this morning, John Inchmore, by the end of 73, was a regular in the Worcestershire team and played a good number of matches in the county championship winning season of 74. 39 first-class wickets at 22 that season. The year also saw him hit his only first-class century, having never before made more than 30. He came in as night watchman with John Parker after Glenn Turner had retired hurt, and that was against Middlesex.
And was it here?
July. Oh no, that was his first 5-wicket bag.
One of his former teammates, Paul Pridgeon, just coming out of the pavilion away to our right.
Ashington born,
yep.
Northumberland.
Yep.
In goes Sekande, and bowls turned in the air, but perfectly safely by Jake Libby off his legs down towards the backward square. And the single is easily taken. Rishi Patel is down there at deep backward square. Used to seeing him at slip, but there's just Azad and Kimber there now.
Just had an interesting tweet from Johnny Blaine as well, which I'll pick up on as the over goes on. Essex have beaten Northamptonshire in the first half an hour of the second day. He says that must be a record.
In goes Sekande and bowls. Back goes Morris, pushing the ball out to Rhodes, who's at cover.
Essex 170 all out, Northampton 81 all out, and then 45 all out this morning.
I think Northampton on the beach, as
yeah,
they
possibly.
say in football terms.
I don't know if it's a record. I mean, it's not a record, Johnny, because one game we've talked about many times on air is between Kent and Worcestershire at Tunbridge Wells. I think in 1962 it's finished in a day.
Is that Harmer turning it square or something? I wonder what happened there. In goes Sekande and bowls. Morris drives from deep in the crease, and it doesn't time it. It runs out to mid-off.
No, it's the Seamers that have got the wicket. Sam Cook 5 and Snater 4. Wayne Snater, I think it is, in the second innings, and in the Northampton first innings, Sam Cook 5 and Porter 4. So no, Seamers have done the damage there. Sam Cook's a good bowler, I think. Underrated. But thanks for that, Johnny. So yeah, extraordinary game there. And yeah, maybe, as you say, on the beach in the Northampton case.
Sekande is in. He's cutting Morris, and he gets a bottom edge. It goes almost directly behind him, except Bates actually takes it to his left, so it can't have been far away from being chopped on to his off stump there. Didn't get up that much, did it?
No, this is the end where it might keep a little bit low. I was saying yesterday, and I think you agreed with me, Richard, that you always look at your own county, and members do this, and when things aren't going well, and Worcestershire have had a disappointing season, there's nobody claiming anything other than that.
Sekande bowls, back goes Morris, defends out into the offside. Rhodes is the fielder.
You look at your county and members say, oh, this is bad, times are bad, and we aren't doing this and we aren't doing that. And I always say, it's not just us, and it's the same with football, isn't it? You look at your own team and you think, oh, we're struggling, we can't do this, we can't do that. It's not just your team. There are other counties, football clubs or whatever going through similar situations.
As Sekande bowls, Morris leaves outside off stump, and that one carries through at a nice height.
Yeah, I think the Northamptonshire members might be thinking something along those lines this morning. They'll be very, very disappointed with that result and that performance. To be bowled out for 50 odd and 40 odd is extraordinary, isn't it?
Not a great start for John Sadler, bless him, former Leicestershire assistant coach, who has just been confirmed as Northamptonshire's new head coach. Well, he won't remember his first game in that official position with any degree of fondness, poor old Sads.
Well, things can only get better, I suppose, for him.
Exactly.
I like. I've got a soft spot for Northamptonshire. I'm one of the few commentators on the circuit that professes to enjoy visiting Wantage Road. Good old-fashioned ground for me. Always like working with our colleague Andrew Radd as well. But going to Wantage Road in the red brick streets, always a pleasure. Chris Wright in bowls outside the off stump. Libby lets that go through. I always think it has a great atmosphere on a floodlit evening, Wantage Road, when the crowd come in from the town, and you've got, it's almost like it used to be a football ground. It almost got that football ground feel. The red brick streets around. It's a proper old county ground, and well, they've been in and out, haven't they, the last couple of years, Northamptonshire, but a disappointing day for them today, that's for sure. Thanks to Johnny for that tweet. Here's Chris Wright in again, bowls. Libby gets a fuller delivery on leg stump. Looks to clip it away on the leg side, doesn't really get hold of it though, and he might have hoped to have picked up some runs, but Lewis Hill does the fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But Worcestershire cracking on this morning. They've scored 55 runs in the 50 minutes or so that we've had without losing a wicket, and they're batting themselves into a position of some strength here. The night watchman Charlie Morris doing a grand job, still there on 25, as Chris Wright comes in again and bowls to Libby, and that one is allowed to go through outside the off stump, and then having passed the stumps it veers back in, and the wicketkeeper moves across to his left to take. We saw that quite a lot yesterday, late movement, as in after the ball has passed the stumps quite a few times. But no danger, well judged by Libby, well left, and through it goes to keeper Sam Bates, who's on debut, and so far doing a decent job behind the stumps. Wright is in, bowls, and this is Fuller, and Libby pushes out square on the offside, and there's no run. So that Inchmore centre, did we establish where it was? I think it was probably here, was it?
We didn't. The piece I found about him was talking about the time he took 5 wickets against Middlesex in that 74 championship winning season.
I'll find out in the lunch break if I can remember, and I've got access to the archives, and I'll have a look.
Oh, you'll be being tweeted by now. Your Twitter will be full of people pointing out exactly when it was.
Where it was. Is Wright in again, bowls. Libby drives off the back foot, thinks about a run, but then changes his mind as George Rhodes moves smartly to his right in the covers to do the fielding. 85 for 1, it remains. The one man out, as you probably know, was Daryl Mitchell, who had his guard of honour yesterday. He walked out, lovely touch from the Leicestershire players, and they applauded him to the crease. And he started quite well, but then got a good one from this bowler, Chris Wright, nicked it to second slip. Here's Wright now in, bowls, and that's beating Libby outside the off stump. End of the over, 85 for 1, sanitisation break coming. Morris on 25, Libby on 47. They say that when Bradman was bowled by Eric Hollies in his last test innings for North first ball, he had a tear in his eye.
I heard the story.
I don't think Daryl Mitchell could claim to have had a tear in his eye yesterday after that guard of honour, because he'd hit a couple of nice shots before he got out. But it did strike me that that guard, and this is me purely being mischievous, not really that cynical, but you know, if your former PCA chairman comes out to bat and he's going on to be PCA Cricket Affairs Manager or whatever the official title is, probably best to just give him a guard of honour and make sure you keep in his good books. No, I'm only joking. It was a lovely touch, and I suspect when he comes out, if he comes out again to bat in this game, it'll be a very emotional moment for him.
Was it not Hollies who said, who when somebody posited that theory about Bradman to him, said that so and so, except he didn't use the word so and so, never had a tear in his life.
I think he did.
But
Eric Hollies, it was a googly, I think, and so I'm led to believe. There's so many stories about it. I think he played for my old club. He played for Old Hill in the Birmingham League, which is a club that I played for. And of course, his name lives on, because every time there's a big day at Edgbaston, like the T20 Finals Day last week, the Hollies stand is the stand that attracts everybody's attention. And what a great day that was. What a wonderful day that was last Saturday at Edgbaston. I wasn't there. I love it when I have been there on finals day, but it's a great advert for our domestic game, and it does make you wonder whether we needed a new competition really when you see a day like that. It was fabulous, especially that first semi-final.
Sekande continues from the Diglis end, comes in and bowls outside off stump, looking to play it away off the back foot. It's in the air and it doesn't bounce very far short of hill at backward point from Morris. It does drop short of hill though, so no runs.
It was at Worcester, that 100, Mike says. Of course, he knew where it was because he was watching.
Yes, he was, I was going to say.
Of course he did. He didn't remember when, but he knew where it was.
74,
Thanks,
we can definitely say that.
74 here. Yeah,
championship winning season for the pairs. Glenn Turner strengthening the offside. They've taken the man out of mid-wicket and put him in an extra cover as Sekande goes in and bowls to Morris. Rhodes, who's at point, scampers away to his left. Make sure that Morris can't pick up a cheeky single. He's moved on to 25. 55 runs Worcestershire have added this morning, and we have not had an hour's play. They are proceeding at better than a run a minute at the moment. A reflection both of the quality of the batting, but also, I'm afraid, the inconsistency of the Leicestershire bowling. Sekande, 6.2 overs, none for 28 turns. Runs in and bowls to Morris outside off stump. He's cutting a little loosely at one outside off stump and not connecting. Bates raises his eyes to the heavens. He looks an unfussy keeper, Bates. There's no great show about him, just raised his eyes to the heavens, as I say there, having seen that one go past the outside edge. He's yet to pick up his first class victim, but he hasn't put anything down. There've been no howlers or anything like that from the young man. He's quitting himself calmly. Looks the part as Sekande goes in and bowls. Morris is leaning forward, pushing it out into the offside. If that throw hits, he's gone. It doesn't hit. From Ben Mike, who picks it up. He'd given it up, Morris. He called for the run. He'd given it up. Everybody's got his hands on his head. Mike had only one stump to aim at, or 1.5 stumps possibly, running in from extra cover, but Morris had given it up, was 3 or 4 yards short. The throw missed. Another chance.
That was an error of judgment, wasn't it, from Morris? That really was. He set off quite late too, but never a run there. He'll be just kicking himself, saying, "Come on, don't give it away." That would have been a sad end to a very solid and valuable innings.
Sekande is in, bowls to Libby, full, turns his wrists on that one, little sort of on drive. It was a firm onside push really, went very straight down the wicket on the onside right, got across from mid-on to make the stop. Libby goes on a little walk around, 47 to him, past 1,000 runs for the season. That was last night, Jake Libby, and this would be his 4th half-century of the season, to go with 4 centuries. In goes Sekande and bowls. He leaves in that extravagant manner he has, outside off stump, big stride forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball. End of the over. 86 for 1 Worcestershire, chasing Leicestershire's 222. If they can get a score of 350, 400, I know it's a long way off yet, but in this first innings they'll be thinking, we're not going to have to bat again potentially here.
Yeah,
that will be the aim.
Daryl Mitchell will be thinking that I might not bat again. That would be a disaster.
I suspect he'd be happier with a win in his final game.
Well, there you are. That would be.
Do you think?
I do. So Ed Barnes is coming into the attack at the New Road end. Just had one final comment on that John Inchmore century. Mark Stevens says he was at the match and I'm pretty sure it was against Essex. He says thanks for that, Mark. Great to hear from all these people. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter if you want to get in touch, and at Rich M Ray IE gives us a little bit of a distraction sometimes from the cricket. Not that we need it, because it's been lively stuff this morning here at New Road, as Worcestershire have added 56 to their overnight score. And a change of bowling. Ed Barnes from the New Road End, right arm over the wicket, medium pacer. I've not seen him before, just short of a length this one, and on the back foot Morris pushes into the covers, and there's no run. Tell me a little bit about Ed Barnes, Richard.
I say a North Yorkshireman from Knaresborough, went through the sort of Yorkshire system, went on to jocularly known by some of his colleagues just because of his slightly sloping shoulders. He's a soap opera fan, if you remember.
Oh yeah, I do.
He swings it both ways, a slightly slingy action, but he's developing into a very useful cricketer.
He's in now and he bowls, and this one's banged in just short of length, and Morris on the back foot pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Came into the side in the middle of the season, well, a little bit earlier than that. He came in for the game at home against Surrey in May, and has pretty much held his place since.
And he started fairly tidily here. I think Chris Wright probably just bowled an over too many, really. He looked to me as though he was just tiring a little bit in that over when he went for 2 or 3 boundaries. Anyway, here's Barnes striding in past umpire Hassan Adnan, bowls, and that's a really good one. Beats Morris outside the off stump, pitched just outside off, and then went away off the pitch. Good delivery. Tad short in fairness in terms of finding the edge. One of that sort of length that beats the bat but doesn't find the edge too much on a pitch like this. Sort of ball that Chris Old used to bowl and Mike Hendrick and people like that. Yeah. Anyway, in he comes again now and bowls, and Morris is forward to this one, pushing up to mid-off. There's no run.
He's picked up 17 wickets so far this season. Ed Barnes, quite expensive at 38 a piece. But as I say, he's sort of... It's been steady improvement. He was clearly nervous when he first came into the side, and just so happy to be playing, I think, essentially. But he's been encouraging that there has been perceptible improvement almost with each game.
Here comes Barnes again and bowls and shouts for LBW this time, but turned down. I'm indebted to Johnny Blaine here and to Andrew Sampson, the famous statistician. Shortest completed 4-day county championship matches: Essex against Northants, Chelmsford 2021, 96.3 overs. Kent v Northants, Canterbury 1999, 109.5 overs. And the shortest 3-day game, 70 point... I beg your pardon, I'll just break off as Barnes bowls this one outside the off stump. Taken by the keeper, no runners, no shot is offered, 86 for 1 it remains. Shortest 3-day game, Middlesex against Somerset at Lords in 1899, which was 75 ball overs, which would be 58.26 ball overs. Brilliant stuff, thank you for that. Update for BBC Over and Worcester's FM listeners now. Excellent first hour here for Worcestershire, who've added 56 runs to their overnight score without further loss, which means that night watchman Charlie Morris is still there. He's been dropped at slip. He nearly ran himself out as well, but he's still in there hanging around with 26 not out and giving great support to his senior partner Jake Libby, who's on 47 not out, and the two of them are scoring quickly and putting Worcestershire into a position of some strength in this game. Bright sunshine, lovely day here at New Road as Worcestershire attempt to build a first innings lead. This is in reply to Leicestershire's 222, and at the moment it's going well. Libby on 47, Morris on 26, and in the 26th over of the innings, Worcestershire 86 for 1. And it's Sikandi in to bowl to Libby. This one just short of a length outside off stump and pushed into the covers by Libby for a single, which takes him on to 48 and the total to 87 for 1. And this partnership continuing to frustrate.
As I was leaving there to do the update, were you saying that was a that Essex Northants thing was an actual record?
It looks like it for a
Wow.
4-day game. Yeah, 96.3 overs. Yeah, for a 4-day game. And Northants were involved in the previous record as well. I think it's... Is it you or me? I don't know.
Is it the first ball of the over? No, so you better keep going.
Carry on. Sakandi with a full one, which Morris pushes out into the covers. So yeah, just to repeat that. Shortest completed 4-day championship matches. That Essex Northants game, 96.3 overs. Kent Northants at Canterbury in 99, 109.5 overs. Excludes matches with forfeited innings. And the shortest 3-day game is an interesting one from a long time ago. I'll break off as Sakande bowls again to Morris, who drives back up the pitch, the bowler fields. Shortest 3-day game, 1899 at Lord's, Middlesex against Somerset, 75 ball overs. Which, if they'd been 6 ball overs, it would have been 58.2. That's very short. But in terms of the modern 4-day championship matches, that's an extraordinary win for Essex at Chelmsford. Sakandi in again, bowls to Morris, who drops this one down on the leg side off the back foot, and there's no run.
So things could be a lot worse, supporters of Leicestershire and Worcestershire. You could be a supporter of Northamptonshire this morning.
Yeah. I wonder if Andrew Radd had booked 4 days in a hotel down at Chelmsford, having to check out after one night.
I have to admit, I tend to only book 2 or 3 nights just in case, and then extend if I have to.
We left Chelmsford Canterbury a night early, a couple of weeks ago. Sakandi bowls to Morris short, and Morris on the back foot pushes out into the covers. Ben Mike does the fielding. There's no run. It's the end of the over. Worcestershire still 87 for 1.
Morning, Martin. Martin Barry on Twitter. He says, enjoy the day's play. And, well, this was 30 minutes ago. He's put, confident we can make some early inroads if we hold our slip catches, of course. Well, I suspect that was after Hassan Azad dropped Charlie Morris on 9. Morris might also have been run out on 25. Those, the only 2, in inverted commas, chances that Leicestershire have created. The second was a chance really created by Morris himself, who just pushed, ran and realised it was a bad call halfway down the pitch, gave up the run, but Mike missed the stumps. But Leicestershire are just beginning to get a little bit of control back on the scoreboard as Barnes goes in and bowls outside off stump, played firmly down off the back foot towards backward point, fielded on the 3rd bounce by George Rhodes there. So Libby, who chased on into the late 40s this morning, has just been just not becalmed in recent deliveries, but Leicester at least beginning to make him work for his runs, as Parkinson just rolls his arms a few times at mid-off. I suspect he's going to come on and replace Abi Sakande. Eftsoons, all right, speedily. Barnes is in. Libby back foot playing it out into the offside. I thought for a minute he'd got it between Rhodes and Mike. In fact, he actually hit it more or less straight to Mike and not off the middle either.
Quite frustrating for a batsman when he keeps hitting nice shots straight to fielders, I think. Libby just walking away to square leg to gather his thoughts. Won't want to allow that to bother him. He does seem to be quite strong mentally at the crease. Can play long innings.
Yeah, he's got all day. He's almost on 50 already as Barnes is in and bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump and then looks quizzically back down the pitch. Slightly suspiciously wanders down and does a spot of gardening and says something to Morris, who sort of took a few steps down himself. Yeah, there's still a bit there, Charlie. Yeah, but we're still here, we're fine. Sun goes briefly behind a few more white clouds have begun to appear, but essentially it is still a lovely day. Barnes is in and bowls outside off stump, conventional away movement, and Libby lets it go through. He's got one of those sort of large sweatbands on his forearm, Jake Libby, but it looks like a sweatband rather than a forearm guard. I'm not sure actually, it could be, because Morris has got one on as well, on his left
it's a
sort of
sweatband,
wrist.
yeah.
But they
It
look
is
like sweatbands
yeah.
rather than protectors.
Yeah, that's right.
Barnes.
Well, then I think Morris's one has got a little bit of padding on it
Yeah,
as
it
well.
just looks a bit thicker. Barnes, 10 deliveries, yet to concede a run, is in and bowls to Libby, who has to defend it.
Oh, and
Good straight delivery.
I think Libby's has got a little bit of protection on it as well, actually.
So
Yeah.
a sort of combination of both.
Yeah, no, it is. I think it's a guard, definitely.
But then it's not. They were quite sort of obtrusive in appearance for a while, weren't they? Those forearm guards.
Yeah, I used to wear an old football shin pad.
Underneath an elastic bandage or
well,
something.
it was actually one of those shin pads that was already encased in a white sleeve.
Barnes in to finish his second over. Libby's turning it in the air past the leaping hill out to the square leg boundary for 4, and that is his 50. Very well batted, Jake Libby. It's come off 72 deliveries, and is his 4th half century of the season. Also has 4 centuries, so power to add for Worcestershire's batsman of the season.
Yeah, 9 fours, 72 balls. He goes from strength to strength. The Cornishman, a little bit uppish, but nicely timed.
First runs conceded by Barnes. It wasn't his last ball of the year. I thought it was for some reason. This is his last ball coming up. Sun comes back out at New Road as Barnes, a sort of leaping run, bowls to Libby, and that one is a little bit too straight as well towards middle leg, and Libby can just go back and turn it down to Sikandar at long leg, take 1 and keep the strike. He moves on to 53. Worcestershire 94 for 1, building towards Leicestershire's first innings score of 222. We are going to see Parkinson, because on comes Leicestershire 12th man Gavin Griffiths with a helmet for young wicketkeeper Sam Bates.
Had some nice messages from Simon, who I think probably admits to owing the club a bit of money here at Worcester, really. I think it reminds me a bit of do you remember Simon Mayer used to have that confessions section on his drive time show on BBC Radio 5. Simon says he was a boarder at the King's School, Worcester, in the 70s. Your English teacher wouldn't like the way you've spelt border, Simon. And he says, anyway, 3 of my friends and myself were all keen cricket fans. But we couldn't afford a season ticket, a membership, so we clubbed together and bought 1 between us. One of us would go in through, say, turnstile A, and then once in the ground would push the ticket back through a crack in the fence that we had discovered, and the second boy would then go through turnstile B. He says, I'm sure the officials knew what was going on, but nobody ever said anything. In comes Parkinson for his first ball then, left arm round the wicket, and it's tucked away on the leg side for a single by Libby. Thanks for that, Simon, lovely memories. He says Basil Dover was my hero, and I also liked and met Norman Gifford, who used to come to the school to give us cricket lessons. The King's School is based around the cathedral and these fields around the ground here. Lovely memories from Simon there. I had some happy years teaching at the King's School and coaching the cricket, along with my great friend Peter Idden, who many listeners will remember, who sadly passed away a few years ago, after whom the cricket pavilion on the ground is now named. Here's Parkinson anyway, round the wicket, back to the cricket. He bowls and forward comes Morris, pushing out on the offside. Important to see how Callum Parkinson gets on. One of the best spinners operating in county cricket, I think, at the moment, along with his twin brother up at Lancashire. He comes in now and bowls, and Morris is forward to this, pushes out on the offside. He's got an attacking field, a slip, a short leg under the helmet, a man on the drive at short mid-wicket, and a man on the drive at short extra cover, as well as 3 others in a ring on the offside. Left arm round, he comes in again, past umpire Nick Cook, and bowls, and Morris goes back and pushes this one away on the offside. We saw Josh Baker yesterday get quite a bit of turn for Worcestershire in his 20 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 31, very economical spell, and Parkinson will have been encouraged by that, and he comes in now and bowls to Morris, who is watchfully forward to this one, pushing out on the offside, and it's fielded by George Rhodes under the sun hat at short extra cover. No runs so far. You mentioned about Leicestershire were gaining a bit of control back, and that's certainly been the case in the last 4 or 5 overs. Parkinson in bowls, this one a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker, and Morris on the back foot goes back and defends it, drops it down in front of him, and the short leg had gone across to silly point for that last ball. End of the over from Parkinson, just 1 run from it, 95 for 1. Libby on 54 and Morris on 26. No wickets have fallen today.
Parkinson in recent matches has bowled some extraordinary spells. At Derbyshire in the first innings, 29 overs, 16 maidens, 2 for 34. Second innings last week against Sussex, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 18. He is pretty economical as well as being a strike bowler. Barnes is in, bowls to Libby, comes back in to him, he goes back and turns it out towards mid-wicket. Hill has to run a few yards to his left by the time he does so and picks up. Libby has called Morris through for what was in the end a pretty comfortable single. Libby on to 55, 96 for 1. Great.
It's been an amendment to the laws of cricket today.
Ooh. Is it a major amendment?
Well, it is to some people.
Right.
Yeah, I think it is to some people. I'll just mention it in a minute.
As Barnes goes in, bowls to Morris, who goes back, thick inside edge as he defends that straight delivery, and it runs out towards Hill.
It'll upset some people.
Go for it.
MCC has today announced amendments to the laws of cricket to use the gender-neutral terms batter and batters rather than batsman or batsmen.
Okay, just
Doesn't bother me in the slightest.
no, it's fine.
But it will upset some people, I think.
Barnes is in, bowls, he goes back, Morris, and it hits the pad, runs down towards fine leg. Bates is in pursuit, Sakande running up from long leg, gets there first, but came back again, a little bit of movement for Barnes. It was obviously going on down the leg side, hence no appeal, but slightly discomforted Morris, I beg your pardon, Libby, Morris temporarily. There we go, the scoreboard has turned round now.
How long till third man becomes third person? That doesn't sound right, does it?
No, that's a sort of different thing to batter, isn't it? Any other terms like that? Are there any other?
Can't think of any others. I'm just trying.
In goes Barnes, bowls, and waiting for it in his crease. Libby is stroking it back down the pitch on the on side. A bit too straight to on drive, and didn't time it. Bounces out to right at mid on. No run. Sun goes behind cloud, I would imagine to the relief of the Leicestershire players temporarily, as Barnes goes in and bowls, hits the pad. There's an appeal, but Barnes's was belated as he looked to clip that one away, Jake Libby, and again there was movement back into him, and again umpire Adnan, as he has, other than on one single occasion so far in this game, turns the appeal down. There have been quite a lot of appeals, but for the most part the ball has been doing too much, but both umpires have answered one in the affirmative. That was with the new ball when Worcestershire took it last night to finish off Leicestershire's first innings. Barnes is in to Libby on off stump, slightly short of a good length. Libby forward then back and dropping it out into the offside. There is no run, and on come the 12th men, 3 of them, 1 for Worcestershire, 2 for Leicestershire, Will Davis and Gavin Griffiths. Dave Bradley taking a certain amount of pleasure in relating the story of our unfortunate Midlands neighbours, Northants. No reaction from the Worcestershire crowd, no schadenfreude.
Other Midlands neighbours news, Danny Briggs, who got capped this morning by Warwickshire, has just hit 20 off the 110th over of the innings, the last in which bonus points can be earned, to help Warwickshire with 9 wickets down to 4 batting bonus points. It may prove crucial.
It may, which is something Nottinghamshire failed to achieve. Well, they failed to achieve 3 batting bonus points and are therefore, we are told, unable to win the county championship this season, but Warwickshire certainly still can. One of the teams. So that Essex win, does that mean that, well, I'll have to have a look at the table, I don't know whether they've been updated as yet.
No, nor me. Anyway, third man, that's my next one. I've just asked an eminent cricket journalist how long he thinks it'll be before third man.
Is there such a thing?
Well, there is, I think there is.
Eminent cricket journalist?
There is in my
They're all
opinion.
disreputable. No.
97 for 1 here. We've had our sanitisation break, and Callum Parkinson is going to carry on from the Diglis end, and he's bowling to Charlie Morris. He's got a slip and a silly point now, or a silly mid-off really, very, very close on the offside. He's in and he bowls, and Morris is forward and pushes that one past that fielder, who I think is Hassan Azad, isn't it? Under the helmet
is, yeah.
there. I wouldn't fancy being that close. That's really close. That far in front of the wicket. Parkinson in again, bowls, and he's forward. Morris pushing out on the offside. It's all very well being that close when you're square, and a cut can be a hard shot, but it's probably less threatening. But to be in front of the wicket and that close is very, very scary, I think. And Parkinson in, bowls to Morris, who goes back and works this one away on the onside, and it's fielded at short mid wicket by Ben Mike. 97 for 1. That said, it's also very intimidating if you're the batsman and you've got a man that close. You can almost hear him breathing. Parkinson in, bowls, and Morris drives this one past Azad in that position, and it's fielded by Hill in the covers. Certainly they've put a big break on the scoring in the last 20 minutes or so. Parkinson and Barnes. Parkinson is in, bowls, and as I say that, he bowls his first really bad ball. It's short and wide, and Morris plays a really good shot for a tail ender there, rocking back and cutting it away on the offside for 4 to bring up the Worcestershire 101 for 1. So they've added 71 runs this morning. It's an excellent morning for the pairs so far. And that was a proper cricket shot from Charlie Morris, who moves on to 30.
I remember getting out to a very, very silly mid-off once when I was batting really well, and they put somebody in there, and I was affronted by this. I served up a half volley and I absolutely middled it, and I thought I'm going to hit this in the air just to try and...
Parkinson again bowls, and Morris forward, pushes back up the pitch.
Just to try and get rid of him. And he didn't see it, but he put up 2 hands, and of course you can guess the rest. He absolutely stuck, couldn't believe it. And he looked sort of quite shaken as he accepted his teammates' congratulations. I just looked at him and walked off.
101 for 1 at the end of the over. Parkinson 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 5. Yeah, well,
serves me right, but
those things happen. Yeah,
shouldn't have let it affect me.
No,
that only happened 30 odd years ago, but it.
No, you never forget those. No,
I've not let it worry me since, obviously. Barnes to continue from the New Road end. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8. Leicestershire absolutely desperate now for a breakthrough. 30 overs in the innings as Barnes goes in and bowls to Libby. It comes back in to the batsman, but he's playing it pretty nicely now, forward and then back, and neatly turns it down towards long leg, where Abi Sakande is in less than glorious isolation down there. No teammates to talk to. Picks it up, gets his throwaway single taken by Libby, who's just started to accumulate nicely again now, having passed his 50, having raced to about sort of 45, 46, and Leicestershire managers, we've been saying, just to get a little bit of control back on the scoreboard, but having done that, they've got over that little hump, these two, as Barnes is in, bowls to Morris, who steps forward, and I was going to say very professionally, but like a proper batsman, leaves outside off stump, but he's playing like a proper batsman, and would maintain, I'm sure, that he is a proper batsman. He's on 30. at the moment, 102 for 1. He's done an outstanding job for his side, and he's putting a lot of overs into the legs of the Leicestershire bowlers now. On a warm day out there, the Foxes looking just a touch dispirited as Barnes' athletic run goes in and bowls. Looking to drive is Morris, not timing it. Down into the ground it goes and bounces out, rolls out fairly gently to Ben Mike, who bowls the ball to his captain Callum Parkinson. Maybe having one of those days when he's thinking, I'm actually quite glad that I'm not doing this on a permanent basis. Colin Ackerman, Leicestershire's club captain, of course, unavailable for this game. He's missed a couple now. In goes Barnes and bowls. Nice solid defensive press from Morris on off stump. Back down the pitch it goes to Parkinson at mid-off. Sort of pleased, content buzz around New Road at the moment. And they're very pleased with the start they've made. Yet to lose a wicket this morning. Not that far away from a century partnership. They came together when Mitchell was caught by Kimber off the bowling of right for 8. 14 was this total at that stage. Barnes is in down the leg side, and Morris steps inside it, lifts his batter out of danger, taken by Bates falling away to his left behind the stumps. Straw-haired Ed Barnes, sort of boyish face, something I imagine like Just William might look like. For those of a certain vintage.
Richmore Crompton.
I'm just wondering who the modern equivalent of Just William might be. It wouldn't be Harry Potter, would it? Because he's not really sort of naughty as such in the way that William was. In goes Barnes and bowls, taking his bottom hand, his top hand off the bottom hand off the bat is Morris, as that one comes in towards him on the back foot, just making sure he turns it away into the leg side. He takes one and keeps the strike. 103 for 1.
Leg by in the end.
Oh, was it?
Late signal from Hassan Adnan here.
Sounded incredibly wooden, didn't it? What he's got in his pads or thigh pad. What sort of material, but it did sound very high-pitched crack. No addition to Morris's score, which remains 30, just to the Worcestershire score.
He's kept the strike, and he's facing Callum Parkinson, who comes in left arm round the wicket from the Diglis end and bowls, and Morris drives this one into the covers. Fielded by Hill, there's no run. Parkinson a longer approach to the wicket than Baker, but equally straight. He's asked umpire Nick Cook to stand a bit further back too than Baker did. The curved left arm spinner's run up doesn't seem to be very popular at the moment as Parkinson bowls, and this one's pushed out on the offside. It was always the case, wasn't it, that left arm spinners used to sort of have a curved run up, but I think coaches increasingly these days are trying to get bowlers to use straight lines as much as they can. In comes Parkinson and bowls, and forward comes Morris and pushes out on the offside.
I wonder why that would be, considering that the bowling action is essentially sideways.
Well, I might have some ideas on that. Parkinson is in and bowls, and Morris is forward again defensively. Certainly trying with seamers these days to coach them to keep all their movements going in one straight line, so that when they gather at the crease, the hands and the head and the ball are all in one line, and all the momentum goes straight as Parkinson bowls, and this one's pushed out on the offside, so that you're not losing any kind of momentum by going sideways, and although it's a sideways on action, head, hands, ball, everything in line, all that momentum going down the pitch. As Parkinson bowls, and back goes Morris and gets a fortuitous single, just running off the outside edge down to backward point, and he keeps the strike again. It's the end of the over. He's on 31, and it's 104 for 1. So I think the idea is that if you keep everything going in one straight line, particularly if you're a seamer and you've built up some momentum and you take that into the crease and carry on through the crease, you're not wasting anything by going off to the side in either direction and not falling away. We talk a lot about bowlers falling away in their action, don't we? And wanting the follow through to carry on straight through down the pitch. But certainly you don't see left arm spinners with the big curved run-ups. In fact, often see them with very short run-ups these days, the younger ones that I've seen. And if you even see him, remember John Price used to have that huge curved run-up, JSE Price, Middlesex in England, fast bowler back in the day.
Barnes is in, outside off stump. Morris steps forward and leaves. Brian Brain have a very sort of curved run-up as well.
I think his run-up varied from at different times in his career slightly.
Jeepers, that dates us, doesn't it? Dates
Although,
me.
yeah, I haven't heard from him recently, but until a year or two ago, got regular contact with Brainy on Twitter. Well-known man of these parts, of course.
Barnes is in, bowls, Morris back foot, nice defensive force, but a good stop by Ben Mike, falling away to his right at cover, manages to get a hand to the ball, deflects it back down towards his captain at mid-off. A single there to be taken, and is taken by Morris and Libby. Morris on to 32, Worcestershire 105 for 1. We'll be very content with the morning so far, that is for sure. Not far off halfway in terms of knocking off Leicestershire's first innings score, as Barnes is in, nice and straight. Libby defends, sees it's gone back down the pitch quite straight, takes an exploratory step or two down the pitch, but Wright was getting across from mid-on, and there was never really a single there. Probably as many as were in yesterday, I would guess. Well, why wouldn't there be, I suppose, if the forecast is good. Again, to see Worcestershire bat all day, they hope. Another 1,000 or so in the ground as Barnes is in and bowling and driving, but he had to reach for it a little bit, and he's in trouble here. Morris, if the throw hits, it doesn't hit. Again, a great puff of dust surrounds Charlie Morris. He'd gone down the pitch, never run on a misfield. It wasn't really a misfield out in the covers by Ben Mike. He did stop it. Libby sent Morris back. Morris had gone halfway down the pitch. He scrambled back into his ground, put in the diver, the great cloud of dust, but again the throw missed. It might have been closer. He didn't give it up this time, but again Mike couldn't hit the stumps. Morris survives.
He'd have been out, I think. He went miles, didn't he?
He did.
He ran 1.5.
When he turns round, I suspect his front is going to be a bit grubby. In goes Barnes and bowls to Libby, who's turned it nicely away off the back foot through mid-wicket hill. Arms and legs pumping, is in pursuit down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, puts in the chase, puts in the slide, picks it up and gets his throw away, but he's throwing with his weight on his back foot, and it is always going to be 3, and is 3. For Jake Libby. Moves on to 59. The bells of the cathedral chime. It's time for an update.
And off goes Richard Ray to update BBC Radio Leicester listeners. And I'll be doing the same shortly for FM listeners to BBC Hereford and Worcester. And so far, the news for the home supporters is good. In comes Barnes again and bowls to Charlie Morris, who pushes this up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. Morris on 32. He's done a great job for Worcestershire as night watchman. He was 6 not out overnight, and Jake Libby, who was 16 not out overnight, has moved on to 59. His 50 came off 72 balls with 9 fours, and these two have done an outstanding job for Worcestershire in response to Leicestershire's 222 made yesterday. Top score yesterday in that 222 was Louis Kimber with 71, played very, very well, and also good contribution from Lewis Hill with 40, and 20s from George Rhodes and Rishi Patel. Callum Parkinson to continue from the Diglis end, and he'll be bowling to Jake Libby, who's just remarking his guard. Charlie Morris is doing up his shoelaces, and there's a slight pause in proceedings. The field that Parkinson is employing bowling to Libby is very different from that he had when he bowled to Morris. Just the one slip as he bowls, and Libby drives into the offside, and there's no run. It's a very old-fashioned left-arm spinner's field in many ways, though. On the offside, we've got the slip, we've got a backward point, and we've got a man at a kind of close-ish conventional extra cover, and then a shortish extra cover on the drive as well, as Parkinson bowls, and Libby pushes out on the offside behind square, and there's no run. Then we've got a conventional mid-off on the edge of what would be a 30-yard circle, and then a man sweeping the offside boundary. So Parkinson is backing himself with this 7-2 field to bowl a good line outside off stump or on off stump. Bowls, and Libby actually works this one away for a single up to mid-on. Here comes that update. Worcestershire continuing to prosper in the New Road Sunshine this morning. They've moved on to 109 for 1. Their overnight position was 30 for 1. Jake Libby has moved on to 60. He's been very steady this morning. He was 16 not out overnight, and importantly he's received excellent support from night watchman Charlie Morris. 6 not out overnight and still there. He's been dropped at slip. He's nearly been run out a couple of times, but as he takes another single as I speak, he's doing a fantastic job for his team in support of his senior partner. And Worcestershire building a very good response at the moment to Leicestershire's 222 or 110 for 1 in the 34th over. Parkinson in again, bowls to Libby, who pushes that back up the pitch, and Parkinson does his own fielding. So 1 ball left in the over. In comes Parkinson now to bowl it to Libby, who tucks this one away on the leg side for a single, keeps the strike. 61 now to him, and it's Nelson on the board. 111 for 1. Morris 33, Libby 61. And still got Q in our headphones. I'll see if I can do something about that in a minute. Richard's back, and so's Ben Mike.
$111 for 1. Will Nelson do it for Leicestershire? They need something to happen before lunchtime, because at the moment they are struggling. So Barnes was neat, but really create any opportunities. Beat the bat too often. Mike did beat the bat a few times this morning. Also bowled a few 4 balls that were put away, but he can make things happen, Ben Mike, and they often turn to him in the hope of something happening. They know that he might bowl a few 4 balls, but they also know he'll bowl a few wicket-taking deliveries potentially as well. The young all-rounder, Nottingham-born, son of Greg, of course, formerly of Nottinghamshire himself. He's having a go from the New Road end of the ground. In he goes past umpire Adnan and bowls a delivery on the leg stump of Jake Libby, who turns it calmly away towards Sakande, who's down there at wide-ish long leg in front of the Dollarera stand over there. Takes a single, moves on to 62, 112 for 1. That's Nelson dealt with. The leaves in the trees are stirring, so there's a little bit more of a breeze around today, but it is still beautiful cricket watching weather. The cue has disappeared. Hurrah! As in goes Mike and bowls to Morris, who turns it into the leg side. Suddenly realises there's a single to be taken. Again it sounded incredibly wooden. Again it's signalled as a leg by. If I was a cricket pad manufacturer, I would develop a pad that did not sound wooden. Surely some sort of protection on the legs that He's guaranteed not to make an umpire. I think there's a little bit of bat involved there, but umpire Adnan has much better eyes than I. So it was just a leg bite. 113 for one. Mike into Libby, who's turning into the leg side again. Much better timed delivery out towards mid-wicket. Hill gets there quickly, and that is applause for a century partnership between Jake Libby and Charlie Morris. Morris has scored 33 of those runs off 100 balls, actually. Jake Libby has moved on to 63 off 89. Outstanding effort by both, but I think particularly Morris, who is wearing a white Worcestershire shirt, of course, but it is completely smothered in dust and dirt at the front now. It almost looks a different colour after that dive into the crease a couple of overs ago. Maybe he'll get a new shirt, or maybe it would be unlucky to change it at lunchtime. In goes Mike, and bowls to him a bouncer, the first, I think, and that he's received for some little time, possibly this morning. Ducks underneath it, a little uncertainly, but Mike has that in his armoury. But Hassan Azad, seeing that, is being brought out of slip, told to put the helmet on and get in there at short leg. Leicestershire are going to try a few short balls to Morris, seeing the way he perhaps just
took his
got
eye
out of the
off
way
it,
of that. Yeah. He wasn't entirely certain in the way he played. He got underneath it, but as Frank said, he was not looking at the ball there. So he's going to get one or two more short ones, it would appear, or that is at least what Leicestershire want him to think. Hill is, where's he going to end up? He's at leg gully now, as Mike is in bowls, and it is another bouncer to Morris. Keeps his eye on that one, in fairness, and it was a little bit too short. Ducked right underneath it, taken by Bates down the leg side. No run. 1-4 for one. A couple more pigeons have nested very close to the effects Mike, chuntering away to each other. You may be hearing them as Mike is in and bowls. Morris is fending outside off stump, a little bit unnerved is the wrong word, but unsettled perhaps by those two bouncers. He stepped back and played at one which he could very easily have left. Got away with it, didn't edge it through. End of the over. 114 for 133. Morris 63. Libby.
Yeah, drinks break with 20 minutes to go to the lunch interval. Leicestershire were desperate for a wicket before that break and just needing to regroup. They'll be I'm sure Callum Parkinson's just having a little chat with his team now as they gather. Come on, lads, stick at it. We've missed chances this morning. One catch at slip, 2 run-out opportunities. But Morris has survived. Libby has been more serene at the other end, as he tends to be. Plays each ball on its merits, and has played very well. Had that little spurt of runs in the 40s when he benefited from some particularly loose deliveries from first Ben Mike and then Abhi Sikandi. A little spate of runs came, but if you bowl good balls at Jake Libby, tends to treat them with respect, very measured in the way that he goes about his business. 114 for one, play about to resume after the drinks break, and it's Callum Parkinson bowling to Libby from the Diglis end. He's in now and he bowls, and Libby flicks this one up towards mid-on, and well, again there was a slight misunderstanding between the two batsmen as the ball ran up to the fielder at mid-on.
At the moment it's looking like Leicestershire's best
Run
shot
out,
for taking
yeah,
a wicket.
I was just going to say that, and they both had to scamper back into the ground that time. Parkinson again is in and bowls, and Libby is forward, pushing this one back to the bowler. Chris Wright, the fielder at mid-on, who came in on that last one and was much quicker than they thought he was going to be. I think Libby might have thought he'd just got a little bit wider of him than he had. Parkinson in, bowls, Libby down the pitch, and he goes big this time. Quite an unusual shot for Jake Libby, but went down the pitch and he didn't quite get there, but he went through with it anyway, and he cleared the fielder at mid-off and gets 4 down to long off. Good shot, 67 now to Libby, 118 for 1, and I think he just wants to try and disturb this field a little bit that Parkinson's set up, and he has done so because Sakandi, the fielder at mid-off, has now gone back about 8 to 10 yards, and if Libby can drive the ball up in that direction now, there'll be a single every time. Slight change now to the alignment of the cover ring as well. Parkinson's having a chat with Chris Wright about it, and Nick Cook's getting involved. Maybe he's going to tell him, this is the field I'd have if I were bowling left arm spin at this stage. Having a look at the ball as well, but it's a science of captains and left arm spinners in particular, and sometimes wicket keepers get involved. Just getting that alignment of your offside ring absolutely right. So he's now dropped his mid-off back to about a position about 10 yards inside the boundary at long-off. He's still got that short mid-off and a sort of shortish extra cover, backward point and a slip. Pushes this one through a little bit more to Libby, who pushes into the covers, George Rhodes Fields, and there's no run. And you're trying to make it look to the batsman as though they just cannot get it through that ring. If I get my line right, pitch it up around off stump, middle and off, I just can't get it through. Libby waits and he drives, and this one actually, well, it does go through. It goes between the bowler and mid-off, silly mid-off, and Callum Parkinson, between the two of them, they've managed to make it flick up into his face, and he stays down on the ground, and they call for the physios, and then Nick Cook says, no, it's okay, he's alright. He's got up, but a little bit of a collision between the man at short mid-off, level with the stumps, about 12 yards across from the stumps on the offside, and Parkinson, who bowled the ball and then moved across to his left to try and field it, and the fielder at the same time was moving to his right, and they bumped into each other.
Well, he knocked the ball actually up into his face as he tried to field it.
He did.
Parkinson. It just sort of bounced off a bit of. Yeah, the field. Azad was actually quite a long way behind him, so he was just trying to cover him. But Parkinson, as he went across to his left, managed to flick it onto the bridge of his nose.
And they took a single anyway, and now the field changes because they have a different alignment completely for Charlie Morris. The man comes in off the cover boundary.
It just makes Parkinson's morning, really, doesn't it?
Azad goes into silly mid-off, and Morris is forward and pushing back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. Yeah, he's not had the best of mornings. Cam Parkinson, 119 for 1 at the end of the over. Morris on 33, and Libby on 68.
He's explaining to Nick Cook what perhaps happened there. Cook, who's normally sort of full of smiles and joviality, is listening to him, but Parkinson's steaming a bit, isn't he? He's not a happy man with the whole world at the moment. Leicestershire's skipper. Things have not gone according to plan for the Foxes so far, but a couple of quick wickets and they'll feel rather differently as Ben Mike is in and bowls. Libby, who's settled into a really nice accumulating style, just goes back and turns that one out to mid-wicket. Mike himself fields, so he's finding that he's just picking up the ones in the gaps, looking where there is one to be taken, and neatly accumulating. He moves on to 69 like a good opener. Jake Libby having, say, charged into the 40s this morning, courtesy of some really loose wide stuff from Messrs Mike and Sakande, and to some extent right, which is unusual for him. Mike is in to Morris, who's defending on the back foot, jumping in the air as he does so, back down the pitch to the Leicestershire all-rounder. The ball rolls. 120 for 1, well over halfway, only 102 runs behind now, Worcestershire with 9. First innings wickets intact, in hand. They can really anticipate a very solid, if not formidable, first innings lead as Mike is in off the back foot, beautifully played away by Charlie Morris into a huge gap out there between Parkinson at mid-off And Ed Barnes it is at point, almost backward point. There isn't a cover inviting him to punch the ball away through there, and he did. He accepted the invitation. Parkinson and Leicestershire haven't sort of got this field right at the moment, but it's difficult for the captain because Mike isn't really sort of bowling to a field. He doesn't quite know, Parkinson, where to have his fielders, because he's not quite sure which type of deliveries his bowler's going to deliver. In goes Mike and bowls. That one illustrates the point by being down the leg side onto the leg stump of Morris, and it's turned out towards deep backward square. Hill picks up a yard or so inside the ropes down there. Azad tries to relay the ball on, gets there quickly, makes sure that Morris just gets a couple, moves on to 39, 126 for 1. Well, throughout yesterday we were saying that we weren't quite sure whose sort of day it was or whose session it was, but I think we're pretty sure whose session this has been so far. Very much the home sides, as almost 100 runs added, 96 runs added so far, without a single wicket being lost. Still 13 minutes to go, still another probably 3 overs after this. Mike, 2 balls left in his 7th over, is in and bowls. Morris gets a bouncer, ducks underneath it, marks his guard, taken by Bates to his left. Sun back out. Mike examines the ball in a desultory sort of way. Doesn't bother polishing it. He is one of the sort of team's designated polishers, as can be seen from the red stripe down the back of his trousers. Bowls full and clipped nicely away, straight to a straight-ish mid-wicket. Wright has to run across from mid-on, throws back to Ben Mike, but Morris had comfortably picked up one, keeps the strike. And he has moved into the 40s now, on 240. In fact, 127 for 1.
And he's
Worcestershire.
He's faced 109 balls, and Libby, who's been there since the start, has faced only 95. So Morris has had the lion's share of the strike, which is perfect night watchmanship, night watch personship.
Oh, there they are. There's another one. Yeah. Night watch person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Night watch battership, and he's gone on to play really well. He'd be really keen to get through to lunch now, if he can. The silly mid-off is still in there, with Morris on strike, and the slip, as Parkinson is in and bowls, and he beats him with a quicker one, which he pushes through outside off stump, and Morris goes back, tries to push it out on the offside, and it passes the outside edge.
Hasn't been as much turn for Parkinson as there was.
No. I think he's bowled a bit flatter and a bit quicker than Baker did.
Baker, yeah.
He comes in now and he bowls, and that illustrates my point, because that was a pretty quick delivery from Parkinson. And it hit Morris on the pad, ran out on the onside.
He obviously played a lot of white ball cricket over the summer, including in the 100. He had a 100 contract. We can Northern, whatever they're worth.
Past Cook bowls, more conventional length, and Morris on the back foot steers it for a single on the offside. Parkinson not happy that they got that single, but the fielder, who is Lewis Hill in the covers, shrugging his shoulders to Parkinson, saying, well, you know, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop that. It was directly between the two of us. Hill goes out onto the boundary now as Libby is on strike, and the silly mid-off's gone. Parkinson bowls, and Libby drives this fielder to his own fielding on the offside. There's no run this time, 128 for 1. Parkinson again, he's in. Bowl to Libby, who drives up to mid-on, but Chris Wright is there, and no chance of another one. Parkinson, last ball of the over, his 6th, He's in, he bowls, and Libby is forward playing back up the pitch to the bowl at the end of the over. So Parkinson 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 15. And Mike is bowling at the New Road, and the other bowlers that we've seen in this innings, Chris Wright 12 overs, 4 maidens, the 1 wicket to go down for 36. Sakandi 8 overs, no maidens, no wickets for 30. And Barnes 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13.
Right, and Mike deep in conversation about the field. Parkinson obviously also involved and waving at Sakanda down there, he's at fine leg at the moment, been sent around to long leg. They sort of haven't got it right really in any respect this morning, Leicestershire. A brief period when Barnes first came on and Parkinson when they didn't quite concede as many, but essentially they've struggled. Mike is in to Morris, a shortish delivery that is going past his hip down the leg side, little hop inside the line from Morris. He does try just to close his back face on it and help it down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it taken by Bates. So 98 added so far. Ooh, jolly good, here comes lunch.
Yeah.
Paperbacks. A very good sort of aubergine curry thing yesterday, which was very nice. Thank you for that. Worcestershire. Mike is in and bowling. Fuller this time, driven. I don't think exactly where he was aiming. I think there was almost an attempted on drive by Morris, who rehearses the shot. He managed to squeeze it out behind square on the offside. Third man had to run round to field. It's Rishi Patel down there underneath the sun hat. Morris picks up one slightly fortuitous run. 129 for one. Morris on to 42. Conventional field for Libby. Looks a little bit more conventional anyway as Mike is in, bowls to him on the legs, turned out off the back foot, out towards deep square, who is Lewis Hill, throws on the bounce to Bates. May not have been too pleased about it, but new in the team, he isn't going to say anything about it, the young man. Got a very late call yesterday morning, had to whiz down the M69 and round the M6 from Leicester. M42 it would be, wouldn't it? M42, M5, M69, M42, M5. That's it. If you're coming by motorway. Mike is in, a bouncer to Morris, who just ducks underneath it. I like the cross-country route better myself, I must admit.
Well, you can use the M69. You can go M69, A46, come across from Coventry and across past Stratford.
Yeah, no, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one I like.
Well, when you mentioned Wire Piddle and North Piddle and Upton Snodsbury yesterday, I thought you must have come that way.
But there's just a lot of roadworks going on around Coventry at the moment,
lights.
and which are best avoided if possible. Mike, 2 balls left in his 8th over, is in to Morris, who's looking to turn one off his legs, stumps into the pad, trickles towards Bates, who's moving to his left, having shed a gauntlet. Sort of looks almost to be taking a step backwards, Morris, against Mike, which is kind of why Mike tried those a few bouncers and also obviously took his eye off one of them as well. But 116 balls for Morris. He waits as Mike is in and bowls to him, and he's driving expansively for 4. The foolish ball outside off stump, his eyes lit up and he crashed it away square on the offside and picks up a boundary. Moves on to 46. Worcestershire past the 100 for the session, 134 for one now, 104 for the session. What a morning it has been for the home side. Morris has 46, Libby has 70, and Mike, with Parkinson bowling this over, again deep in discussion with umpire Cook, and again not looking overly happy with things. We should get 2 more overs.
Yeah, it's been an interesting morning in terms of the way the bowlers have bowled. Parkinson bowls and Libby pushes up to mid-on, no run, in the sense that we were thinking that Parkinson might get a great deal of help from the pitch. He doesn't seem to have yet got a great deal of response from it, and I suppose Chris Wright again has been the most threatening bowler. Parkinson in, bowls, and Libby works this to mid-wicket and there's no run. It was Wright who had Morris dropped at first slip by Hassan Azad. What was a fairly straightforward chance. What was he on at the time? I think he made it.
He was on 9.
He was on 9, yeah. I mean, proved to be quite expensive. As Parkinson is in again and bowls, and this is pushed defensively back up the pitch. So yeah, he was on 9, so those runs have been important. Been a couple of run-out chances as well. Parkinson bowls again to Libby, who pushes out on the offside. But other than that, fairly untroubled, these two, and in that sense, I think Leicestershire will be disappointed that their bowlers haven't found as much help in this pitch as their counterparts from Worcestershire did yesterday. Parkinson again is in and he bowls to Libby, who is studiously forward, pushing out on the offside. 1 ball left in the over, and then we'll probably have 1 more over before the lunch break.
Do you think Leach would have batted first if he'd won the toss?
Well, as I said yesterday, I thought that was quite a bold decision.
A bold?
Yeah. Parkinson in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Libby. 134 for 1. Yes, simply because of what might have happened in the first hour or two, I think, which is why I thought Leicestershire had done pretty well yesterday at lunch at 80 odd for 3. In a way, it's the way their innings fell away in the middle, isn't it, that probably now looks most disappointing for them. George Rhodes going to have a little trundle of off spin before the lunch break.
See if he has got a golden arm in front of his former home crowd. There's a sort of slightly ironic cheer or two.
Didn't bowl much.
As his name is announced.
For Worcestershire either.
So far this season, George, who I said has only played a couple of first-class games, has bowled at just 27 overs, has yet to take a wicket, none for 74, his figures. I'm just going to get through a couple of balls, so I'm going to have to pop next door. In he goes and bowls, back goes Morris, and just defends it out into the offside. Picked up by Patel, who's out there. Oh, it's Sikandar, beg his pardon, who's out there in the covers. No, it is Patel under the sun hat. In goes Rhodes, turned towards mid-wicket, intercepted en route by short leg Azad, who sticks out his left hand.
We're going to have 30 overs, aren't we? Exactly the same as we had in the first session yesterday. Coincidence?
I had better pop next door if that's alright.
Yeah. Here's Rhodes then. 4 balls left in this last over before lunch. Comes in now and bowls to Morris. Update for FM listeners here. Well, we're just approaching lunch. In fact, 2 balls left to go before the interval, and Worcestershire have had an outstanding morning. They've added 104 runs without losing a wicket, and that's especially good when you consider that one of the batsmen out there is the night watchman Charlie Morris, who was dropped when he had 9. He's nearly been run out a couple of times, but he's stuck around, and in between sticking around, he's played some outstandingly good shots as well. He's moved on to 46 of 122 deliveries. Jake Libby is with him on 70, and Worcestershire building a really, really good response at the moment to Leicestershire's 222 first innings score. The one man out last night was Daryl Mitchell for 8, but at the moment, as we see the last ball before lunch, Worcestershire reaching the interval with Charlie Morris in fact picking up a boundary which brings him his 50, only the second 50 of his first class career. You can probably hear the applause for that. So Morris on 50, Libby on 70, and Worcestershire in excellent shape at lunch, 138 for 1. So there it is, Charlie Morris's 50 just clipped to the boundary off George Rhodes. 9 fours in that, 123 balls, an outstanding effort by Charlie Morris, and that is lunch here at New Road on the second day of this game, with Worcestershire in an outstanding position. They are now 138 for 1, and that is a very strong response to Leicestershire's 222 first innings score. Jake Libby still there, 70 not out of 105 balls. He's hit 10 fours. Charlie Morris 50 not out off 123 balls. He's hit 9 fours, and just the one wicket taker for Leicestershire, Chris Wright, 1 for 36. Abby Sakandi, no wicket for 30. Ben Mike, no wicket for 32. Ed Barnes, no wicket for 13. Callum Parkinson, no wicket for 15 off 7 overs, and just the 1 over from George Rhodes. So that's the situation here at New Road. Play will resume at about 10 minutes past 1, and when it does, we'll of course be back with live commentary. Do join us then. In the meantime, thank you for listening.
Elsewhere in the country, it's lunch at Edinburgh in Liverpool, where the wickets are up.
Mr. 6-foot, isn't he? But he doesn't keep wicket domestically. In goes Wright, and nicely played by Morris. He's going to pick up another couple of runs there. It was a little bit short and wide, and he stood up tall. Still
at first slip. He comes in now and bowls to Morris, and that's 4 runs. Wide half volley, and Morris just slices it away behind square on the off
end of this lovely ground, and runs in and bowls short outside off stump, cut away by Libby off the back foot. Probably going to go for 4, does go for.
Yeah, based in Leicestershire. And comes right again and bowls, and Morris does get 4 this time, but not exactly as he intended. He pushes it one outside the off stump and he edges it, the one with that boundary, as Chris Wright comes in again now and bowls to Morris, and he plays a beautiful shot this time. That is a genuine batsman shot on the back foot. It was Jake.
I'll tell you about him after this ball.
Here's Chris Wright in now and bowls to Morris, and there's 4 more. Wide, and he drives at it, thick outside edge, down to third man. Chris Wright straight in a white sleeve.
Barnes in to finish his second over. Libby's turning it in the air past the leaping hill out to the square leg boundary for 4, and that.
Parkinson and Barnes. Parkinson is in, bowls, and as I say that, he bowls his first really bad ball. It's short and wide, and Morris plays a really.
The leg bite. 113 for 1. Mike into Libby, who's turning into the leg side again. Much better timed delivery out towards mid wicket. He'll get there quickly, and that is.
He just got a little bit wider of him than he had. Parkinson in, bowled down the pitch, and he goes big this time. Quite an unusual shot for Jake Libby, but went down the pitch.
Very solid, if not formidable, first innings lead as Mike is in off the back foot. Beautifully played away by Charlie Morris into a huge gap out there, but waits as Mike is in and bowls to him, and he's driving expansively for 4. The foolish ball outside off stump, his eyes lit up, and he crashed it away square on the offside.
I'm coming in a minute. Yes, sure.
Get off the pitch. Remind spectators not to come onto the field at any time before, during or after play. You could be fined up to £1,000. That's £2 grand in the coffers, thank you very much. All right, mate, how are you?
Yeah, pretty good, thanks. Lovely day. Charlie Morris on 50 all right.
We're going to get to the second. Oh, yeah?
Right?
Yeah, good morning.
long old chat to Hilly in the end. Oh, did it? Yeah. So they offered him one for one a deal, like last month, in front of the moment. Back in May, yeah. Back in May. Changed it. Has he signed that? He's not signed it. Seeing that in the marketplace and looking at it. You've got a lot to offer. Go to them and say, look, I've got She was very keen on signing on. No openers in the making it, but it was still nobody opens. When you look at this bowling performance here this morning, of the people that can't get inside. What state must they be? Alex Evans, who's going with water, got down the expensive secondary. They're pushing Evans backwards, really, aren't they? Well, since that start of the season. I mean, back in the last year, he was, starting to make progress. And they gave him his chance early doors, Oval and Costume area. Did too much wrong. No, certainly not compared with everybody else. And then you don't see him again. It makes you wonder who's calling the shots for him. Now, how much influence is the Jarvis having over? That worries me a bit, doesn't it? But Evans can't be ready. Well, no, that's right. Sign all these. Some banks. Ahmed, it's easy enough to sign him on 25 grand. Don't snatch your hand off because they're young and it's their first contract. But I wonder the story I heard. He said he doesn't have an agent. Well, he's had one or two in the past, including Niall. Okay. So it's probably now that you probably need one to be talking to other clubs. that somebody's going to sing on your behalf. No, I was better than this you yourself. Somebody, one of the ground lads, whatever his name is, last week's game, and I said he's handy back in circulation. He said, yeah. I said, what have we prepared here then? I said, or have we run out of sand, when it's sunset? He said, oh, don't be, he said, Rico and Andy have been banned from talking to each other. Banned from talking to each other. The board were so incensed, allegedly, at the wicket prepared for the Kent game. And the fact that we got stuck on and seen between and Steve, the instruction to the ground staff for that wicket last week had all called it job. What do you want to do about cricket preparing the wicket? He said, oh, they haven't got a clue. He said, I know Andy's been out of circulation. He said, but Andy's been told that we shouldn't be talking to get all about it. You can't talk to the living head coach about this is going to end in tears, isn't it? Again. Had that been, second hand one, but the fact that it was one of the ground staff lads know well and trust with his information, it just sounded bizarre. He was on the cricket show yesterday, Jarvis, talking about silverware next season and all this sort of stuff. We're quite a long way from, we might compete in 20 or something, depends on who we sign. But I don't think we're a T20. I don't think the youngsters are not. Well, I mean, when you consider that, take away English and the big and hockey, so the remaining set, when Gavin is allegedly being told he can go and look somewhere else, David couldn't hardly get a Gavin if he matters seriously. Goes it round Kinder and Welsh and athletic people. He needs to be quiet and the chance about cricket, really. Banging away about, what do you all the clubs have got academies and they're all producing good. It's just. I just wonder when the penny will drop on him. We'll actually been down this road a few times before you forgive the scepticism, mate, but we've heard it all before and we've seen the inevitable results, and you're not in any position to deliver anything any different. Let me very bonkers, really. I mean, I could see. Was it 2-3 seasons ago when they announced at the beginning of the season a group of players who would be out of contract at the end of the year, at the end of the season, and were in effect playing for their contracts. And then within the first month, Kinney was given an extension, not having done anything. Now, having done what he's doing, you're saying, oh, yes. I hear the Chelmsford crowd are they want their money back. Yes, slow hand clapping and what do you want from them? Deprived of the last 2.5 days of cricket of the season. Demanding beer match. Ineptitude of Northampton. Sad, his first game in charge as the official head coach. A world record. It is. Somebody said on social media, the tone was set in the first over when Josh Cobb came in. Slogged it down somebody's throat on the boundary.
Back at that next year, no doubt.
Well, yeah. Oh, well, yeah. We'll sign him on.
I'm quite glad when Friday comes and goes and then you can forget about it. And then come back and see who's here. And
Yeah.
Play about to resume after lunch in about 5 minutes' time, with Worcestershire in an excellent position after a wonderful morning in which they didn't lose a wicket and added 108 runs to their overnight score in just 30 overs. 70 not out Jake Libby at lunch, but with him, and rather surprisingly, night watchman Charlie Morris, who reached just his second ever first class 50 off the last ball before lunch and took the home side into the interval on 138 for 1 off 41 overs. This in reply to Leicestershire's 222. So Worcestershire will be looking to crack on and build a first innings lead in the afternoon sunshine when play resumes in about 3 minutes' time. Welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where play is about to resume in the afternoon session on day 2 of this county championship game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. Umpires Nick Cook and Hassan Adnan just making their way out to the middle, followed by the Leicestershire fielders, who will have regrouped, no doubt, in the dressing room, had a little chat, and will want to improve on their performance in the first session this morning, during which Worcestershire managed to add 108 runs to their overnight score without losing a wicket. Jake Libby amongst the runs again, he's on 70, but perhaps the surprise is that his partner in this partnership, which has added 124 runs so far, is Charlie Morris, who's reached his second ever first class 50 with the last ball before lunch, which he clipped to the square leg boundary, and he is on 50 not out. Callum Parkinson to resume from the Diglis end, and he will be bowling to Libby. Comes in now round the wicket and bowls, and Libby is forward, pushes this out on the offside. They think about a run but decide against it. Probably the most likely way that Worcestershire were going to lose a wicket this morning was a run out, although Morris was dropped at slip when he had 9. Other than that, it was a couple of mix-ups between the two that gave Leicestershire the best hope of a wicket. Parkinson in, bowls to Libby, who drives up to mid-on. Chris Wright, the fielder, there's no run. 138 for 1. Beautiful afternoon here at New Road. Sunshine throughout the day so far, and a really pleasant temperature out there as Parkinson bowls and gives Libby a little bit of room, and he drives out on the offside and picks up the first run of the afternoon as Lewis Hill comes in off the cover boundary to do the fielding. So Libby moves on to 71, and it's 139 for 1, so the lead is now well under 100, and Worcestershire really probably be hoping that they can build on this excellent platform and get themselves a really substantial first innings lead in this game, perhaps even hoping that they might not have to bat again, as Parkinson is in and bowls, and Morris is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Struggling to find a stream at the moment, so I'm wondering whether that's the case for everybody.
No, it's up.
Oh, it's up, is it? No, it's just me then. Just my iPad. Anyway, here we go. Here's Parkinson again. Round the wicket, bowls, and Morris leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by the wicketkeeper Sam Bates, who's done a good job so far with the gloves. He's been pretty tidy and unfussy, as Richard Ray was saying in this morning's session. Just gets on with the job. Parkinson in, bowls, and Morris is out, bowled. Beaten by a quicker one from Parkinson, which rushed on, and that brings to an end Charlie Morris's excellent innings of 50. Falls just short of a career best, which would have been 53, and just the breakthrough that the Leicestershire bowlers would have been hoping for and would have been discussing during the break. 139 for 2 then. Morris gets warm applause, and that's the end of the first over after lunch, and it's good afternoon to Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester.
Well, a better start. Good afternoon, everybody. A better start for the Foxes, who I suspect will have been recipients and may even have delivered a few themselves of some harsh words during the lunch interval. They weren't at their best this morning, but that will lift spirits a little bit. But well batted, Charlie Morris. A partnership of 115 for the second wicket, and you can ask little more of your night watchman than not only to be, night watch person, to see off the overnight bowling, but then to see through the entire following morning as well, and very much to take the edge off the Leicestershire seam attack. 42 overs have been bowled in this Worcestershire first innings. To the wicket comes Gareth Roderick, who has had his pads on and been anticipating walking out there for some little time, but he'll have taken them off again during the lunch interval. I think the problem for Morris was not changing his shirt during the lunch interval. Came out with it still covered in dirt and dust from diving back into his crease, but I guess he thought maybe it was his lucky shirt. He didn't need much luck, in fairness, this morning. Once or twice when he misjudged singles, but otherwise he acquitted himself admirably. So Roderick takes guard. Leicestershire starting with their two strike bowlers, if you like, Parkinson and Chris Wright, who are now level at the top of the wickets taken chart for the Foxes. 47 apiece, I think it is now. Well, it could be 48 to Parkinson. I'll check that in a moment. In goes Wright and bowls. Libby gets a full straight delivery that he plays off the back foot. In the end, digs it out a little bit as he plays it firmly out to Sekande, who is at mid off. 47 to Wright, 48 to Parkinson now. So Parkinson just nosed ahead of the senior player. Looking to come back in this over. Chris Wright, can either of them reach 50 this season? That will be their aim. In goes Wright and bowls, edged off the back foot for 4 by Jake Libby. It was an edge, it was a forcing shot on the back foot to a slightly short, slightly wide delivery, but he certainly wasn't looking to play it. I don't think quite as fine as that. Flew in the air for a long way down to a fine third man position. Fourth slip might have been in the game. There isn't one, of course, at this stage, just the 2 slips. So Libby picks up 4 slightly fortuitous runs, moves on to 75, 143 for 2, but he is up and running post lunch. Wright is in again to him and he's driving pleasantly, but not quite off the middle of the bat, out to Rhodes, who is at extra cover under wide brimmed white sun hat. Almost a cloudless sky again. A few clouds did come over this morning, but very few around the ground at the moment. Are there any plans, Frank, for that sort of space on that side of the ground between the D'Oliveira stand and where the 2 other horse chestnuts were, in terms of filling that?
Not that I'm aware of.
At the moment we're kind of looking at a couple of
you can see those 2 stumps quite clearly.
Yes, yeah, it really has sort of changed that aspect. In goes Wright and bowls. Back goes Libby, turning him away off middle and leg, only as far as Hill, who's at straightish mid wicket, and there's no run. It just looks as though it kind of needs a bit of, because we're looking at 2 mobile loos essentially, aren't they, there at the moment, with some pleasant sort of willowy trees behind them, that's for sure, but just needs a little bit of, I'm sure there'll be a temporary marquee up there for the start of next season or something. Make use of that space, Worcestershire. Around the ground. In goes Wright and bowls. Nice back foot steer by Libby, but he's picked out Ed Barnes at backward point. He's almost at point. He's almost exactly square. Maybe a foot or 2 behind point. 143 for 2. So 2-2-2, Leicestershire's first innings score. And a lead of 100-150. Pitch has played well today, better today, or at least Leicestershire have got less out of it than Worcestershire managed yesterday. There has been some swing still. Wright is in, bowls. Libby is playing it firmly out towards Parkinson, takes a step or 2 down the wicket, sees Parkinson closing quickly on the ball. Roderick was going nowhere anyway, so Libby goes back into his ground. End of the over. Wright has 1 for 40 from 13. Parkinson has 1 for 16 from 8, and obviously, having bowled Morris in his previous over, will continue.
Yeah, just looking at a replay of that one, it just went on with the arm, didn't it, a little bit. It was a little bit quicker. Maybe Morris will feel that he should have got forward to it, made the mistake of going back, and it just hurried through his defences. So, big breakthrough for Callum Parkinson. Not achieved with one that turned and fizzed past the outside edge, but nonetheless, very welcome breakthrough, welcome wicket for the Foxes. We'll be hoping they can pick up another 1 or 2 quickly now. Roderick is the new batsman facing Parkinson, and he's forward to his first ball and pushes back up the pitch. Slip and short leg in there. Man on the drive at short mid wicket and also at short extra as Parkinson is in and bowls and Roderick is forward and plays defensively out on the offside. Just signs from Gareth Roderick that he's finding a little bit of form at Lord's last week. A couple of decent scores in a low scoring game. It's been a struggle for him since his move from Gloucestershire, and he's beaten by a good one here. That one really did turn and bounce and was quite well taken, albeit not entirely cleanly, by the keeper Sam Bates, but that was a genuine left arm spinner's turn and bounce past the outside edge delivery.
He took it around about chest high, didn't he, in the end, Bates, and he's a tall man.
Here comes Parkinson again. It bowls and just gives Roderick a little bit of room, and he gets on the back foot and gets his first run, just steering this one behind square on the offside. So that takes the total on to 144 for 2. The man out today, Charlie Morris, bowled in the first over after lunch by Callum Parkinson for a well-made 50. Here's Parkinson again, bowls, and Roderick, beg your pardon, Libby is driving this one off the front foot through the covers for a single out to Lewis Hill, who's sweeping the offside boundary. Libby moves on to 76 and the total to 145 for 2. And the field changes again for the new batsman, with Azad going in at silly point. Parkinson is in again and he bowls, and Roderick cuts nicely but can't beat the fielder at backward point, who is Ed Barnes, and that's the end of the over from Parkinson. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18 now his figures, and it's 145 for 2.
Gareth Roderick, just his 7th first class game of the season. 10 innings he's played before this one. 2 not outs, 132 runs, a best of 42 not out. There go his average.
That was at Lord's last week.
16.5, but as
he's a better player than that.
Oh yeah, absolutely beginning to find a little bit of touch. As Wright is in to Libby, who is defending on the back foot, turning his wrists on that defensive shot, and it runs out to Parkinson at mid on. No run. Better start to the session by Leicestershire, that's for sure, than it was to the morning session. 138 for 1 at lunch. Worcestershire 145 for 2. Now, right. Big Arsenal supporter. He's been the subject of a certain amount of teasing at the moment. In he goes and bowls, back foot shot, trying to crash it out to the offside is Libby. Doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and it runs straight to Rhodes in the covers. No run. Essex boy. So it should be West Ham, shouldn't it, really? But Arsenal, his team.
I really don't want to talk about football.
Fair enough. There'll be a lot of it over the next 6 or 8 months. In goes Wright and bowls very straight, and Libby high left elbow as he defends that one down the pitch on the onside.
It's not that, Richard. I'm normally very happy to talk about football.
Did you have a bad result last night?
Yeah, another one. Another one. Yeah.
Okay.
And a bad one against Chris Wright's team last week as well. The only team below them, I think, in the. No, not. We were the only team below them, but
Norwich
that changed. Yes, Norwich.
Many a game I've seen at Carrow Road. Guardian used to send me there all the time, thinking I was somewhere in that vicinity. In goes Wright and bowls, and again Libby's turning it into the onside off the back foot, and again it's only as far as Parkinson. I lived at Stamford then, but it's still a fair old drive across the fens.
Across the fens, through Wisbeach and along the A47, no doubt.
Happily they bypassed, they put in a bypass.
King's Lynn.
Before then.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
I don't know the name of the blooming place now. But anyway, it made life a little bit easier, but it's still a fair old drive back from a midweek game in the middle of the night. alongside all those ditches. In goes right and bowls. Takes a thick inside edge there as he rather offers the bat to that one, Libby, and he looks down on it as the ball runs out to Sekande down there at long leg. Libby takes one, moves on to 77, 146 for 2.
Yeah, Roderick be feeling, I suppose, that he needs a real score. He needs a significant score really to prove his worth, I suppose. Really struggled at the start of his career with Worcestershire, having made the move from Gloucestershire. But I think a lot of people who've seen him in the past know that there's a good player in there. But you know, he's got a good opportunity here.
Right is in bowling, and he's solidly forward. An appeal for leg before on the basis it was pad before bat. Umpire Adnan disagrees, or at least he disagrees that it was going to go on and hit the stumps, one or t'other. He answers the appeal in the negative. It was quite a vociferous appeal, but it was a sort of affronted appeal, if you like, from Wright, and I'm not entirely sure that he was completely convinced himself. End of the over, 146 for 2.
No, it's one of those that you don't really expect to get. There's quite a lot of bat involved. It may have been pad first. There's also, well, half of his pad was outside the line, so it would have been a difficult one to give. Parkinson to continue from the Diglis end, bowling to Libby, pushes this out on the offside, and Roderick is interested in a single because he can't quite see the alignment of the fielders in the offside ring as well as Libby can, but Libby sent him back and George Rhodes did the fielding. Parkinson again, left arm round, past umpire Nick Cook, bowls to the right-handed Libby, who is forward and gets a thickish inside edge. This one just trickles out on the leg side and is fielded by Mike.
I've suddenly warmed to Gareth Roderick, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because his favourite smell in the cricketers' who's who is, and I quote, "my newborn's hair after a bath." Oh.
Parkinson in bowls, and that one is pushed through outside the off stump, left alone by Libby.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
Oh, a man of great sensitivity, obviously.
The strangest thing he did during lockdown was baking. Brackets, never again.
Here's Parkinson again. Bowls, and Libby is forward to this one, pushing it back up the pitch to the bowler, who saw something encouraging in that, because when he fielded it, he had a quick look at Jake Libby, as if to say, you know, I nearly got through your defence. Bowls again now. Libby is forward very solidly this time, and again goes back to the bowler, who again picks it up and has a look at the alignment of Libby's defensive shot at the other end, maybe just trying to sow a seed or two of doubt into the batsman's mind. He's in once more, and he bowls, and Libby is forward again and pushes out on the offside, and again there is no run, and the fielding is done by the coat hanger, Ed Barnes. At cover point, end of the over, 146 for 2. Roderick just the one, and Libby on 77. The man out since lunch, Charlie Morris, bowled by Callum Parkinson for 50.
Amit Sekande is having a long chat to Parkinson, trying to... Oh, it's Patel. He's having, I beg your pardon, that hat confused me. He's having a long chat advising Callum Parkinson, or perhaps he's seen what he thinks may be a weakness, or making suggestions. He's down at third man at the moment. Sekande's down at long leg. Right continues. In he goes and bowls. Back foot attempted clip away into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it. Gareth Roderick comes off his thigh pad and bounces out towards gully. Picked up by Barnes. Roderick just walks towards short leg and rehearses the shot. 1 off 7 for him. He's feeling his way at the moment. Leicestershire reinvigorated by the lunch break. Coming back a little bit more strongly as he bowls, and that one leaves and bounces, and it's top of the hour. updates time.
Worcestershire have lost the first wicket of the day, the second of the innings, and it was the night watchman Charlie Morris who was out in the first over after lunch, bowled by the Leicestershire skipper Callum Parkinson for an excellent 50 made of 126 balls with 9 fours. So that was 139 for 2. Since then 7 more runs have been added by Jake Libby and his new partner Gareth Roderick, who's come in at number 4. Worcestershire in a strong position. This is all in response to Leicestershire's 222 first innings score in the afternoon sunshine. In the 47th over of the innings, Worcestershire are 146 for 2. That's Chris Wright bowls that one outside the off stump to Gareth Roderick, who lets it go through to the keeper. Good crowd in again here at New Road, fairly good crowd, enjoying the September sunshine. A real picture this ground today, blue sky, few fluffy cumulus clouds away to the south as I look. Cathedral looking magnificent as ever as Chris Wright comes in and bowls to Roderick, who goes back and steers this one down to third man off a thickish outside edge, fielded down there by Patel. And Roderick moves on to 2, and the total to 147 for 2. Worcestershire building towards that first innings Leicestershire score, and they'll want to build on this platform and get a significant lead, one imagines. Chris Wright doing his best to prevent that, is in and bowls, and he beats Libby with a good one outside the off stump, which bounced and climbed, as we've seen quite a few do. Actually, I don't think he did beat him, to be fair to Libby. I think he took his bat out of the way of that one, and through it went to the keeper Bates, Sam Bates, who's continuing to do the job behind the stumps in a measured, unfussy sort of fashion. Right in again, bowls, Libby defends, pushes out on the offside. George Rhodes comes in to do the fielding. End of the over from Chris Wright. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 42 his figures, and Worcestershire are 147 for 2.
Yeah, still waiting for his first chance.
Yeah,
Sam Bates. It will come, hopefully, from this point of view. As I say, hasn't put anything down that he shouldn't have held so far. And that includes standing up, obviously, to Callum Parkinson. But Parkinson, as we've been saying, isn't at the moment obtaining quite as much turn as young Baker. That said, there was one in that previous over, and he goes in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Roderick, playing it with a slightly angled bat out to Barnes, who's at point, chatting to umpire Adnan. He's slightly backward of point, Barnes that is. Azad is at silly mid-off as Parkinson goes in and bowls. Roderick is driving firmly for 4. Lovely shot, very, very straight, and it looked as though for a second Abi Sikande at mid-off, deep-ish mid-off, sort of on the push, was going to get across, but he couldn't get across. He hit it very, very straight, Roderick. And as is usually the case, he benefited from that. Sikande couldn't get there, crosses the ropes down there at a very straight long off for 4. His first boundary. He moves on to 6. Parkinson is in, he goes back, turns it in the air for a couple of feet as it runs out towards Ben Mike, who's at a short-ish, straight-ish mid-wicket. Azad claps his hands together. He was a little bit early on that one. And had Azad been at a mid-wicket on the other side, then he'd been in the game, as he drives that one as well on the front foot. Roderick not quite as firmly an on drive this time, and Wright can get across from mid-on to make the stop, and does. Alex Carey and Will Garby, Leicestershire's physio and sports conditioner, walking the boundary at the moment, as forward goes Roderick to that fuller delivery from Parkinson in defence on off stump out to Rhodes, who is at extra cover. Parkinson turns in and bowls. Back goes Roderick, turning it just past Mike, who has to run to his right. He bends down and picks up the ball on the stretch, though. Always a single to be taken. Roderick moves on to 7. The Worcestershire 150 up in that over with that fine straight hit by Roderick. 152 now for 2. Roderick has kept the strike. They can build around Libby nicely here, though, can't they? And that partnership, of course, with Morris. Ideal situation for Worcester, really.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Ideal situation. They'll be looking at, well, it's small targets, isn't it? They always build in small targets, but certainly getting parity and then getting beyond by the end of today. They would want to be well clear, I would think, of the Leicestershire first innings score. Pitch doesn't look to have too many demons in it now, although there's still a bit of help there, it must be said. Chris Wright in, bowls to Roderick, who turns this on the leg side, straight to fielder at mid-wicket. Lewis Hill, I beg your pardon, and there's no run. Yeah, it was a lovely shot from Roderick, wasn't it? That straight drive, beautifully executed, straight down the ground. And anybody that can play a shot like that is obviously a player of some quality. It's just a case of finding his form. I think he struggled a bit with the move generally, I think, having to move the family and move home and whatever. Hasn't quite settled. Wright is in, bowls to him, and again he drives nicely into the covers, but straight to the fielder at wide mid-off, and there's no run.
It's almost commutable, you would have thought. Yeah, I don't know where he was, though.
Bristol, I think, but also I think that first winter training in bubbles, not really meeting your entire team group, etc. I just think it was a difficult move from what I've heard. I don't know Gareth particularly well, but that's what I've heard, and it's just taking time to settle, as it does sometimes when people move jobs in any profession. He's right in, and Roderick lets that one go outside the off stump, and it's taken by the keeper. But yeah, he'll think he's got a good opportunity here, as I say. Nice situation to come in, you could argue.
He probably could do with a score then, in his own way, in this last game of the season, couldn't he? Just to leave on a season on a positive note, and everybody saying, oh, he's beginning to settle and all that sort of thing.
Exactly that, Richard. In comes Chris Wright again. He bowls, and Roderick is forward and gets a single, steering this one off the face of the bat down to third man, and he goes to 8, and the total to 153 for 2. He, as you say, he got 40 odd not out last week at Lords on a difficult pitch in difficult circumstances. The only batsman really that made any impression in the second innings of that game. But it was iffy, but simply because the ball was doing so much in that game. Right in, bowls to Libby, taking on the pad, big shout for LBW, looks a decent shout from here, just watching the replay. Ooh, yeah, it did look a good shout. That might have been just outside the line, might have been, but nip back, beat the forward defensive push, and a big shout, but might just have hit him outside the line of off stump. Hassan Adnan at the New Road end has erred on the side of caution when it comes to giving things out. Turned a lot of shouts down yesterday, and we looked at all the replays and thought he got just about all of them right. I think he
made a specific signal, Adnan, after that, which I think might have been his for got a bit of bat on it.
Yeah, maybe. He's right again in bowls, and Libby drives to mid off, and there's no runners. Mike does the fielding there. End of the over. 153 for 2. Roderick on 8, Libby on 77.
Right, didn't go up sort of straight. I think he knew, and his appeals did not last very long as he turned to umpire Adnan, I suspect in full knowledge. So first sanitising break post lunch, so 6 overs have been bowled, during which 138 to 153, just 15, no, nothing like, yeah, 15 runs have been, is that right? 15 runs have been added and got there in the end, and 1 wicket has fallen, so Leicestershire will be not over the moon with that, but they'll be happier with the way they've started this session than the way in which they started the morning session, at least.
Yeah, I think the problem probably comes when Wright finishes his spell. Yeah. Obviously, I think Parkinson's going to wheel away from that Diglis end most of the afternoon, you would imagine now, but he's got to rotate his seamers at the other end. And, well, I suppose, to be fair, Barnes bowled pretty well this morning, but both Mike and Sakande were prone to the odd loose delivery.
Parkinson is in, bounces a little bit. Roderick plays it well on the front foot, and it hit quite high up in the bat. On the bat, I should say. He managed to steer it down and out to Ed Barnes at backward point, but again he was maybe just deceived a little bit in the flight, and he went forward when he arguably could have gone back. Parkinson is in again, big stride from the South African, smothering any nascent spin as he turns his wrists on it and pushes it out to Ben Mike at that straight mid-wicket position. Parkinson is in and bowling short and a little bit wide. Had to reach for it, in fact, as he went back there, Roderick, and managed to cut it, but didn't get any weight into the shot. It's a little bit low down. He looks at the blade of his bat, just inspects it for a moment. Hill able comfortably to make the stop in the covers. Parkinson bowls. Roderick is driving pleasantly, but only as far as Sakande at mid-off. Good over so far from Parkinson in terms of its consistency. He's asked a couple of questions. He's found a couple of little bits of extra bounce in these last few overs. Goes in and bowls to Roderick, who is all care and attention as he reaches forward, gets to the pitch of the ball, pushes it back down the pitch to the Lancastrian, who has bowled well since lunch. He is in to finish his over. Roderick again is defending slightly sort of twitchily as he goes forward, but solidly nonetheless as he pushes it out towards Mike. But a good maiden over from Parkinson. He's making the batsmen play, making them work, making them think at the moment, and as I say, just finding just a little bit of something extra in the pitch that he didn't seem to find during the morning. 153 for 2 remains the score.
Yeah, and not bowling many bad balls, is he?
No.
Even this morning when he wasn't perhaps threatening as much, not much loose stuff. He's got cut a couple of times, but very consistent in terms of his line and length, as was Josh Baker yesterday for Worcestershire. Parking to 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23 now. Wright starts his 17th over from the New Road end, bowling. Ooh. Good delivery to Libby, quick one, bouncer, slips that in now and again, right, and Libby, he really
seemed to surprise him,
into a bit of a mess with that one, and then pulled his head out of the way at the last minute, and through it went to the keeper. So good from Wright, who's a lively medium pace, and he used to be a bit quicker, but just still got it when he slips himself like he did there. Just nice to let the batsman know that he can still do that.
He touches 80, do you think, when he occasionally slips himself?
I would say so, yeah, probably. Certainly a few years ago. He's in now, he bowls, and Libby punches this one up to mid-off where Mike is the fielder and there's no run. It's difficult to say, isn't it, without speed guns, and
yeah,
I always think, you know, that, and I've talked to quite a few people, but we've had this sort of discussion on air before. I've talked to quite a few people whose views I trust, and they say, you know, had speed guns been around 20 years ago, we might have been quite surprised at how quickly some of the bowlers around the circuit, and indeed in international cricket, used to get it through. Chris Wright moves in again and bowls to Libby, who... Did he take his bat away from that one? I think he might have done. Just have a look at
He's got a way of leaving when he
did
brings it back.
Play at that one.
It fools you a bit, doesn't it, sometimes?
Yeah, you know, but then I with my sort of PE teacher's hat on, I always say, well, you know, everybody swims quicker and runs quicker and jumps further and throws further and jumps higher than they used to. So presumably people are bowling quicker, and we've got bowlers who are bigger and stronger. Just break off as Wright comes in again and bowls, and does beat Libby again this time. It's a good little spell this from Chris Wright. But at the same time, fast bowling is also so much about that word rhythm that we can't really define in a sporting sense. Some people can say sometimes you get a very slight figure who gets it through very quickly, or you get a Malcolm Marshall who's quite a small man who gets it through very quickly. And I've spoken to one or two people whose views I respect greatly over the years about fast bowling, one of whom was former Worcestershire and England all-rounder Martin Horton, sadly no longer with us, but formerly a great friend of mine and coaching colleague. I'll just break off as Wright comes in and bowls and beats Libby again. What a good little spell this is. And Martin Horton said to me, you know, and Martin wasn't a man who was stuck in the past by any means. He coached, he was national coach of New Zealand for 15 years and coached lots of up-and-coming young players. And he said to me, you know, I've watched them all, I've played against them, I've coached them. He says, in all the time I've been involved in cricket, I have never, ever seen anybody bowl quicker than Frank Tyson. And that was, you know, Martin said that to me probably, I don't know, 20 years ago maybe. And there may have been people who were even quicker since then, but I respected that view. In comes Wright again and bowls, and he gets Libby this time, caught at second slip. So reward for a really super little over from Chris Wright, and Libby on the back foot looking to force it away. Very, very nicely caught at second slip by Louis Kimber, who took the catch to dismiss Daryl Mitchell and takes a good one. He made it look very, very easy, actually, just taking it up just under by his right armpit, really. Excellent innings from Libby. Ends first chance he's given, really, but really, really well-deserved reward for Chris Wright, who's produced a little post-lunch spell here that's very impressive, and in this over in particular had really established a bit of a stranglehold, beaten Libby 2-3 times in succession, and eventually picks him up. We might pick up our discussion about fast bowlers again a bit later, but for the moment 153 for 3 is the score, and well done Chris Wright.
Indeed, applause for Libby, but as Frank's saying, right, he's not a sledger, but after he beat Libby for the second time in that over, the second time out of 3 before taking the wicket, he did actually say something to him, and Libby just kind of looked down. I think he knew that Wright was bowling well, and he needed to try and get through. It wasn't the greatest shot Libby has played, obviously it wasn't, looking to force it, and he possibly could have just dropped his hands and let it go through, but he'd been a little bit unsettled by the excellence of Wright in that over, and as Frank was saying, absolutely deserved reward for the Leicestershire paceman, who is now on 48 wickets, I think, for this season. 48 wickets for the season for Chris Wright, who was capped last week by the Foxes alongside Lewis Hill. 2-4-43 for him now. Parkinson 1 for 23 is in from the Diglis end. Bowls to Roderick, who is forward again, big stride. Just coming back to what you were saying about Tyson, you wonder why given the technology we have now, that they can't actually work it out from film and things like that. You would think that they could, one way or another. Parkinson is in forward again.
That would be fun, wouldn't it? It'd be very
somebody could produce a definitive list of the speeds. You couldn't say that the speeds at which they bowl, because they'll vary from over to over slightly, but in goes Parkinson and cut nicely, late cut away by the South African down to find third man for he was in control there, Roderick, and moves into double figures with that 4 on 212, 157 for 3. But you could, I think, with sufficient analysis of the various bowlers, who would be Tyson might kind of be the first of whom there'd be enough footage. You would think perhaps the bowlers in the late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah.
Before then, no, obviously there just wouldn't really be the footage, would there? Someone like we see Larwood.
Yeah, I don't think the footage is good enough, is it?
No. Parkinson is in. Roderick goes back and is taking a thick inside edge as it bounces down and out towards mid-wicket. 1 or 2 oohs and ahs out there.
Yeah, but even if you only went back to the 50s, it would be great to know how does Wes Hall compare to Michael Holding? How does Charlie Griffith compare? Sylvester Clarke? Who
was the fastest of them all? In goes. Oh, almost there as Parkinson bowled. He plunged forward a little bit, as he has been doing. Roderick didn't get to the pitch of it. It was a little bit of extra bounce, came off the top part of the bat, back down the wicket, and Hassan Azad, who's in there at that silly mid-off, fell across the pitch with his right hand outstretched and was only a couple of inches short of scooping it up as Parks again is bowling, and again Roderick's forward, and again the ball is in the air. This time he plays it straighter, so it's out of the reach of Azad, but Parkinson will not be discouraged by the way he too is bowling, and he's beating Roderick a little bit in the flight. He's plunged forward at a couple of those, Gareth Roderick, and Parkinson will feel that he's not so very far away. 157 for 3. The game has taken on a slightly different feel this afternoon. Leicestershire have turned up, which they didn't really do this morning, or they didn't. Obviously they turned up, but they weren't at it, were they? Quite.
No, it's testing now, facing Parkinson. Livy played him really well. I think Livy was consistently going forward, and there's a real art to going forward and defending with soft hands, just letting the ball hit the bat, making sure you don't jab at it and push it too hard. Roderick's played it pretty well too. Lovely late cut in that over for 4. But the one that nearly carried to silly mid-off, he went out a little bit hard, didn't he? Pushed out in front of his pad, and he would just want to let the ball come a little bit. It's the same shot, you've just got to time it a little bit better, let the ball come, make sure your hands aren't too hard, you're not pushing hard at it, and he'll be just running it through in his mind, I'm sure, as he prods the pitch down there at the non-striker's end. And Jack Haynes comes in to face Chris Wright. Haynes, who's continued to show great promise for Worcestershire this season. That's some outstanding innings from him, but no first class 100 as yet. That's Wright comes in to bowl to him now, and he's pushing this one up to mid-on. There's no run. He was run out at the non-striker's end at Edgbaston on 87 when the ball flicked off the bowler's fingers, and then he was on 97 here against Derbyshire. He got a long hop and he smashed it away over square leg, thinking it was going for 6, and it was brilliantly caught by fielder on the leg side boundary, and that was the end of that for him. So 2 near misses. Did get a big 100 in the white ball competition at Chelmsford. This one he lets go outside the off stump. He got 150 against Essex in the Royal London Cup down at Chelmsford and played superbly. Great promise, but as yet no first class 100. Be really hoping he might be able to get it before the season ends. So there's a reason for both of these two out there to be really hopeful of a good afternoon and maybe evening as well, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. It's all a bit premature when he hasn't even got off the mark yet, but there we go. 157 for 3 as Wright is in to Haynes, and he's nicely forward to that one, pushing up to Ben Mike at mid-off, and there's no run.
All of which adds up to 447 first class runs at 34.5 more or less.
Yeah. which isn't bad, is it?
No,
pretty much
absolutely
your
not.
first season.
That's
And he
in
didn't
30
play.
innings.
He didn't play in the first 2 or 3 Red Bull games of the season either. He was still required to kind of get some second team runs to force his way in.
It's just his 9th first-class game of the season.
He waits now as Wright comes in to him, and he bowls, and he's forward, pushes out square on the offside. George Rhodes does the fielding at backward point, and there's no run, so Haynes still not yet off the mark. I think he's learning to cope with triumph and disaster, as it were. I know he was absolutely devastated at Edgbaston and here when he holed out on 97, having played so well. But I suppose it means that when the milestone is eventually passed, and surely it will be, it'll be all the sweeter for those near misses. Here's Chris Wright in, bowls to Haynes, who pushes this out on the offside and wants a single, but sends back Gareth Roderick, who was more than willing to respond, had a positive call come from the batsman, but fielder Ben Mike was in quickly from mid-off. So another good over from Chris Wright so far. His 18th of the innings. He's been the most worked of the Leicestershire bowlers by some considerable margin. 2 for 43 so far. 1 ball left in his 18th over. And he's in now and he bowls, and Haynes is off the mark this time, pushing this one out on the leg side between Parkinson at mid-on and Hill at mid-wicket. So Haynes will keep the strike, and at the end of that over, Worcestershire are 158 for 3.
Jack Alexander Haynes is 20. Malvern College. Worcester born.
His
Dad played more than 200 matches for Worcestershire in the 1990s.
Did indeed.
His older brother Josh plays for Leeds Bradford.
Did.
MCCU. His first cricket club was Ombersley.
Still is. That's my club.
There you go. He did lots of shadow batting during lockdown, and if he was an animal, he'd be a racehorse, he says. Think that's tongue-in-cheek?
Yes.
Is he not the fastest of runners, or?
Well, no.
Is he a thoroughbred, or?
When I said to Alan Richardson last night, whose idea was it to turn him into a slip fielder, he said it's because he's so slow everywhere else.
There you go. In goes Parkinson and bowls to him. There's a bit of pad involved there as he defends that one out into the offside, and Parkinson's right hand started to go into the air. Umpire Cook has donned his coat, having been in shirt sleeves this morning.
Who thinks up these questions for the who's who? What sort of animal would you be?
In goes Parkinson and bowls. Big old stride from the racehorse as he gets forward to that one, out into the offside. They pick and choose, don't they? In terms of who's who. They don't print every answer to every question. Just those that tickle them. Forward goes Haynes in defence back down the pitch to Parkinson, who's improved Leicestershire. Well, the over rate's been at sort of level throughout their innings, but as I say, they have a really poor record in those terms, Leicestershire. But Parkinson improving it. In he goes and bowls thick inside edge as Haynes defends that one. It trickles out towards short leg with Bates in pursuit, and following the ball, Azad crosses the pitch and goes in at short leg, as presumably ordered by his captain Parkinson, who is in and bowling. Haynes forward, then back. He adjusts to the slightly shorter length that Parkinson bowled there, and therefore was much more in control as he defended that one back down the pitch off the middle of the bat. Parkinson in to finish his 14th over. Back goes Haynes, looking to cut, but it went on with the arm a little bit. He had to adjust and rather shovel it out back down the pitch. He rehearses a more attacking shot, but Parkinson perhaps just slightly got the better of him with that arm ball. End of the over, 158 for 3. Good battles going on out there at the moment. Feels a much more even contest. Parkinson has one for 27. Wright is going to continue, but as you were saying, Frank, I think he must be coming to the end of his spell. He's not quite as young as he was.
Yep. Talking of coming to the end of spells, Richard's off to update BBC Radio Leicester listeners. And I'll be doing the same shortly here for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners. Better news if you're a Leicestershire supporter, with 2 wickets having gone down since lunch, as Chris Wright comes in and bowls to Gareth Roderick, who drives nicely and may have hoped for some runs, but he doesn't get any because Ben Mike moves across from mid-off and makes a very good diving stop behind, well, almost behind the bowler, and had he not done so, that probably would have run away for 4, even though it was just a solid push from Roderick. As it was, he got nothing for it. He stays on 12. Here comes Chris Wright again and bowls, and Roderick is forward to this one, pushing out on the offside. The same fielder, Ben Mike, is called into action, this time a more leisurely effort from him as he just strolls in to collect that one and returns to the bowler by walking across and handing the ball to Wright, who's in conversation with Parkinson now about a field change perhaps, or about whether he's going to have another one, or I don't know what that's all about. But no, it doesn't look as though there's anything wrong with Chris Wright, other than the fact that he's tiring a little bit. As I say, he's in his 19th over, and he comes in again now and bowls, and Roderick is discomforted by this one, tucks it away on the leg side. He's got a single for it, but he's in some pain. I think it might have been one of those where he hit the inside of his knee with the bat. I'm not sure. He's down in a heap at the non-striker's end, having completed the run. Just watching the replay now. No, not sure what it was, but he's in a lot of trouble, and the physio's out there to deal with it. He really looks in quite a bit of pain here, Gareth Roderick. 159 for 3. He's gone to 13 with that single, and actually the physio hasn't got out there yet. Physio's coming out now, I think. It's just a drinks opportunity for the fielders out there at the moment. Physio just making his way down the steps of the Graham Hick Pavilion and running out to the middle now, as Gareth Roderick has recovered a little bit. He's sort of rolled onto his back, but immediately as he set off for that run, he was hopping almost and jumping along as he made his way to the non-striker's end. As soon as he got there, he collapsed to the ground, but there doesn't look to be too much concern out there. The physio's just arrived. Josh Dell is the 12th man who's taken a drink out to Jack Haynes. Physio now is asking Gareth Roderick what the problem is, and it appears to be his right ankle, which is the problem. And it looks as though it could be a bit more serious than I first thought. Pads off, boots off, and the physio's having a look at things. So, update for BBC Hereford and Worcester listeners, imminent, but you're not missing any action here at New Road at the moment. Well, 2 wickets have fallen since the lunch interval. The first 2 wickets Worcestershire have lost today. Charlie Morris was out in the first over after lunch, bowled by Callum Parkinson for a very good 50, especially good when you consider that he came in as a night watchman last night. And shortly after that, Jake Libby, who'd played really well for his 77, caught at second slip by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Chris Wright for that 77. A really excellent effort from Libby, continuing his fine form since joining the club from Nottinghamshire, and that puts Worcestershire into a position of some strength, although they've got a little bit of rebuilding to do. Gareth Roderick, who is currently down injured and receiving treatment from the physio, is on 13, Jack Haynes on 1, and Worcestershire are 159 for 3. And you're still not missing any cricket, because Roderick is still receiving treatment, although he has regained his feet and put his his boot back on. Whether he's going to put his pad back on and carry on, I'm not sure yet. He's just tentatively feeling that right ankle. The pad's going back on now, so it does look as though he's going to continue his innings. And Jack Haynes, Josh Dell and the physio look on with some concern. Meanwhile, Callum Parkinson's got his Leicestershire teammates around him, and they're actually sharing a joke at the moment. Bit of light-hearted banter going on out there. So Worcestershire resuming this morning to give you the story of the day on 30 for 1, with Libby on 16 and Morris, the night watchman, on 6. Reached 138 by lunch without losing a wicket. Libby was on 70 and Morris on 50, but that partnership brought to an end shortly after lunch. Partnership of 125 in the end for that second wicket, before Morris was bowled by Parkinson for 50, and a few overs later Jake Libby caught at second slip by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Chris Wright for 77, and that meant it was 153 for 3, and that brought together this pair that are out there now. Roderick, who's on 13, and Haynes on 1. Roderick having just received lengthy treatment for what looked like an ankle injury. It was a funny one. He just sort of tucked the ball away on the leg side and set off for the run, and immediately was in pain and sort of hopping as he got down to the non-striker's end and went down on the ground and had treatment to the right ankle.
Well, when he went down, you'd thought, well, he's going to have to go off there, because he was lying on his back, and it was Italian footballer job, wasn't it? Beating the ground.
Not the first time that we've seen it here this year. There's one that a lot of people will remember if they were here or perhaps watching on the live stream. It was when we played Yorkshire in the T20 competition, and Johnny Bairstow was batting at exactly that end, and
he gave it the works.
He went for a single and screamed in agony and lay on the ground, was rolling. You talk about Italian football, right? It made Roderick's effort just now look like a school drama performance compared to Stratford-on-Avon. Break-offers right bowls to Haynes, who gets an edge to a no ball, and it runs just past the stumps on the offside, so 2 runs will go onto the total. Yeah, and you thought, not only did you think that he was going to have to retire, but you thought, that's it, career's over, perhaps, or certainly season's over. But unfortunately for Worcestershire, he recovered, had a runner out there, stood on one leg, and absolutely smashed it everywhere. Here's Wright in again, bowls, and Haynes cuts for 4. Wide and short, just perhaps emphasising that what I thought, that he is tiring a little bit, Wright, and that one crashed away down to backward point for 4 runs for Jack Haynes. His first boundary goes to 5. I'm just trying to find the scorecard of that innings from Johnny Bairstow, because it was quite startling, and I wouldn't like to not do it justice in recalling it, but those that were here will remember it. Some of the biggest sixes that people have seen here at New Road since the days of Graham Hick. It really was travelling to all parts. The ball was flying everywhere, and there was some very, very big shots in it as well. 165 for 3. Chris Wright just taking a little bit of time out now, and the ball having to be sanitised, having gone down there to the boundary. Yeah, I've got it now. Here we are. So Chris Wright, Bairstow on that occasion, his 100 came off 48 balls with 7 4s and 8 6s. He was eventually out for 112 off 51 balls with 7 4s and 10 6s. Most of it played on one leg. Here's Chris Wright bowling to Jack Haynes, who's forward and pushes this one back up the pitch to the bowler. No run as this one trickles off Wright's hands and into the stumps at the non-striker's end. But Roderick hadn't left his ground.
They always say that, don't they? Beware the wounded.
Oh, it really
batsman.
was. It was
a Greenwich job, was it?
Extraordinary hitting, even by modern standards. It was extraordinary hitting. You know, I'm a bit of a cynic. I think it gets a bit baseball-like at times and lacks subtlety and nuance sometimes. The white ball game, right is in, and bowls outside the off stump, left alone, taken by the keeper, 165 for 3. And it, you know, I do honestly think that it can just get a bit repetitive, and the white ball doesn't give the bowler much of a chance, doesn't do a lot. And 2 white balls, so one stays hard, and you know it's always hard. One at each end, etc., etc. But on that occasion, if you're just admiring ball striking, as I call it, rather than batspersonship, it was fantastic. It really was. He hit a couple into the park, I think, behind us, into Cripplegate Park. So that's over
the road,
stand over the road and into the park, which is, you know, you're in Hick and Botham territory, I think.
Talking about Hick, you may raise your eyebrows when I tell you, as Parkinson is in and bowling to Gareth Roderick, who digs it out a little bit, still a little unsure on his feet, that Paul Nixon yesterday likened some of Kimber's shots. He said there's something in the way he hits some of those back foot shots, he said, that reminds him of Graham Hick.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice, it's good that you can sort of see it. He's a long way to go, obviously, but strong young man. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Roderick is forward, defending down into the ground, picked up by Azad.
You commented on his build yesterday, didn't you? Saying that he's a big, strong man, and in that sense, he resembles Hick, and also in the sense of the way that he's caught at second slip in this game so far.
Yes, with all the time in the world. In goes Parkinson, down the wicket goes Roderick, and he clips it into the leg side. There was just, I beg your pardon, yes, Roderick, there was just a hint of desperation about that. Oh, it was not desperation, but I'm not quite sure how to play Parkinson, and whether to get forward or get back, and he used his feet and got a little bit of a tangle, managed to get it out into the leg side. Parkinson in again to Roderick, who's forward, happy there, getting to the pitch of the ball, playing it back down the wicket on the onside. I think Azad may have gone a sort of foot back and a little bit almost straighter, I'm not quite sure, but he's right there. And he looks a little discomforted, Roderick, as Parkinson goes in, and he goes back and chops it down into the ground, bounces up nicely for Hill, sort of circling round to his left at extra cover, extra cover. And there is no run again. But a really good little battle. Roderick 13 off 40, Parkinson in to him. He goes back, that's better, defends it with a straighter bat out towards Hill again. End of the over. I think that was a maiden from Parkinson. It was 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27. Barnes is the recipient of a few words from Parkinson. I would suggest that, he's going to Mike. So I would have thought that Barnes would have been the likelier candidate to come on at this end and replace Chris Wright, but it is going to be Ben Mike. Mike's second spell or third spell in a day is often better, whether it's because the edge is taken off him in terms of energy, so he settles down into he's not trying to bowl as quickly, so to speak. I'm not quite sure, but we'll let us see if he bears out my words or makes me look an idiot. Not for the first time.
And not for the first time. I think Chris Wright had an over too many. I can understand exactly why, but he was tiring, I think.
He was.
And it's only when that happened that he starts. So it didn't cost too much, but it might just mean that...
I think it's tricky for Parkinson if you've got a senior player like Wright, and you say to Wright, have you had enough? And he says, I've got another one more.
100% agree with that. In comes Mike anyway, and he bowls to Haynes, who steers this one behind square on the offside. There's no run. So Chris Wright, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 51. Definitely the pick of the bowlers. And none of the other seamers has bowled more than 8. Mike just starting his 9th. That's the extent to which Wright has been the workhorse. But not getting any younger.
No, he's 35, Chris Wright now.
Quite a good effort from him today. But I've said it before quite a few times on air. Forgive me if you've heard it before. just break off as Mike comes in and bowls and beats Haynes with a good one outside off stump. But my philosophy as a coach and a captain, and you know, when you formulate your plans in the dressing room and you send your captains out onto the field, I generally say, if you think of a change, do it. Don't think about it and think, I'll give him another one, or just see how it goes for a bit before I bring in that second slip, because inevitably one will go through second slip and you'll wish you'd done it. Or the bowler you keep on for one more over, he won't pick up a couple of wickets, he'll go for a couple of boundaries. Mike in again, bowls, and Haynes cuts this one down to third man in the air. Not a chance, as the fielder Patel came in off the boundary and dived forward. I don't think it was a chance, but it almost carried. Just a suggestion again that when the seamer bends his back, there's a little bit of lift in the pitch. And Haynes gets a fortuitous single. He goes to 666 for 3. And yeah, I just think, you know, when you're a captain, you think about a bowling change. The reason you consider it is because you think it's the right thing to do, or a field change or whatever. Mike again in and bowls, and 4 runs for Roderick here. Just flicked very nicely down the leg side as Mike erred in line. And that's been his problem, really, finding a consistent line in this game so far. So easy runs for Roderick there. He goes to 17, 170 for 3.
Bates was semi-interested there, wasn't he? And he's down on his haunches now, thinking maybe I could quite...
It would have been a catch, I think.
He didn't get a glove on it.
But yeah, you know, going back to that point, as a captain, you think, shit. I tell you what, I might need a gully here. And then the next ball goes through gully. You know, shall I bring a third slip? Oh, it's gone through there. I wish I had. Do it. If you think of it, do it. It's always been my philosophy, and I think, you know, there might be occasions where bowlers are given one more over and they pick up a couple of wickets, but they're far, far, far outweighed by the occasions where they're given one more over and they go to the boundary 2 or 3 times, and the complexion of the game can change in a situation like that. So that's always been my philosophy anyway. But I can completely agree with you when you say that Parkinson, looking around his attack, would have thought Chris Wright is the man to stick with, because he's been the best of the seamers. Mike in, bowls to Roderick, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run on this occasion. 170 for 3 it remains. 2 men out in this afternoon session. Charlie Morris in the first over after lunch, bowled by Callum Parkinson for 50, and Jake Levy caught at second slip by Louis Kimber off the bowling of the aforementioned Chris Wright for 77. Here's Ben Mike in again now, bowls, and Roderick is on the back foot, steering this one down in front of him, and there's no run. The end of the over from Mike, which almost produced a reward with that sliced drive from Haynes, which landed in front of the third man, but then conceded 4 cheap runs down the leg side. 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 437 his figures. It's 170 for 3.
Just 52 behind now. Worcester with 7 first innings wickets in hand. Foxes need at least 2 more wickets in this session. Really, they need a sort of 4 or 5 wicket session to really get themselves back into the game. At the moment it's tilting towards the home side. Parkinson is in to Haynes, who's forward with an angled bat. He's steering it wide through sort of third slip down towards third man. Barnes in hot pursuit. Gets there, picks up but around about 10-15 yards inside the boundary. So Haynes able to take 1, moves on to 7. So Parkinson will renew the battle, and it is a battle with Roderick. In he goes. Roderick is forward, getting to the pitch of it, turning his wrists on it, pushing it out towards mid-on. Strong bottom hand. South African. Kimber at first slip, quite deep as Parkinson is in. Roderick goes back and he's turning it away off middle and leg, but quite decisively and firmly out towards deep mid wicket. Mike is in pursuit. He also is wearing two hats, so obviously he's got Parkinson's hat on as well. Underarms the ball to right at mid-on, having chased it down. Roderick, having picked up a couple, has moved on to 19. 173 for 3. Parkinson bowls. Roderick is in the air, clipping it out past mid-on. Actually hit that a lot rather better than I thought he had initially. Didn't look like he'd got all of it. In fact, he timed it rather nicely and played it firmly, just wide of right at mid-on, and Wright, who isn't the fastest in pursuit, was never going to chase that down. He did turn and give of his best, but ball beat man comfortably. Roderick follows up the 2 with a 4, moves on to 23. He's winning the battle in this over. 177 for 3. Parkinson in to him. He's driving firmly out into the offside, but just checked his shot slightly as it went out to Rhodes at straightish extra cover, and gestures being made by Roderick. I don't know quite what about. A demonstrative man at the crease, as we've seen with his dramatic hopping down the wicket and
still struggling
crashing.
with that, I think. Still
whether he just turned his ankle slightly, and I don't know. Parkinson to finish the over is in. He goes back, little bit of bounce, and he manages to get on top of it and steer the ball with a horizontal-ish bat out to Eddie Barnes at backward point. End of the over. 177 for 3. Gareth Roderick 23. Haynes has 7.
Yeah, still a sign of a slight limp, I thought, when he ran through in that over. But lovely shot for 4, wasn't it? Very wristy, very just a flick. He sort of got to the pitch of the ball and then just kind of flicked it with his bottom hand. Right wrist came through and he just flicked it wide of the fielder at mid-on. Chris Wright, as you say, and timed it very nicely. 23 off 49 to Roderick, and Jack Haynes on 7. The two came together and the score was 153 when Jake Libby was caught at second slip by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Chris Wright for 77. Here's Ben Mike from the New Road End. He's in, he bowls a bouncer to Haynes, who ducks underneath it, and I bet they'll have played against each other a bit, these two, Mike and Haynes. Second team cricket perhaps, maybe not.
Well, I was going to say Ben has been a sort of fixture in the Leicestershire first team now for 3 sort of years, so
maybe once or
Haynes
twice.
would have been a teenager, maybe, yeah.
But Jack Haynes, as you said, relatively new to the red ball game. It's really just this season that he's established himself in the middle order for Worcestershire, normally coming in at 4. Lower today because of the night watchman. Mike is in, bowls, and Haynes lets that one go outside the off stump. You mentioned his father Gavin, who played over 100 times for Worcestershire, an all-rounder, now a highly respected cricket coach, and very much involved in young cricketers' development in the county, and very much responsible for the development of his son Jack, who stands now bat raised and goes forward to Mike and pushes this out on the offside, and there's no run. Certainly I think Haynes, the brightest light really you could say in terms of young batsmen coming through for Worcestershire. Another one is sitting in the dugout, operating as a 12th man for Worcestershire. Well, he's probably up in the pavilion now, and that's Josh Dell. In comes Mike again and bowls, and Haynes lets that go outside the off-stump. Josh Dell, also a product of Ormsby Cricket Club, and probably be playing in this game if it weren't for a thumb injury. And I think probably we'll see Dell given a chance, or a few chances, somewhere near the top of the order next season, with Daryl Mitchell retiring. Matthew Wade due to arrive to take up a place somewhere in that top order. Nobody knows exactly where that will be. As Mike moves in again and bowls to Haynes, who gets a single down to third man. Plays that nicely, gets on top of it and just steers it down to Rishi Patel down on the third man boundary. Haynes goes to 8 and it's 178 for 3.
Is Wade still on the international scene at all, really?
I don't think so. I think he's. I think. Well, the idea, I think, is that he's going to come here and play in all forms of the game. Possibly captain in some aspect or other, but it's just possibly. I mean, nobody really knows yet, of course. Then Mike in bowls, and that's down the leg side. Roderick misses it, and it's actually not taken cleanly for the first time, really, by Sam Bates behind the stumps. End of the over, 178 for 3.
Yeah, sun behind cloud at the moment. Leicestershire will feel that they have been much better after lunch, and they are restricting Worcestershire. They're making their work much harder, but they do need wickets, and these two beginning to build a partnership again. 125 it's worth now for the 4th wicket, which doesn't sound very much, but at this stage of the innings it is plenty. Coming up to 60 overs bowled in the innings as Parkinson is in to Haynes, who's forward competently, solidly, securely. Back down the wicket it goes. The point being that these are the overs that the Worcestershire batsman will be looking to sort of develop the innings, not quite to cash in on as Parkinson goes in, and Haynes is driving. He's got that one away wide of the field as he's threaded the gap in the field. Sekande is in pursuit. He's not going to get there. Nice placement from Jack Haynes, and he picks up 4 runs.
Parkinson's livid with his fielders. He can't. I was talking about this morning about how he wants to get that alignment in that offside ring so tight that it can't be threaded through. And you'd normally get your wicketkeeper involved, and you'd say, yeah, just you go there and you go that way a bit, and it'll almost impossible. But Haynes did get it through, and Parkinson just couldn't believe it.
He goes again and bowls, and Haynes is again digging it out as he's looking to drive back down the wicket.
Stood with his arms out.
Well, Hill is a little bit deeper at extra cover, kind of to cover that shot
exactly.
with Rhodes sort of at a straight extra cover. So understandably a little bit puzzled Parkinson as he bowls to Haynes, who is forward, not getting to the pitch of it that time, hits quite high up on the bat. Parkinson holds his pose for a few minutes. He's bowling quite well. Well, he is bowling well, Callum Parkinson, but
it's all part of the fun, isn't it? He's changed his fielder over now from short leg to silly point again as well.
Yeah, he's swapped a few times, hasn't he? He's at that silly mid-off position at the moment, and the ball is played back past him by Haynes, who for me has actually played Parkinson rather better than Roderick has. Roderick has not been as certain or as effective in his defence. In goes Parkinson, bowls. I'm saying that, and he's driving, and his appeal for a catch behind by Bates. Parkinson, I'm not sure, was convinced. The man who isn't convinced is Nick Cook, and he's the only man who counts. Parkinson has his head in his hands in disbelief, but Nick Cook is already at square leg. Parkinson, his face is red, and it is not solely from the sun and from the effort of bowling. He is not a happy chappy out there at the moment. Bates went up for the catch. The youngster took it nicely. It was a full-blooded attempt at a drive from Haynes. Well, it perhaps was bat on ground or something like that.
I think it was bat on ground. I'm not sure. I think it was bat on ground. We had that one yesterday, didn't we, where there was a big loud appeal and it was turned down. Ben Mike in to bowl to Gareth Roderick bowls, and Gareth Roderick drives nicely. Half volley through the covers. He's going to get 4 for that. Racing away, shortish boundary down towards the hotel. This is Mike's problem, isn't it? There'll be an over. There'll be a good ball or two in this over, you can be sure. But he's taken a bit of pressure off by starting with a half volley, and most of the overs he's bowled have contained at least one loose delivery.
Exactly that.
Although he's bowled some really good ones as well. Oh, update time. And we've just seen Gareth Roderick drive sweetly to the extra cover boundary off the bowling of Ben Mike to take his personal score on to 27, and the Worcestershire total in reply to Leicestershire's first innings 222 on to 186 for 3. 2 men out since lunch. Charlie Morris, who'd done a great job as night watchman, eventually going for 50 in the first over after the break, and Jake Libby out for 77, caught at second slip by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Chris Wright. That was 153 for 3, 33 added since then by Roderick, who's on 27, and Jack Haynes, who's on 12. Worcestershire going along nicely in response to Leicestershire's 222. They are 186 for 3 in the 61st over. And it's Ben Mike to continue. He bowls to Roderick, who gets another run here as he just tickles this one off his hip down to long leg. Oh, it's fielded down there by Sekanda, and Roderick moves on to 28, and it's 187 for 3, so just 35 now the deficit, and Worcestershire will be hoping they can gain parity and move on past that fairly promptly in the remainder of this session. What have we got? Another 15 overs. Mike in, bowls, and Haynes is forward, steering out square on the offside, and there's no run. Bit of cloud filling in now in the south, but nothing threatening about it. Plenty of blue sky as well, just not quite as sunny as it was earlier in the day. Lovely weather we've had for this last game of the season here at New Road, and a healthy crowd for September cricket here. Ben Mike moves in again from left to right as we look. He bowls, and Jack Haynes drives through the covers. He won't get 4, he'll just get 1 because he didn't really get hold of it. Only just beat George Rhodes diving to his right at extra cover, and Callum Parkinson moves across from mid-off to do the fielding. So just the single for Haynes. He moves on to 13, and it's 188 for 3. With 1 ball left in this 61st over from Ben Mike. He's coming in now to bowl to Gareth Roderick, and he bowls a good delivery which Roderick goes back to, plays out on the offside. End of the over then from Mike. 11 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 44, his figures. And as I say, Worcestershire going along nicely. What is it? 34 runs in arrears, 188 for 3.
Parkinson in discussions at the moment with George Rhodes. Rhodes we saw for 1 fairly innocuous over before lunch. I suspect we won't be seeing him again any time soon. Might get a couple of overs out of him to work through to the new ball, but Leicestershire, well, they're still 19 overs away from that particular landmark, and we'll want at least 2 more wickets before then. Try and get an end open. Been closed off by Messrs Roderick and Haynes at the moment. Haynes it is who is going to be on strike to Parkinson, who is in and bowls. Haynes is again reaching forward, beaten in the flight a little bit. Thick outside part of the bat, bounces out to Eddie Barnes at backward point. Azad looks to Parkinson and asks, do you want me to move a little bit squarer? Parkinson, who's not sort of catching the eye of umpire Cook as he walks back to his mark, indicates he that Azad can go a little bit square, and he is in a pretty much silly point now rather than silly mid-off. Parkinson bowls, back goes Haynes, leaves, nice bounce again. The pitch has helped both spin and seam in that respect for the most part. There's been some good bounce in it. Paul Nixon was impressed with the pitch yesterday. He thought it was a really, really good wicket. Good, he meant cricket-wise. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Haynes is forward waiting for that one. Slightly angled bat. Again, Barnes is in play at backward point. Barnes is bowling a few looseners now, so I think he's going to come on and replace Mike at the New Road end, unless Parkinson's beginning to run out of steam. I think he's bowled since lunch from the Diglis
Yeah,
end.
before lunch, yeah.
In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Haynes, back down the pitch on the offside. Parkinson himself fields in his follow through. Almost looks like just behind the television sort of black box at that end, there's a contraption that almost looks like a gallows. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Forward goes Haynes.
Yeah, I think it's
and there's no run.
I think it could be for sort of winding head.
Slightly obscured by the trees. The top part of it, and it does look very like
it is a winch. Yeah.
Parkinson is in. Haynes leaves outside off stump, taken by Bates. End of the over. Parkinson looks a fraction weary and dishevelled as he walks back down the wicket, again in discussion with Rhodes. 188 for 3, 28 Roderick, 13 to Haynes. Parkinson 1 for 38 from 18. He's only conceded, his economy rate throughout the season is no more than 3. Just perhaps over 3.0 something or other, Parkinson, and he's pretty much the most economical of the Leicestershire bowlers in those terms. I think Davis's is a slightly better economy rate, but he has obviously only played in a handful of games.
Well, it's Ed Barnes to bowl from the New Road end, as you predicted. I think he was probably the next best of the seamers after Wright for me this morning. 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 13. Sakande is not being trusted. He bowled 5 overs today, 3 last night, but he was quite expensive, particularly in 1 over to Libby, and he's gone for 30 off his 8. Mike now 44 off his 11, and certainly Wright and Parkinson the standout bowlers for Leicestershire in this innings so far. So what have we got? We've got 13 overs to go before we have tea, and the first of them now being bowled by Ed Barnes. He's in, he bowls, and almost defeats Gareth Roderick as he pushes forward at that one and gets a sort of bottom edge, and it bounces down past the stumps and runs to safety behind. But uncertain, Barnes trudges back to his mark. Doesn't quite know where the ball is. Oh, there it is, he says, as he looks round to mid-on, who didn't have it, and gets it from mid-off.
Roderick's been concerned about someone behind that bowler's arm for a while.
I think it might be somebody on the top deck of the view there over to our left. In comes Barnes. Long striding run he bowls, and Roderick steers this one away on the offside, gets a single as Mike moves to his left in the covers. Roderick goes to 29, 189 for 3. Barnes got a good approach. I like a bowler that gets into his stride fairly early on in his run-up, and he doesn't decrease in pace, and he doesn't shorten his stride length either, so he hits the crease at good pace with a nice rhythm, I think. He stands at the end of his mark now. Stops with 2 or 3 short paces, and now he's quickly into that wide striding run, and he's in and he bowls. Good delivery, which Jack Haynes pushes back up the pitch to mid-on, and it looks as though he's got a nicely repeatable approach and action. Ed Barnes.
He looks a bit to me also as though he's still sort of growing into his body, if that makes any sort of sense. I think he'll flat out a little bit and stronger shoulders. Amount of
comes again. Yeah. Bowls, and this one is just erring in line a little bit, drifting into Haynes's pads, and he tucks it away off his left hip, really, for 2 behind square on the leg side. The margins for error for bowlers get smaller, obviously, the higher you go, and Barnes will learn pretty quickly that if you're bowling at top order batsman and your line is where that one was, which is sort of leg stump, middle and leg, you're likely to just get tucked away round the corner, just exactly as he was then. In he comes now, bowls again to Haynes, and again his line is a little bit too leg side-ish, and Haynes clips him through mid-wicket for 2. Bat came down late on that one, and there were a couple of arms raised in anticipation of an appeal or some other success, but Haynes squeezed the bat down on it in time and actually got a thickish inside half of the bat on it, shall we say. Picked up 2. He moves to 17, and it's 193 for 3 as Barnes moves in to complete his over. Bowls, and down the leg side again, and more runs here for Haynes. Cheap runs, really. Again, just a little tickle off his hip, wide of the diving keeper, and 4 runs. So 8 runs conceded, 9 runs conceded by Barnes, mainly because his line was inconsistent. 197 for 3. Roderick 29, Haynes 21.
Kicks at the crease as though it's the crease's fault.
Yeah, it hasn't taken him long to learn that trick. No. That's the equivalent of the batsman doing that, isn't it?
Well, it's not convincing, is it? And he puts 2 hats on because he's been the designated Parkinson cap wearer atop his own. Backward point. He retreats to. Parkinson is going to continue. Is he going to go through the session? If he is, he's going to have to bowl another 6 overs because there are 12 remaining until tea. What time is it? It's sort of 22, so
it'll be about the same
a bit late. In he goes and bowls. Forward goes Roderick. Back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. Long sleeved shirt. Parkinson favours. I've never seen him wearing a short sleeved one. Umpire Cook steps back as Parkinson goes in. Back goes Roderick, playing him more off the back foot now. He's less inclined to sort of plunge forward quite as much as he was in the earlier part of his innings. It may be that Parkinson is dragging back his length a little bit, but I suspect he's sort of, as he's settled into his innings, Roderick is picking the length a little bit better. In goes Parkinson. His wrist on that one as he reaches forward, clips it out towards, and you say he's still limping. Imagine that if he gets addressed with some further strapping. To Haynes, who's driving nicely out into the offside. It's not stopped by Rhodes. It should have done. He should have stopped it. He managed to slow it down sufficiently, and Sikandar completed the fielding. No runs were conceded as a consequence, but Parkinson not in by Rhodes as he goes in and bowls. Haynes is forward, back down. He plays it. Back to his, but he said something which amused umpire Cook. Leans back and lofts to the hands as Parkinson in a drive rastily, and it bounces and is fielded on. Recover the over. remain to be bowled today. Roderick has moved on to 30. Jack Haynes to 21. He's beginning to catch him. 198 for 3. A batting point within sight for Worcestershire.
Hooray! Doesn't really matter.
Not in this game.
I
As much
suppose
as does
I
at
suppose
places.
there probably is some small difference in prize money between finishing.
There isn't actually,
Isn't
because
there?
we went into this in the last
Oh,
game.
right,
That's the only reason
so
I can tell you.
So there's no difference in prize money for finishing 5th or 6th?
No, not in Division 3, we were
Wow.
told.
There we go.
Because we did actually check with the ECB, because it's in nowhere on there.
Right.
But it goes down to 3rd in Division 3.
So
apparently.
those points, those bonus points are utterly meaningless.
Only in
League
if they don't
table.
make any difference in terms of the actual where you finish in the league table.
Oh, here's Barnes bowling to Roderick, who pushes out on the offside. There's no run. Actually, I take that back. I mean, to say bonus points are meaningless simply because they don't bring any money is a dreadfully
Shame on you.
mercenary thing to say. But they're meaningless in terms of kind of tangible reward, shall you say? But it's just about winning the game, isn't it? I suppose for either of these sides. Here comes Barnes again and bowls, and that's banged in short, and Roderick gets a single, steering it down to 3rd man, where Rishi Patel is the fielder, and that takes Worcestershire on to 199 for 3, and 1 run away from what will be a 4th bonus point. Leicestershire have 2 in the game. Worcestershire on top, just 23 runs in arrears now, and glorious sunshine again now as Ed Barnes moves in from the New Road end and bowls to Haynes. A good delivery, Yorker right in the block hole, nicely played by Haynes. Digged it out, sent it in.
Barnes up. I've seen them use him like a few times with the old ball.
Yeah.
See the right. Exactly.
Wonder
Yeah.
if there's maybe a bit of reverse there for him. Just try and see which side the shine's on.
He's
It's very
picked up
difficult
a
from
couple of
here.
leg befores like that.
Yeah.
In recent matches.
Certainly places his fingers very carefully on the ball at the end of his run up. And in he comes now, he bowls, and that one is again just drifting into Haynes's pads, and he capitalises to the tune of 1 and brings up the 200 for Worcestershire, which is greeted with a ripple around the ground. 200. So fine. Paul Nixon's suggestion. Leicestershire. Bat, but hasn't been exactly ball on top of bat today, as this one is down the leg side and missed out on by Roderick. He flicked at it but couldn't get anything on it, and the keeper Bates moves to his left and takes it low down. As I say, glorious sunshine again, and well, if you're just sitting over by the hotel there watching this in your shirt sleeves, it doesn't get much better, I don't think, than that. End 203. It's all gone quiet, hasn't it? So
I looked for a while. I do, but yeah.
say about the 2 divisions.
And
Well,
I'd
heard
to swing back to
well,
give it
maybe,
another year, but
maybe you're ahead of me.
no,
Then. I don't know. Anyway, what do you think, anybody? Would you like to stick to the conference system, or do you want division back? Or maybe two people out there would say, let's have one division back again. Remember those days? Bizarre to think. But there's a problem with the sound on the live feed. I'll see if I can sort it out, Christopher. It says I sound like a woman.
Yes, I remember this. He sort of
showing your age, Christopher, and mine. I'll
Haynes
see what I can do.
Is going to be on strike to Parkinson, the eternal Parkinson, from the Digley's end. One or two Leicester supporters, I suspect, with tongues in cheek, wouldn't mind seeing a few deliveries from Hassan Azad. I think it's an unlikely prospect, but you never know. In goes Parkinson and bowls. Back goes Haynes. Tries to force it out into the offside. Sound is coming through all right at the moment on Frank's iPad. Rhodes and Parkinson again have a word. Is there going to be a change in the field as a consequence? Not that I can see. Oh yep, Azad is taking off his helmet and leaving silly point / mid off and going to a sort of short, straight-ish cover. Well, it is still almost a silly mid off, but it's about a pitch and a half back as Parkinson goes in. He's about 10 yards from the bat as forward goes Haynes. Back down the pitch on the on side, picked up by Wright. There's no run. A little bit too soon for Haynes to be thinking in terms of playing for tea, you would have thought. Parkinson in, and he's digging that one out a little bit off the back foot as it stays down low, as one or two have done from that Digley's end. Squats a little bit off the back foot. It was outside off stump, but he came down on it just in case. It wasn't so very far outside off stump. Parkinson in again, and he's reaching for that one and driving firmly back quite a long way from the body, gets plenty of it, goes out at a rate of knots to Hill, who is back there at deepish extra cover just for that shot really to stop one. Rhodes has retreated quite a long way as well. Parkinson determined to cut off runs from the drive, is in, bowls to Haynes, who's forward defensive, runs back down the wicket to Parkinson. You'd think the over 8 would have just gone below level a couple of times by now, given Parkinson has bowled throughout this session from that end. He is in and bowling. Haynes is back and cutting, and he's got it past Hill, and that's going to run away for 4. Parkinson has only himself to blame. He can't give his fielders evils for that one. It was just a little bit short, and it was wide enough for Haynes to go back and cut it away wide of Hill. And once you get it past the fielder there, with all those pitches cut on that side of the square, and it really is going to chase away, and it did. Haynes on to 26. He's catching Roderick, who is on 31. Worcestershire 204 now for 3, just 18 behind.
Yeah, lovely shot that from Jack Haynes, wasn't it? Really good shot. 50 partnership coming up as well with that shot, and it wasn't that bad a ball from Parkinson, but as you suggest, maybe even he needs a little break now. He's bowled 20 overs. Think about lunge, 6 made for 43. It's just lack of options, I suppose, that is making him consider making him just keep going himself.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Anyway, here's Ed Barnes from the New Road End, bowls to Roderick, who plays this nicely off the back foot, and he gets 4 for it. It should have been 1, but Parkinson, with a lot on his mind probably at mid-off, moving to his left, slid down and didn't manage to hold on to it, and it went through for 4, and he punches the ground in frustration afterwards, and no doubt now apologises to his young bowler. So Roderick goes to 35, 208 for 3. Thank you to Mark Potter and Christopher Smith, who sent me a message on Twitter, both of them saying that we were having problems with the audio on the live feed. I'll break off as Barnes comes in again and bowls, and this one's pushed out on the onside by Roderick. The audio on the live feed is nothing to do with us, actually. It's all part of the club's live feed system. They take it off our commentary, but we don't actually have any control over the mechanics of it, other than a wire or 2 running into our sort of box that we use for commentary. But I was able to report your concerns. I think it's been sorted now. Ed Barnes is in again and bowls, and Roderick covers up defensively. And I was told that there had been some problems with it for about 15 minutes or so, but that they have been sorted. So I hope they have. In the meantime, thank you very much for your help. Earlier this morning, somebody was able to get in touch on Twitter. It's very useful that you can do so. As we said a few minutes ago, we're all to hear what. Again, Roderick, who defends out on the onside. About 2 years. There might be something new, Richard. You don't even know. I thought it worked well, actually, the first sure. I quite like the jibbing situation, but the 2 division thing always just was best for me. I'll explain why I think that in a minute as Barnes comes in and bowls, and Roderick whips this one on the leg side, but a good diving stop at mid-wicket means there's no run. I just think that there's more to play for, in a way. You know, if you've got a chance of promotion, chance of relegation, more teams kind of have a meaningful end to the season. Whereas certainly this year, finding yourself in Division 3, as Worcestershire have and Leicestershire have, it's meant these last 4 games. It's always nice to play cricket and nice to win games, but there hasn't been quite so much edge to it, I don't think, as Barnes is in. Bowls to Roderick, who is taken on the foot and is given out. LBW clearly thinks he hit that.
He does.
I don't think he did, but I do think it might have been slanting down the leg side. It's that inducker here, a bit of good, didn't it?
The swing was actually sort of starting to go out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of, and hit him.
I think from
the only thing that
Barnes
could have saved him was bat on it, wasn't it? It was going to hit the stumps. I'm certain of that. So that's the question. But Roderick's reaction was that of a man who was slightly surprised, i.e., very surprised to be given. He's convinced he hit it.
It was. He looked as though he thought he'd hit it, didn't he? But anyway, he's gone. It's 210 for 4 in the 67th over, and he's been given out court.
Court Kimber?
No, that's definitely LBW. I'm pretty sure it was LBW. It says Court Kimber by Barnes on the stream as well. Unless he nicked it onto his pad and it looped away, I thought it was LBW. We'll have to have a look and see whether that gets changed. The one thing that does suggest it might be a catch is the fact that there was a delayed decision by umpire Adnan.
I didn't follow the ball after it had thumped into the bottom of his, into what we thought was his foot, to be quite honest. Because
need to see a replay again, I think. And it hasn't quite come up on the highlights page yet. So anyway, Roderick has gone at 4:35. I thought it was LBW. Hit it onto his boot. Hit it onto his boot, and it lobbed up and was caught. Well, there you go. So he did get a bat on it, and yeah, in fact, just seeing the umpire indicating that now. So he did get a bat on it, and it lobbed up and was caught by Louis Kimber. Third catch for him. And apologies if we've misled you one way or another. Gareth Roderick is out. We thought he was LBW. We thought he might have got a bat on it. It turns out he did get a bat on it, and it popped up in the air and was caught. And that explains why there was a sort of
I
late
think he
decision.
thought he was given out leg before wicket
Yeah,
as well. He didn't look behind him.
That might
and,
be.
And he fooled everybody, really.
That
but
might be what it was.
Put it this way. If he hadn't have got a bat on it, it was going to be leg before wicket.
unless, as you said, we initially thought it was sliding down. But anyway, he did get a bat on it, and he was caught. So that is cleared up. Caught via the boot. In which case, you'd say
unlucky.
Unlucky. Very unlucky. For 35.
Well, a replay will come up in due course, and I'll get it up on the screen
Here's
so we can have a good look at it.
in to bowl to the new batsman D'Oliveira, who's off the mark with a nicely timed clip through mid-wicket, but it was in the air and only just past the fielder at mid-wicket, Hassan Azad, but down to the boundary. Off that Worcestershire 214 for 4.
Wow. That was a brave / foolhardy shot, one way or another, but he's got away with it.
There is a replay now, so.
Right, let's have a look-see. Kimber took it, but he didn't celebrate a catch, did he?
Keeper's appealing for LBW. Keeper's definitely appealing for LBW because he was up in the air, arms raised, before the ball had even got to Kimber at slip.
Yeah.
Kimber dived away to slip to catch, and bowler joined in when he saw the catch had been taken. I think the bowler realised that it was a catch.
In and to Haynes. Curious episode. And Haynes is defending that one, and there is no run.
Guess which club Brett D'Oliveira plays?
Oh, go on. Do I need to?
The same one.
I suspected as much. As Parkinson is in, Haynes on the back foot this time. He's defending down the on, picked up by Ben. Yeah, Kimber just didn't appeal at. Just sort of took it almost as an afterthought. In goes Roderick, and nice piece of timing. He has cover out there on the cover boundary in Lewis. Just a single on that occasion. But many times. Oh, updates time.
Should have just lost their third wicket of the Gareth Roderick. He got an edge to a full delivery from Ed Barnes, and the ball and then flew up to second slip where it was caught by Louis Kimber. Third catch of the innings for Kimber. Two other men out this afternoon, Morris for 50 and Libby for 77, but nonetheless Worcestershire are in pretty good shape as we approach tea. 8 overs to go till the interval. D'Oliveira on 4, Haynes on 27. Worcestershire now just 7 runs in arrears on 215 for 4. As Parkinson bowls that one to D'Oliveira, who plays defensively back up the pitch. Parkinson round the wicket again, bowls. D'Oliveira cuts and is missed at slip by Kimber, but that's pretty harsh because he went back and he cut it and it absolutely flew between keeper and slip and down to the third man boundary. Parkinson is livid, not feeling that everything's going his way this afternoon, and D'Oliveira goes to 8, his second boundary. They've both been uppish to say the least, and it's 219 for 4. The deficit now is just 3 runs at the end of that over. D'Oliveira looks in fairly carefree mood out there at the moment as parity approaches for Worcestershire. 219 for 4. Haynes moves on to 27. Barnes to continue from the new. Ben Mike now having a little those footholds at the new road end of the ground as well, which earlier on, but he's going to continue on the new road end. Bowls to Haynes, who turns this one on the leg side for a single. 220 for 4. Just saying, D'Oliveira looks in carefree mood, I think, Richard?
Yes, very much so.
8 off 4, 2 of which were
both aerial.
catchable, really.
Yeah, but it may be that, not instructions, but maybe that they want to press on a little bit, Worcestershire here, and get well ahead. They're almost level now, but
I don't
just
think
bat if I was them.
they need to do anything other than just bat. There with two days left in the game and another session. Parity being reached. In comes Barnes and bangs this one short at D'Oliveira, who lets it go.
I like Barnes' expressive body language. He's cross with himself.
He's having another. I think we'll see the ground stuff out there with the old whacker plate at tea time, probably, because there's some concerns about those footmarks there. Whether he's sliding or Hassan Adnan can't see the line or what, but 3 seam bowlers gathered in my and Barnes at the moment looking at the ground, kicking at it, scuffing it. Hassan Adnan marking the line again with his foot. All a bit of a waste of time, really, if you ask me.
Unhappiness out there, but it can't be damp or anything, can it? And it. See what happens during the interval. In fairness, Kimber did dive to his right to take that catch off Roderick and then appealed. So.
Yep. In comes Barnes again to D'Oliveira, who drives beautifully for 4. He looks like he's in T20 mode, I think, Brett D'Oliveira. That was full and wide, but there wasn't a great deal of foot movement. Just threw his hands through it, timed it absolutely superbly. Just raced away for 4.
Worcestershire are ahead.
Lovely shot, and Worcestershire are ahead. Indeed, they are. So it's all now about setting Leicestershire a target of some description, I suppose. And you'd think with 6 wickets left, and one of the ones who's out would have been number 11 had they all batted. They'll be looking to get themselves, bat once probably. In comes Barnes and bowls, and D'Oliveira is inside this, flicking it away down to long leg. He'll only get 1 this time because Sikandi is down there at long leg, does the fielding.
Right, I'll tell you what would be the ideal from Worcestershire's point of view.
I know what you're going to say.
So they just needed 10 in their second innings, and out comes Daryl Mitchell.
Absolutely.
To hit the winning runs.
Yeah, and that would be lovely. I think we all settle for that. Doesn't often happen like that, though, does it? Fairy tales. No. They need 10 and he comes out and nicks the first ball to the keeper. 225 for 4 as Barnes comes in again and bowls to Haynes, who plays a lovely shot up to mid-off. A forward defensive, sort of slightly more than a forward defensive. Straight to mid-off, no question of a run, and yet it was a lovely shot to watch, wasn't it? Aesthetically, if you like your cricket, if you like your red ball cricket. Don't particularly get a bit bored of seeing it hit over the stands all the time. In comes Barnes again and bowls, and that's short, and Haynes just pulls it round on the leg side. He'll get 1, he'll only get 1, because a good sliding stop by Lewis Hill running around to his right. End of the over. Barnes is still upset about the foothold, so they're obviously sliding around at this end. Captain's getting involved now.
Well,
and it's 226 for 4.
He's appealing to the umpire, but there's nothing Hassan Adnan can do about it.
I suspect that
Is he having to move across the crease?
Yeah, maybe.
Because it's sliding?
I suspect that there is a problem with the footholds at that end, and I think it might well have been caused by Wright, Chris Wright. And the reason I say that, he's bowled 19 overs. I think have they all been from that end? Mostly from that end. And I think maybe his foot has just landed in the same place over and over again. I mean, I've seen it happen many times where you get a big hole dug.
Parkinson is in. Haynes is forward.
Many times I've had to bat in a league game where your heels are falling back into a bit of a trench that's been dug by a seam bowler at that end. Probably often one of seam bowler on your team when you're batting in the second innings of the game.
Haynes is back this time. He's turning it in towards mid-wicket. He's called D'Oliveira through for single, but few between the wickets than D'Oliveira, and all the top of the stumps. That, or Bates was quickly taking the bail off, and Mike Smere. D'Oliveira had made his Parkinson's going to be. In goes Parkinson. D'Oliveira. This one that bounces a little bit well, actually, off the calmly angled the bat and turns it down towards third man. Barnes has to run around from backward point. Field. Ball. It hangs around. It could get really interesting. Parkinson is in. Haynes is forward very solidly. As far as Leicestershire are concerned, he looks in control at the moment. Jack Haynes, 30 off 63 balls. 6 ahead now. Worcestershire as Parkinson bowls. Haynes is driving, but it's Hassan Azad who fields at that short, straight, sort of mid-off position. He's moved around a lot as Azad, as Haynes is driving again. Good stop, half stop, deflecting stop by Rhodes, who's almost behind Azad. Right-handed stop, pushes it out towards Parkinson, and the two hug. Parkinson and Rhodes hug. So if there was any bad feeling after Parkinson had ticked off Rhodes a couple of times for letting a couple go through, it is all forgiven and forgotten. End of the over, 228 for 4-5 until tea. We're going to be about half an hour late then by if Leicestershire bowl their overs at their customary rate. Sakande certainly doesn't hurry through his overs, does he?
Well, he's coming on at the new round. You mentioned about Brett D'Oliveira being quick between the wickets. He is really quick between the wickets, isn't he? And Jack Haynes is fairly quick between the wickets. And I'd like to just go back to that conversation we had earlier when I laughed when he said he described himself as a racehorse. And you said, is that because he's so quick and is whatever? And I said that Alan Richardson had said about him being so. It's all in fun, really. He's not a slouch either at all, Jack Haynes.
No.
He's not as whippet like D'Oliveira, but it was a well judged run. That when he hit it and called him through, I thought it was dodgy, but they got home easily, didn't they? Here is Sakande, bowls to D'Oliveira, short, and D'Oliveira swivels round and plays one of those sort of almost like a tennis shot, pinging the ball down from above his eye line, bat on top of the ball, and he picks up a single. So Sakande, who's not been over bowled, he's only in his 9th over, he's gone for 31 so far, and that's probably the reason that he's not been over bowled. He's been a bit expensive, and it's having a first bowl from the new road end. Comes in now, he bowls, and that's 4 runs short and wide outside the off stump, and just beautifully played away by Jack Haynes. A top quality shot on the back foot, punched away just in front of square for 4. Difficult to say about Sakande because he looks as though he's got all the makings. He's good physique, nice approach, good action, but just struggling for any kind of consistency at the moment. Comes in again now. 233 for 4. He's in. And he bowls. And he bowls a good Yorker to Haynes. Hits him on the foot in the block hole. Was there some bat involved? That was going down the leg side, I think, by some considerable margin. Again, might just be reversing a little bit now, I think.
Almost dribbled onto off stump as well, didn't it? But I know what you mean about Sikandar. He must frustrate the coaches an awful lot. He's a very bright man. He's got a degree from Oxford, hasn't he? But no, he's a very bright young man. He's got a lot of options. He wants to. I think Sussex wanted to keep him.
He comes in now again. Nice easy approach. Bowls down the leg side. And this time not gathered cleanly by the wicketkeeper Sam Bates, diving to his left. And the bye is signalled. Yeah, he's just not. It's not consistent, is he? That's the thing. He's bowled. He can bowl. The makings appear to be there, and as you say, it must be frustrating for the coaches. Somebody to little magic change that might increase his consistency. He's in again now, and he bowls to D'Oliveira, and again it's down the leg side, and it's leg by this one as D'Oliveira was looking to turn it off his hip, taken on the thigh pad, and it runs down to long leg. And the total goes to 235 for 4. And what he's not doing is he's not threatening off stump, is he? He's not threatening a top of off stump, which is the holy grail, really, as far as bowling coaches are concerned. Top of off. And he isn't doing that. And I guess that's the same. We were talking about inconsistency with Ben Mike as well, weren't we? In comes Sikandar now, bowls, and it is a decent one this time, just outside off stump. And Haynes trying to force it off the back foot is beaten by that one, and it goes through to the keeper. End of the over. 235 for 4. Worcestershire lead by 13.
He has a slightly oddly detached air in the field. It's just the impression that you get that he isn't too ruffled by anything that's going on out there, which obviously can be a good thing, Sikandar, but it doesn't look like he's he's sort of fully engaged all the time. It's an odd impression he gives, and I say that purely is just an impression. So Parkinson's long spell finally comes to an end, and we are going to see George Rhodes have a couple of overs before tea from that Diglis end of the ground. So Brett D'Oliveira will just check his guard with umpire Cook, who tells him just a little bit further away from you to the off side. Brett, it's taking a slightly different guard for the off spinner as opposed to the left armour. He will therefore have a short leg in, looking to turn it into the diminutive D'Oliveira. Otherwise, a fairly conventional field for an off spinner. Mid-wicket, Sikandar has just dropped a few yards as Rhodes is in. Bowls to D'Oliveira, who's driving away for 4. No chance for Barnes, although he turns in futile pursuit. He started to sprint, realised the ball was going to cross the ropes comfortably ahead of him. So not a great start for George Rhodes, a sort of wide-ish half volley, almost further up than that. Gave him room to drive it away square.
Quite an interesting one, isn't it? Rhodes to D'Oliveira.
He's in, and back goes D'Oliveira, cuts it away through the offside. This time it probably will be cut off by Hill, a yard or two inside the ropes, puts in the slide, and it will be saved. Just going to pick up 2. Bates has to run out a good 10 yards to try and get to the ball on the full. Hill, as is his wont, sort of threw it on the turn. I sometimes think it's because the weight is all going backwards. It's almost impossible to get away a good throw in those circumstances. So D'Oliveira, 21 off 12. Rhodes is in to him. Defensive press forward.
Yeah, their fathers were great friends, of course. I mean, for a long time teammates, and thereafter one was the head coach, and the other was the second team coach here at Worcestershire. These two have almost grown up together, really.
Rhodes is in. His childhood friend is, we think, is forward, defending it out into the offside. Hill, who's back in there in the covers now, walks in to pick it up. Rhodes just a couple of steps and bowls. Back goes D'Oliveira, guiding it out towards backward point. Doesn't get it past Eddie Barnes there. Didn't really try hard to do so. He's possibly just trying to dab it out down towards third man in the end. Got too much on it in that respect. Rhodes in to finish his over. D'Oliveira is forward, just defending it out on the front foot. Out towards mid-wicket. Picked up by, who is it out there? Ben Mike out there under the sun. I was going to say, I don't often see Ben Mike wearing a sun hat. That's because he had it perched on top of his Leicestershire cap, it belonging to George Rhodes. 2:41 for 4. 3 overs to go until tea.
Yeah, Brett D'Oliveira, obviously third of the D'Oliveira generations to play here at Worcester. His father, as I say, Damien, was a very talented player, member of the championship winning side of 88, 89.
Has Brett got any progeny that's well, looking promising?
One, but rather too young to say at this stage, I think. Yeah, as Sikandar starts a new over from the New Road end. Bowl short to Haynes, who swivels round, pulls this down to long leg, didn't really get hold of it, mainly off the sort of top of the bat. 242, but father Damien Brett, particularly just sometimes when he's just standing, especially at the end, picks up exactly the same sort of shapes as his father Brett. Ball run straight to George Rhodes at backward point. He's in the mood, Brett D'Oliveira, I think. Either in the mood or he's in carefree mood, but one way he's put back to ball. Sure, 21. This one, and it is bowls. This time, offside, and moving round to his left. Eyes. Ace horse. Haynes was comfortably home. 2:43 for 4. What animal does Brett think he would be then?
That isn't listed, but I can tell you his guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
If you'd like to know, it's a cup of tea with biscuits. Surprising fact, he's got a coaching qualification in basketball.
In comes Sikandar again. Bowls to Haynes, who drives nicely up to mid-on. No run.
Which, given his size, does surprise a little bit. And the strangest thing he did during lockdown was building a fort for his son.
Yeah.
There you go. And I can't believe this is serious. What would you do if you were in charge of county cricket? Brett, he says, allow spinners to throw.
That's interesting.
Allow spinners to throw.
Interesting.
Bend arm.
Sikandar in, bowls, and Haynes drives up to mid-on. No run. His father, Damien, was an occasional off-spinner, but he didn't really. I think it's probably fair to say he didn't really take his bowling that seriously. But he could spin it phenomenally. I mean, a really huge spinner of the ball at times, supremely talented in many ways. Here's Sikandar in again, bowls to Haynes. Bowlers, no run, end of the over. He was 243 for Brett, who sadly died a few years ago. Hugely talented cricketer. On the day, and was capable of the ball a long way. Unfulfilled, I think many people would feel in terms of just sheer ability. Loved his cricket, great fun, great character, and great friend of Graham Hick. They were inseparable really for quite a few years. in that in those heady days at the late 80s and early 90s. 2:43 for 4 here. George Rhodes to continue.
Callum Parkinson's pointing something out to umpire. Checking. Hasn't. No. Rhodes then. Well, Parkinson has dropped himself back a bit at. He's stroking it out into the offside. It's crawling sideways to the ball and managed to stop it, but in the most engaged, whether it was to do with the matting, tripped on it. He's standing on that at the moment. Rhodes is in. D'Oliveira is back, turning it out towards mid-wicket, realising suddenly there's in a run. A horrible throw from Sikandar, and that is going to be a 5. Barnes can't get there, Kimber can't get there. Sikandar ran across from mid-wicket, and under pressure his throw was wild in the extreme. Neither Kimber nor Barnes could get there.
Yeah, Sikandar's not having a great day at the moment, is he?
He's not. D'Oliveira moves on to 27. Worcestershire within 2 runs of a second batting bonus point. Rhodes is in. Down the wicket goes to Rhodes. Has almost caught Haynes. 27 off 20. He has scored. Haynes 35 off 74. Rhodes is in to him. He's wristily defending that one back down the pitch on the onside. Runs through to Parkinson, who looks conceded. Rhodes is and bowling a thick outside edge just wide of Kimber at first slip. It's running down to find third man. Barnes is in pursuit. The ball almost comes to a halt before Barnes picks it up a yard inside the ropes, and that is 2, in fact 3 to Jack Haynes, and the applause is for the 250, 251 to be precise. Haynes on to 38, but that wasn't far away from Kimber's being right. As we've seen, Kimber has a very good pair of much caught chance that he's had into Worcestershire's team. Head right over the ball. That one back down to his over. 251 for 4. The lead 29. 27 D'Oliveira, 38 to Haynes.
Men out this afternoon. Morris in the first over after lunch bowled by Callum Parkinson for 50, and then Jake Libby caught at second slip by Kimber off right for 77, and then Roderick caught at slip by Kimber, this time off Barnes for 35, but in very different circumstances. A full in-swinging delivery which he got a edge onto, and his boot and to second, being given out LBW at first. Before tea just about to begin, and it's Sikandar who's in, and he bowls, and Haynes goes back and pushes out on the offside, and there's no spend the fielding at extra cover. Sikandar expensive so far, 10 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 37. Right, the pick of the seamers, 19 overs, 5 maidens. Building on the shot, up a single, moves on to 39. 52 for 4. Ed Barnes, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 41, struggling a bit with the footholds at this New Road end. George Rhodes, 3 overs for 18 so far, and Callum Parkinson has wheeled away throughout most of the afternoon session. 22 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 50. His Secanda is in again, bowls to D'Oliveira, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and it scoots through quite low to wicketkeeper Sam Bates. Been a lovely day again here at New Road. Beautiful sunny afternoon at the moment as Secanda moves in again and bowls to D'Oliveira, who's forward. There's an appeal of some sort, particularly from man at mid-wicket, because there's a hint that it might just have hit the pad before the bat, but umpire Hassan Adnan is not interested, and it's 2-5, 2 for 4 with 2 balls left to go. So Worcestershire leading by 30, 2 balls left to go till tea, I should say, and it's Abi Secanda in again to bowl to D'Oliveira, who's forward again, pushing into the offside, and tea is now almost upon us. 1 ball to go, with Worcestershire, as I say, 30 runs ahead. It's been a good day for the home side so far. They resumed this morning on 30 for 1. Secanda in again, bowls, and it's a good Yorker which D'Oliveira digs out, and that is the end of the over. That is the tea interval. 75 overs gone in innings, and Worcestershire with D'Oliveira on 27 and Jack Haynes on 39 are 252 for 4. That's a lead of 30. There'll be a new ball due in 5 overs after the interval, and I'd imagine that Leicestershire would take it, although I'm not so sure. I think the ground staff are going to come out and do a bit of work now on the footholds, particularly at this end of the ground, which have been causing the Leicestershire seamers some worry. Chris Wright and Ben Mike actually stayed out there in the middle to talk to the umpires about exactly that. Talk to the umpires, talk to the ground staff about exactly that, and they are actually engaging in conversation with a couple of the ground staff at the moment as to what they might be able to do about these footholds at the New Road end. And there we are, that's it, tea here at New Road. Just do an update for Hereford and Worcester FM listeners. Well, tea is being taken. The players have just left the field, with Worcestershire having established a first innings lead of 30 so far. They're 252 for 4 in reply to Leicestershire's 222 all-out made yesterday. 3 men out today, all of them in the afternoon session. Charlie Morris for 50. Put in a great stint as a night watchman and shared in a partnership of 125 for the second wicket with Jake Libby. He was out in the first over after lunch. Libby followed for 77, and then Gareth Roderick was out for 35. But Jack Haynes is there, looking in good shape on 39. Brett D'Oliveira's made a breezy 27 so far, and at tea, Worcestershire 30 runs ahead, 252 for 4. And that's it from New Road for now. Do join us when play resumes just before 10 minutes to 4 until... Just get some of the job. Parkinson in, bowls, and Morris is out, bowled. Beaten by a quicker one from Parkinson, which rushed on, and that brings to an end Charlie Morris's excellent innings of 54.
Azad is at silly mid-off as Parkinson goes in and bowls. Roderick is driving firmly for 4. Lovely shot, very, very straight, and it looked as though for a second Abbey...
I respected that view. In comes Wright again and bowls, and he gets Libby this time. Caught at second slip, so reward for a really super little... And he comes now, he bowls, and that one is again just drifting into Haynes's pads, and he capitalises to the tune of 1 and bring...
Throughout this session from that end, he is in and bowling. Haynes is back and cutting, and he's got it past Hill, and that's going to run away for 4. Parkinson has only himself to blame. He can't...
Cricket, nice to win games, but hasn't been quite so much edge to it, I don't think, as Barnes is in. Bowls to Roderick, who is taken on the foot and is given out. LBW clearly thinks he hit that.
He does.
I don't think he did, but I do think it might have been slanting down the... Parkinson round the wicket again. Bowls. D'Oliveira cuts and is missed at slip by Kimber, but that's pretty harsh because he went back.
So,
yep. In comes Barnes again to D'Oliveira, who drives beautifully for 4. He looks like he's in T20 mode. I think Brett on the new road end comes in now. He bowls, and that's 4 runs short and wide outside the off stump, and just beautifully played away by
mid-wicket. Sikande has just dropped a few yards as Rhodes is in. Bowls to D'Oliveira, who's driving away for 4. No chance for Barnes, although he turns in few. Rhodes is... and bowling thick outside edge, just wide of Kimber at first slip. It's running down to find third man. Barnes is in pursuit. The ball almost comes to a halt before Barnes picks it up a yard inside the ropes, and that is
Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester for the final session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 3 game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. The game resumes with Worcestershire on 252 for 4 in their first innings. That's a lead of 30, 5 overs to go before the new ball could be claimed by Leicestershire. Whether or not they'll take the new ball straight away, we don't know. It might be that they feel that's their best chance of making further inroads into this Worcestershire innings, bringing back Chris Wright, who's been the pick of the seamers, and giving him the new ball. But on the other hand, Callum Parkinson might decide that he's going to have another bowl. I think he is going to have another bowl from the Diglis end. He's been pretty tidy. 22 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 50, his figures. Right, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 51. Definitely the best of the rest of the bowlers. 252 for then Worcestershire resuming. D'Oliveira on 27. Jack Haynes on strike on 39. And Callum Parkinson is going to take up the attack from the Diglis end. I'm Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and alongside me is Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Good afternoon, Richard.
Afternoon, everybody. Continues to be glorious sunshine here at New Road. No problems with the light, that is for sure. We're going to get our full allotment. Parkinson is going to be close to 500 overs by the end of this match for the season as he goes in and bowls. On the back foot is Haynes, and he turns it neatly away through the vacant square leg area down towards deep backward square, where Rishi Patel, who has not really been involved very much throughout this fielding innings for Leicestershire, he's underneath the electronic scoreboard. Parkinson is in. D'Oliveira goes back and cuts down towards backward. Point Hill is scampering away to his left, does really well to stop the ball and indeed keep his feet from going over the line. He tucked them in underneath his body, knew where they were compared to the rope, and did a very good job to keep it to 2 instead of 4. We were talking beforehand, Frank, about the 4th generation of D'Oliveira's, and he was out there as Parkinson goes in and bowls and forward. Goes his dad, Gabriel's dad, and down the pitch it goes in defence, and he was out there with his pads on, playing with his boy. It was lovely to see, actually, given he was mid-innings.
Yeah, it was like a flashback of about 30 years.
Parkinson is in. D'Oliveira is driving out to wide extra cover. Sakande is not going to get there. 4 runs to D'Oliveira, who is continuing in the same vein in which he played before the interval. He's moved sharply on to 33 off just 28 balls. He was 27 off 25 before tea. So he's really getting the innings moving very quickly. Goes back to Parkinson, plays it out again, and he's going to pick up runs as it's through point. Barnes at backward point can't get there. Hill comes in from the cover boundary, single taken. D'Oliveira on to 34, 260 for 4 Worcestershire. Dips Patel and another member of the Leicestershire coaching staff having their picture taken as forward goes Jack Haynes in careful defence to Parkinson. Back out into the offside it goes. End of the over, 260 for 4, so 8 off the over. Brisk, purposeful batting from Worcestershire, led by D'Oliveira, and he is putting them into a very strong position. Well, they are already in a very strong position, an increasingly almost dominant position. Not quite dominant yet, perhaps, but not far off it, Frank.
Well, it's George Rhodes to carry on from the New Road end. Well, not to carry on, to start from the New Road end. He had a little bowl from the Diglis end earlier on. Coming in now with his off spin to bowl to Brett D'Oliveira. He's got a slip, he's got a man on the drive on the onside in the box at sort of short mid-wicket. This one is just turned on the leg side by D'Oliveira for a comfortable single. Moves on to 35 off just 30 deliveries, and it's 261 for 4. So the lead moving up inexorably towards 40 now, as you said, a position of some dominance really for Worcestershire that they'll be looking to build on in this last session. 30 overs left in the day after this one. Where will they want to be? As Rhodes bowls and Haynes pushes out on the onside. What do you reckon? Lead of 125, 130 by the end of the day, maybe? That would be another 90 or so at 3 and over. That would be pretty
Great
doable,
position.
I would have thought. As Rhodes is in and bowls, and Haynes just turns this on the onside, and there's no run. Don't need to do anything silly, but at the same time, the way they're going, and just be positive. New ball could change things, of course, in a few overs' times. Rhodes is in, bowls, and this one is turned on the leg side by Haynes, fielded by Sikandar, and they take a single. Haynes moves on to 41. You'd just be saying to yourself, if you're a batsman now, let's just don't do anything silly against the spinners now. It looks like the new ball will probably be taken. Don't give it away. Rhodes bowls, and D'Oliveira just takes another single. Just moves back and just works this away with the spin to mid-wicket. There he goes to 36.
They have to take it, don't they?
263 for 4, I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think that's why we've seen Rhodes come on.
Yeah, for sure.
Whip through these overs. And he's in now, and he bowls, and Haynes is very solidly forward, pushing back to the bowler. End of the over, 263 for 4, and that new ball due in 3 overs' time. Worcestershire now leading by 41.
Just in terms of the number of overs, Parkinson came into the match. He hasn't played in every, he did miss a championship fixture. So this is his 13th, 448 overs, or 0.4. He'd bowled coming into the game. So add 23, 24 to that. 470 odd. Don't know how many more. I suspect he'll bowl a few more, but it's plenty as he goes in from the Diglis end and bowls to D'Oliveira, who is forward in defence but sees that there is a single to be taken as Rhodes has ground to make up to the ball to his left from extra cover. There is a big gap in there with Hill sweeping on the cover boundary. So easy single for D'Oliveira. Moves on to 36. Hassan Azad is being sent with his Elvis trousers from, I don't know where he was fielding, out there at short, was he at short leg? No, he was at silly mid-off. He's now at sort of backward square as Parkinson. That's because Parkinson is going over the wicket and forward when Haynes just turned his wrist on it, pushed it out towards square leg. In comes Patel, comfortable single taken again.
I think that's an indication from Parkinson that he isn't getting the help that he was hoping he'd get from this pitch, that he's gone over the wicket.
He is in to D'Oliveira, who is waiting calmly and just unfussily pushing it out towards Ben Mike, who's at a straightish mid-wicket. Right at mid-on is halfway back. Sikandar is at long off.
Coming back round now.
He does Elvis in Vegas mode, doesn't he, really? Hassan Azad there. He's got pads on underneath his whites, so he's keeping them. He's got special sort of fielding whites on with zips on, and they're undone at the moment. Parkinson is in big drive from D'Oliveira and is caught by Azad. Well, he hit it in the air, and Parkinson's got a real bonus wicket. Just a little bit careless from D'Oliveira, who can't quite believe what he's done as he walks off, hits the ground in amazement with the bottom of his bat. Very no trouble at all out there. He was continuing to be busy, but he's rather giving it away. 37 off 34 balls for D'Oliveira, who is caught. Azad bowled Parkinson, and Worcestershire are 264 for 5.
Yeah, I was just saying, wasn't I? You know, what would you be saying to yourself if you were a batsman? You'd be saying, for goodness sake, don't give it away. It's a 50 partnership for that wicket. the second in succession. Don't give it away in this little run up to the new ball, and Brett D'Oliveira has done exactly that, really, just leaning back on the drive. Bit annoyed with himself. It was a breezy innings, but it's come to a conclusion, and Ed Barnard is the new batsman, who basically has been Worcestershire's second highest run scorer this season. He's got 2 centuries in red ball cricket, and has been batting at number 6, coming in at 7 today, obviously with the night watchman Charlie Morris having come in, but arguably Barnard, after Libby, Worcestershire's most consistent performer with the bat this season. Comes out to join Jack Haynes, who's still there on 42. And it's 265 for 5. And the field closes in again for the new man. As you said, a bit of a bonus wicket, really, that one for Parkinson. I don't think he'll have been expecting to get one like that.
No.
But we saw a couple like that in the first innings too, didn't we? We saw Rishi Patel and Ben Mike chip catches up on the offside like that. Barnard takes guard. Parkinson to continue. And it's update time, actually. Yeah, in comes Parkinson and bowls, and Barnard drives, and he's off the mark. First ball with a drive which makes Sakande move to his left at mid-off and do the fielding. So Worcestershire leading by 44 now. They'll be looking to build that, I think, up to about 120 by the end of the day, something along those lines. You'd think, with 29 overs left in the day after this, put them in a position of real strength. Parkinson now to Haynes, and Haynes is forward, turning this one on the onside to mid-wicket. Mike Fields, no run, end of the over, in which we saw Parkinson remove Brett D'Oliveira, caught at short extra cover off the bowling of the left-arm spinner for a breezy 37 made off just 34 balls, and including 5 fours. But that breezy innings coming to an end in that over. George Rhodes to continue. 2 overs left now until the new ball is available, and we're pretty certain that it'll be taken. And I'm even more certain now as I see vigorous warm-up exercises being done by Ben Mike for one, and probably we'll see Chris Wright, I think, also taking the new ball. Meanwhile, George Rhodes from the New Road end with his off spin is in and bowls to Ed Barnard, who gets a single, just tucking this one away on the onside. Goes to 2, and it's 267 for 5. George Rhodes just altering his field slightly, bringing Sakande a little bit squarer, that one saving position behind square on the leg side. He comes in now to Haynes, and Haynes is forward and pushing back up the pitch to the bowler. Update now for BBC Heaven Worcesters FM listeners. Wicket just gone down for Worcestershire, the first since tea. Brett D'Oliveira, who'd been in breezy mood. He made 37 off just 34 balls with 5 fours, but just chipped to catch up to short extra cover off the bowling of the left-arm spinner Callum Parkinson in the last over. That was 264 for 5. Jack Haynes still there, though. He's batting very solidly. He's on 42. He's faced 89 balls, and he's been joined by Ed Barnard, who's been in good form with the bat this season generally for Worcestershire. He's only just gone in, he's on 2. Worcestershire building a nice lead, though. They're now 45 runs ahead, 29 overs left in the day, and they're 267 for 5. And it remains that score as Haynes works this one away to mid-wicket. And George Rhodes polishing the ball on his shirt. Just comes in now round the wicket to Haynes, and Haynes drives nicely up to mid-off, straight to mid-off. They take a very risky single. The throw from Chris Wright comes in. If it had hit the stumps, I think Jack Haynes would have been on his way. It missed the stumps and causes much dismay amongst the Leicestershire fielders, but Haynes gets a single and keeps the strike. He's now 43 not out, and Worcestershire are 268 for 5. 1 over left until the new ball is available, and that over is about to be bowled by Callum Parkinson from the Diglis end, and Richard's back to describe it for you. I think I've solved the mystery of the mat actually as well, Richard, which I'll expand on. I think there's a club cup final being played here next week. Ooh. And I think it might be the pitch they used for the women's international, and they're saving it for that.
Parkinson is back round the wicket. Forward goes Haynes, defending down the pitch on the onside, picked up by Ben Mike. That's
I could be
great
wrong
for the club. The club's concerned. It's not no, a certain club. No. We've talked about.
Well,
is it?
Funny you should say that.
Oh, right. Parkinson is in and bowls. Haynes is forward, just pushing it out into that little gap in the covers and taking the quick single that is on offer. Well, just listening to the news which is on before I do my update, they were talking about the earthquake down in Victoria, which Fango Fox is based in Melbourne, was telling us about that this morning. As forward goes Bernard out into the offside. There is a cover brought in for the new batsman, Rhodes, that is, but he said it was his home was shaking.
Right.
Ombersley has had a very good season.
Come down to support our 100 ball Sunday Slam finalists. So it's a 100 Sunday Slam. It's not the first team.
Parkinson is in, and this time Bernard has managed to find a little gap, or at least make Rhodes have to move away to his left, and consequently the single is there to be taken. Bernard on to 3, 270 for 5. Parkinson 1 wicket away from his 50 for this season, is in and bowls. Haynes is driving and he's bowled. Is he bowled? Yes, he is bowled. He's looking around just for confirmation. He's looking back at his stumps, but he's looking back at them now in disbelief. He can't quite understand what's happened, but Parkinson has, I'm sure, we've called it wrong on a couple of occasions, but I'm sure he has just bowled Haynes. It's gone through. Come off his pad. Did it come off the wicketkeeper's pad onto the stumps?
It did come off the wicketkeeper.
I think he's got a stumping without having put a gauntlet on it. Let's have we'll have to see the replay on that.
We can't see the replay from square on, obviously, but it definitely wasn't bowled.
It was outside off stump.
Bounced off the keeper and on to the off stump, and then they appealed, and it was umpire Hassan Adnan at square leg, I think, who gave it out.
Oh, I think his foot was out of the ground. It's just such a curious manner of dismissal. So, well, young Sam Bates has got his first victim in extraordinary circumstances. Stumped. He stumped Jack Haynes off the bowling of Callum Parkinson for 44. And Parkinson has his 50 wickets for the season. Well, a huge slice of fortune.
Don't get out before the new ball is due, and it's happened to both of them, hasn't it?
Huge slice of fortune for Leicestershire. Ben Cox comes out to join Ed Bernard, so 2 new batsmen with 1 delivery to go until the new ball. Well, Worcestershire used the new ball brilliantly yesterday, didn't they? Jack Leach picked up a couple of very quick wickets, and they finished Leicestershire off in no time at all. Leicestershire need 4 more wickets, not 3, but they were hoping the new ball has a similar effect. There have been a couple of curious dismissals in this innings. Roderick and then Haynes. but I'm not sure I've ever seen anyone stumped off the wicketkeeper's pads before. I guess who knows, you may have achieved the feat yourself
probably somewhere, fortunately, along the line, but yeah, I'd like to see it again. We're never going to see it from square of the wicket anyway, are we? Haynes was completely mystified by it.
We couldn't work out how it had got onto the stumps, I think.
Definitely, I mean, it missed the off stump by a foot, I think, and then bounced off the keeper. It might have been off his hand. Bounced back onto the stump. Certainly very fortunate.
Parkinson is in to Cox, who is forward in defence, pushing the ball out to Azad. I wasn't sure whether Dave had was about to tell the crowd about Parkinson's 50 there, but he's telling them about the ladies' pavilion
priorities.
And cakes will no longer be available from 4:30.
270 for 6 then. Bit of a turnaround really. Just have a look at the replay now actually of that one.
Is it out there? Right, let's have a look, see.
Yeah, it bounced off the keeper's hands and down onto the stumps, and he was absolutely ecstatic because he realised straight away, I think, that what had happened. And Haynes had just overbalanced, but he didn't move his back foot much forward. It's a very odd one.
I'm sure that's knee roll of the pad. I'm sure that's the wicketkeeper's knee roll.
Maybe it is.
It's sort of inside of his knee. It's shot onto, and it just at the angle to go onto the off stump. And Bates knew straight away what had happened.
New ball's being taken. Yeah, and I've got another little theory on it as well.
Astonishing.
So you've got to have something grounded behind the line, haven't you? And there's a big hole, isn't there, we reckon? So maybe he's gone forward and his foot's up in the air, and I don't know, big hole behind his foot. But he was astonished because he didn't think he'd moved his back foot, I don't think. But the wicketkeeper, as soon as he saw it hit the stumps, he appealed and ran towards the bowler in celebration. Chris Wright from the Diglis end, from the New Road end, starts a new over with the new ball and bowls a half volley, which is greeted by Ed Barnard with an absolutely magnificent cover drive for 4. Lovely shot. Little bit of swing, but classical cover drive from Ed Barnard, and that goes to the boundary. 274 for 6. Barnard's first boundary goes to 7, and here's Wright again in bowls, and Barnard drives again, this time however straight to the fielder Ben Mike at mid-off, and no addition to the score. Just watching the replay of that Jack Haynes dismissal again. A really odd one. Yeah, definitely. Wicketkeeper's knee roll down onto the stumps and immediate appeal from the wicketkeeper is what really convinces me, because you appeal as a keeper, I think, in certain ways, and when you appeal like that and immediately run off to celebrate, you just know it's out. Chris Wright in bowls to Barnard, who clips this one off leg stump up to mid-on. It's fielded by Parkinson, who's feeling a bit better with life now than he was about half an hour ago. 276 for 6, that was a no ball. Barnard has 7, Cox yet to get off the mark, and 2 men out since tea, both pretty well set. D'Oliveira 37 and Haynes 44. And the Worcestershire lead is 54. And it could well still exceed 3 figures by the end of the day, but things are looking a bit brighter for Leicestershire as Wright comes in and bowls to Barnard, who's in behind this one, pushing it out on the offside. Just does that little thing where they take their hand off the bat and indicate that there was a little bit of movement there, as it's fielded in the covers by George Rhodes, who's got a cap on now rather than the sun hat that he had on for most of the fielding sessions prior to this one. Chris Wright again from the New Road end. It's been a busy man in this innings. He's in and he bowls, and Barnard is back and playing defensively out on the offside. Certainly the busiest of the seamers, Wright. 20th over from him. None of the others have bowled more than 11. and he's been the best of the seamers. He's picked up 2 of the first 3 wickets to fall, and the big 2, you could say, Mitchell and Libby, both caught at second slip off good deliveries by Louis Kimber. Particularly good one that got Daryl Mitchell, I thought, yesterday evening. In comes Wright again and bowls, and this one's slightly over pitched on leg stump and clipped nicely by Barnard up to mid-on, but a good tumbling stop by Callum Parkinson, who's looking a bit weary himself, and well he might. He's bowled 25 overs of left arm spin, and you might think it doesn't take much out of your bowling spin, but his fingers will be a bit sore, and he has a fairly lengthy run up, and he's got the burdens of captaincy on his mind. So he's got a lot to put up with out there, Callum Parkinson, but he'll be cheered by the fact that he has taken his 50th wicket of the season, which is a good effort. 276 for 6, right in again, bowls, Barnard forward, pushing up to mid-off end of the over, which began with that glorious cover drive from Barnard, but ended with Wright finding a good line length and bowling a lot tidier. So 1 over gone with the new ball, 276 for 6, and who's going to be entrusted with it at the far end? It's Ben Mike.
Yeah. Barnes is probably a little bit unlucky. I think he's of the 3 backup seamers, Sakande, Barnes and Mike. Barnes has probably been the pick, but Mike does get a lot of action on the ball. Unfortunately, he also isn't quite as consistent, but he is being entrusted with that bright, shiny new ball from the Diglis end.
Had a tweet from Phil Mackey, who you might know, BBC TV Midlands correspondent, and plays cricket for the Old Vigornians on the field next door, the King's School Old Boys. Just confirming. Again? Phil Mackey.
No, the old...
it's called he says you're right, it's the Sunday Slam Plate Trophy and Cup finals on Sunday, and the Old Vigornians, the King's School Old Boys side, are involved in the trophy. Vigornians. And Phil still plays for them, although I don't think he'll be playing in the Sunday Slam, because I saw a picture of him, his kit ready to be put away in the loft the other day.
Ben Mike is in, bowling down the leg side, turned down there towards deep backward square. Barnes is down there, gets there. So it is just a single on that occasion. Dare
I say, Phil, that you're too old to play Sunday Slam cricket?
Sounds very vigorous for the Vigornians.
Yeah. Sunday snooze cricket, I think, probably be more like it. Certainly would if I were involved.
Bernard is just checking his guard. Cox having gotten off the mark with that single. Mike, very fit young man, bounds in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Ed Barnard. Thick inside part of the bat. Trickles out towards Sakande, who for once is reasonably close to the wicket at mid-wicket.
One thing about it, if they are playing the club games here on Sunday, they're fortunate to be playing right in the middle of the square, which is lovely. You often play in games like that on county grounds and you at one side or the other, but it would be fabulous for all those club players, and maybe there'll be as many as 6 different clubs involved. I just hope the weather holds. It's supposed to, isn't it, I think, for the weekend?
Mike is in, outside off some, I'm not sure, allowed to go through by Bernard. I've seen a couple of nasty ones for Saturday, but that may be just around us.
I saw one yesterday that suggested that it was actually going to be alright. Saturday, Sunday, let's have a look. Light cloud and a gentle breeze. Well, hopefully it'll be dry anyway for the Sunday Slam finals here at New Road. It's always a joy for club cricketers to get a chance to...
50% rain for Worcester. So it could...
Well, fingers crossed, yeah.
Fingers crossed. As in goes Mike, and again it's outside off stump, and again Barnard is leaving, and Bates, who'll be buzzing with that dismissal. He'll also be amused, I suspect. I'll try and have a word with him afterwards, just so he can talk me through his first stumping and the manner in which he knew exactly what he was doing as he kneed it onto the stumps. I don't think shot off at the weirdest angle off the inside of his knee roll, right onto his off stump. But as you said, Frank, he knew straight away, and he was celebrating as much as appealing, wasn't he? Rather than asking umpire Adnan. So poor Jack Haynes had just crept out of his ground somehow. Back goes Sekande to the deep square boundary as Mike is in to Barnard, who is on driving beautifully to a very straight mid-wicket 4-4. It was in the air, but it was never more than about a foot off the ground as it went through, bounced around about the edge of the square and rolled away very much well wide of mid-on. No chance at all for right, but a real punchy on drive from Ed Barnard to take him into double figures and take Worcestershire on to 281 for 6. They continue to build that lead. And so once it's past 100, it potentially formidable. In goes Mike and bowls a fairly predictable bouncer, given the fact that Barnard was almost ducking before he delivered it.
Before he started his run-up.
He knew it was coming, didn't he, there, really, and he banged it in, and it sailed a long way above Ed Barnard's head, which was around about waist height by the time he banged it in. 281 for 6 at the end of the over.
Confirmation that Ombersley are in the final of the Sunday Slam on Sunday here against Bromsgrove, so that will be a big one for Ombersley and for Bromsgrove, who have also had a pretty good season. But the mighty Ombersley, unfairly, they often get a good plug on the air just because of me being here, and the fact that Jack Haynes and Brett D'Oliveira and Josh Dell and
there was a source of
various other
they
players
deserve it, don't they? They're producing players for Worcestershire.
Yeah, absolutely. But Worcestershire, the academy has also played a big part in the development of those players as well. Here's Chris Wright anyway, and bowls to Cox, who's also kept wicket for Ombersley in days gone by. He pushes that one out on the offside, but he came in a bit later for a couple of years. Wasn't actually a product at Ombersley, but has played for the club. 281 for 6 here. Cox on 1. Perfectly capable pair, these two, to be fair, for a 7th wicket pair. Both got first-class centuries to their name. As Wright is in and bowls to Cox, who pushes that out on the onside, and there is no run.
Oh, a lady's coming up from the ladies' pavilion with cakes, but she's heading towards Paul Rogers.
She's heading to the
There's
scorers.
2 plates in her hand.
We got some yesterday, didn't we?
Do you think she's going to come our way?
Such a treat
afterwards?
if they bring the extras over here, isn't it? It's possible. It's possible.
Well, Bradley's getting first choice. Oh,
Bradley's a bit worried that
he's inspecting both.
He's a bit
plates.
worried that she's accompanied by a man with a card machine in his hand, I think. Chris Wright from the New Road end in bowls and beats Cox with a good one outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. So, well, he's nothing if not a trier, Chris Wright, as he got the new ball in his hand and he's found a new burst of energy. He's already bowled. Well,
don't offer it to the journalists.
20 overs.
Oh my
goodness, they're giving it to the wrong people here. Oh no, there's some left over. Here it comes, there's some left over for us. Richard's happy. Smile on his face.
Who wouldn't be?
Here's Chris Wright again. In past the umpire, bowls to Cox, who's on the back foot, pushing defensively out on the offside. There's no run this time. 281 for 6. 2 men out since tea. Brett D'Oliveira for 37 and Jack Haynes for 44, both falling to Callum Parkinson. Touch of misfortune about a couple of the Worcestershire wickets today. Gareth Roderick caught at slip via bat and boot, and Jack Haynes stumped when the ball rebounded off the wicketkeeper's pads onto the stumps. Chris Wright in again, bowls to Cox, who's on the back foot, and slices that one away on the offside. And Richard raced back. Not only is he
just to let
thrilled,
you know,
but we've also got coffee cake, which you love.
Coffee cake, fruit cake, and a chocolate cake.
Wow,
do you think
fantastic.
That's a chocolate cake?
Well, it certainly looks chocolatey to
telling the
me.
listeners what these wonderful cakes are. It's all right. I was just so you can.
281 for 6. It's a poor man's test match special here, isn't it, Richard? We may never
Very
get
poor
on
men.
to test
Very
match special.
poor men.
But we've got the cakes. He's right in bowls, and Cox steering this one down to third man. Gets one, thinks about two, but decides against it as Rishi Patel fields, and just as well he did, because I don't think I've ever seen a man throw a ball more easily than Patel does. That one just flicked it back in, and it whizzed into the top of the bails. Great return from the former Essex man, I think.
Yes,
Patel,
absolutely
but,
right. Yeah, Chigwell boy.
But he had a lot to do. He's had a very quiet game, really.
He throws like he sort of bats. We saw in the first, everything looks to be really natural. He looks to be such a natural athlete, so to speak.
282 for 6. Barnard now on 11. That was the end of the over, wasn't it? So Mike will be bowling to Cox, who's kept the strike.
And I shall tweet a picture of the cake so you can see why I'm getting excited in a moment at the end of this over. Oh, they smell nice as well, folks. I can tell you that. Might have to cut them in half. In goes Mike and bowls back foot defensive shot on the off stump from Ben Cox out into the offside. On the onside it goes, fielded by Chris Wright. No run. 282 for 6, so 60. Now the lead is beginning to become well worth having. It's at that stage, and once it gets into 3 figures, it really does become substantial. Mike is in and bowls. Cox is half forward, leaning forward into the defensive shot out into the offside, and there's no run. Sakande is just bowling a couple of looseners. Whether he'll get the call, I suspect not immediately. Hopeful, perhaps, rather than necessarily optimistic. Or expectant, I should say. Mike is in and bowls. Goes past the outside edge. Did he just play inside the line? But I think he went past the outside edge. His body language, that of Cox, suggests he had a little play at that one. We'll have a look at the replay. Yes, he did. The bat was quite a long way from the body, and it wasn't exactly straight as well. No, it didn't. That's what I was a bit puzzled by, that one. It wasn't the greatest shot that Ben Cox has played. He got away with it. He remains on 2. As Mike is again into him. That's a nicer shot. Clipped away, that full delivery on the leg stump, and then Mike, having been challenging the off stump, drifts a full delivery onto the leg stump without a square leg, either conventional square leg or deep backward, and he clips it away to the square leg boundary for 4. As easy as you like. Moves on to 6. 286 for 6. Well, Leicestershire scorer Polly's already tucking into her scone, I can see. Paul Rogers chewing away there, Leicestershire scorer. As in goes Mike, slightly short of a length. Cox defends on the back foot this time, out into the offside. There's no run. We are very well looked after here at Worcestershire, and we are very grateful. Leaves on the solitary horse Chestnut, just moving gently in the breeze that's been there all day. Very gentle breeze, very pleasant breeze, just taking the edge off the temperatures. As in goes Mike and bowls. Cox gets a delivery on the leg stump or middle and leg, slightly short of a length. He can go back and turn it away. As Frank has been saying, it's a bit of a gimme for a first-class batsman in a way, and Cox duly taken advantage twice in that over, once for 4 and once for an easy single. End of the over. 287 for 6. Ed Bernard has 11. Ben Cox has 7, and the partnership for the 7th wicket beginning to build.
Yeah, and he's kept the strike, Cox, as we half past approach update time. So 23 overs left in the day. Chris Wright will bowl the first of those 23 from the New Road end, and he'll be bowling to Ben Cox. 2 slips, the only close catchers. Azad at first slip, Kimber at second, and Wright in bright sunshine, but with the breeze just rippling his shirt a little bit, makes his way in from the New Road end and bowls to Cox, who plays this one out on the offside into the covers. It's fielded by George Rhodes, and there's no run. Cox stays on 7. Men out in this innings then. Mitchell out last night, caught at slack and slip by Louis Kimber off a beauty from Chris Wright, this bowler. Overnight, Worcestershire 30 for 1, had a really good morning, didn't lose a wicket, went into the break at 138 for 1, with the night watchman Charlie Morris having just brought up his 50. Wright bowls to Cox, who turns this on the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket, no run, and that second wicket partnership between Morris and Libby ended in the first over after lunch, when Morris was out, bowled by Callum Parkinson for 50. They'd added 125. Libby went a few overs later, caught at second slip by Kimber off Chris Wright again for 77. And the other man out in the afternoon, Gareth Roderick, who was rather unfortunate, having made 35, to be caught at slip by Kimber off the bowling of Barnes via bat and boot, as in comes Wright and bowls short outside the off stump to Cox, who goes back and punches that one out to extra cover. And then at tea then, Worcestershire were going along pretty nicely at 252 for 4. D'Oliveira was on 27, Haynes on 39, and I think most of us expected those two to develop that partnership in the evening session. They were batting very, very well, but both fell just before the new ball was due, both to the left arm spinner Callum Parkinson. Just break off as Wright comes in again and bowls to Cox, who plays defensively out into the covers. No run. Just before the tea interval, just after the tea interval, D'Oliveira out, hitting a catch to short extra cover off Parkinson for 37, and then Haynes unfortunate to be stumped by Bates off Parkinson for 44, when the wicketkeeper didn't take the ball cleanly, but it hit his pad and rebounded back onto the stumps, and Haynes, adjudged by umpire Hassan Adnan to be out of his ground, had to go. So that was 270 for 6, and since then Ben Cox and Ed Barnard have advanced the score by 17 runs, and it's 287 for 6, and the lead is 65 at the moment, as Chris Wright comes in again from the Diglis end and bowls to Cox, who's turned this one away on the onside. They've taken one and they come back for 2. Good running, as Parkinson moved across from mid-off to his right, but they knew probably straight away, as soon as he picked it up in his right hand, that he wouldn't be able to get a throw back in quickly because he is left-handed, and they came back for a second run. 289 for 6. Just watching Ed Barnes do some loosening up exercises at backward point. Wonder if he might be about to replace Ben Mike at the Diglis end. Mike having been given the new ball in company with Wright, who's in now and bowls, and that one just surprised Cox a little bit, bounced on him, and he played it defensively off the back foot and just took his bottom hand off the handle as he fended it away on the offside. But he played it well enough, and that is the end of the over. 289 for 6. Worcestershire then leading by 67 runs, and well, they'll be hoping, I suppose, with 22 overs left, that they can add another 50 or 60 to that before the end of the day, and that would put them into a very, very strong position indeed in this match. Leicestershire having made 222 in their first innings. It is to be Mike continuing from the Diglis end, and he'll be bowling to Ed Barnard. Just 2 slips in, third man, cover point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, and deep square and deep long leg. as he bowls a good delivery outside the off stump, which beats Barnard. Really good delivery, and it just shows there's still a bit there, especially with this new ball. Seem quite proud, hard new ball, just in the 6th over with this one, and that one certainly went off the pitch for Ben Mike. Barnard played inside it and was taken by the wicketkeeper Sam Bates. In comes Mike again in bright sunshine from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and he beats Barnard again with another good one. That's a really good one. That pitched about off and just went away, and Barnard played at it. There wasn't much he could do about it, to be honest. It would have beaten many a good player, that one. This is the frustration, I think, that Leicestershire have with Ben Mike, that he can produce 2 deliveries like that on the trot, but he's struggled for consistency, really. Hence his figures of none for 54 so far. He's in his 14th over. He's in now and he bowls, and this one is down the leg side, and there you have Ben Mike sort of summed up really in a nutshell. 2 great deliveries, and then that one slanted in to the batsman's legs, and Barnard is able to capitalise, just clipping it away down to long leg for 4. 293 now for 6. Barnard moves on to 15. And update for Hereford and Worcester FM listeners coming now. It's a lovely afternoon for it, and Worcestershire are profiting in the sunshine. They have lost a couple of wickets since tea. Both batsmen well set. Brett D'Oliveira out, caught at short extra cover by Azad off Callum Parkinson, the left arm spinner, for 37. And then shortly after that, Jack Haynes very unfortunate to be stumped when the wicketkeeper didn't catch the ball, but it deflected off his pads back onto the stumps, and Haynes's back foot had just moved out of his ground, and he was adjudged stumped also off the bowling of Parkinson for 44. That was 270 for 6, but since then Ed Barnard and Ben Cox have made pretty steady progress. The new ball has been taken by Leicestershire, but Worcestershire are building their lead nicely. It's 71 now, and with Barnard 15 and Cox on 9, they're 293 for 6. As Mike comes in and bowls to Barnard. Good delivery, which Barnard gets an edge to, and it runs along the ground past slip down to third man for a single. Takes the score on to 294 for 6, and Barnard goes on to 16. Just as Richard Ray rejoins, I was just saying, Richard, in this over we've seen the absolute sort of Ben Mike in a nutshell really in this game. 2 absolute jaffers to Ed Barnard that beat him, pitched him out off, went away. Both really, really good deliveries. Just break off as he finishes the over, bowling to Cox outside the off stump, left alone, end of the over, 294 for 6, and then the very next ball just drifting into the pads, flicked down to long leg for 4, all the pressure eased. The frustration that Callum Parkinson must feel is understandable. 294 for 6, Barnard 16, Cox 9.
Yeah, not just Parkinson, I suspect,
coaches,
the coaches too. So much ability and so much action on the ball. I don't know quite what happens really, whether he loses concentration or he's trying to always bowl, something different, whether he's thinking, well, after 2 good ones outside off stump, I'll angle one in, or instead of just trying to repeat the delivery, thinking in terms of hit the top of off, and whether he's always trying to be attacking in trying to discomfort the batsman in a different way. I don't know, but what his thinking is, but it must be very frustrating for the coaches, and it's holding him back a bit, because as I say, there's so much ability and he could go so far in the game. In goes right and bowls a bouncer that Barnard just leans away from. Let's go through just outside off stump to Bates. If they can just find a way of making Ben that little bit more consistent and a little less loose, then they'll have some cricketer on their hands. They kind of do already, but just getting the most out of him. But that is a theme with which Leicestershire supporters will be very familiar. Wright, who is consistent, is in and bowls to Bernard, who just turns him away off middle and leg down towards Sakande, who's at long leg. Takes a single, moves on to 17, to 95 for 6. Once, as I say, it gets past 3 figures, the lead becomes, well, potentially match winning. And 150, Leicestershire will be under real pressure. Equally, they'll be thinking, well, if we can get 150 ahead, they won't be necessarily easy to get on the last day. Something like that, you never know. Maybe the wicket will deteriorate a little bit. Wright is in, outside off stump, slightly short of a good length, and Cox is up on his toes on his back foot, just guiding it calmly down towards Patel at third man. Takes 1. 296 for 6. Wright looks a little weary, understandably. He needs 2 for his 50. Parkinson has beaten him to it. Just. Right, not quite the spring in his step as he comes in and bowls outside off stump. Barnard leaves, makes a very late decision to leave. Will Parkinson bring himself back on? I wonder at possibly this end. There's some extraordinary gestures going on out there at the moment from Parkinson. A little pantomime. Quite what it means, I'm not sure, but he's just sort of shaking himself into action. In goes Mike, in goes Wright even. Bowls again, back foot defensive. Guide down to find third man, this time by Barnard. Patel has to move to his left to field along the ropes. Not quite along the ropes, he's a few feet in front of the D'Oliveira stand over there. Single again taken, just milking the odd slightly looser delivery, slightly wider delivery. These two building nicely again. Came together when Haynes was stumped off the bowling of Parkinson. The score was on 270, so 27 the partnership now for the 7th wicket. And that's what Worcestershire have done pretty well as Wright bowls, defended on the back foot by Cox down the wicket on the on side. They haven't lost, well, other than arguably the D'Oliveira Haynes dismissals on 265 and 270, they haven't really lost 2 wickets close together. The partnerships have been solid, and that has put them firmly on top. 297 for 6, the lead 65. He hesitates saying that. Yeah. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, 65.
65, 20 overs left in the day. I'd hazard they'd want to be.
You weren't a maths teacher, right?
I wasn't a maths teacher. I was an English teacher.
There you go.
I think they'd want to get another 60 or so from these last 20 overs to try and get, if that lead was 120 at the end of the day, that'd be pretty good. But you never know. Still a bit of batter to come. Joe Leach obviously is dangerous. He's due in next, and you've got Josh Baker, who got his first class 50 at Lord's last week. So Worcestershire will be hoping they can get, well, you know, who knows, get maybe 100, 120, 150 ahead in this first innings, which would make life very, very difficult for the visitors. Anyway, you've hidden those cakes now, haven't you?
I just took them back in because I was worried about JC, but Mr. Curtis over there is eschewing them. He's saying that he's fine, thank you very much. Yeah. He doesn't want to spoil his figure. He's bringing them back in now.
Oh dear. Well, look, there's no point having these cakes if they don't get eaten.
They'll go stale, won't they? I think we ought to start nibbling.
Richard could take them back to his hotel room, but I think we'll have to nibble them as we go through this last session, this last 20 overs.
Leicestershire fans want to see Parkinson back on.
Do they?
Yes, they do, but
it's a new ball though.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're going to get the coat hanger by the look of it.
Poor old Barnsley. He doesn't mind. He doesn't mind anything too much. He's just overjoyed to be playing first-class cricket on a regular basis, essentially.
And he's coming on now.
And he is.
Is it me or you?
I've just done that right
it's
over,
me
haven't I?
then. Yeah,
So it must be you.
So it's Ed Barnes to Ed Barnard. There we
Could
go.
get tricky.
Yeah.
Crumbs could spray everywhere.
I think one on commentary, one on eating at the moment, and it's a good 15 minutes to an update, so it shouldn't be a problem. Ed Barnes, soap opera aficionado, to Ed Barnard, who is on 18. Worcestershire's second top run scorer this season, Barnard, and pushed his way up the order to number 6 generally, not in this innings obviously because of the night watchman. In comes Barnes, bowls to him down the leg side, and he misses it as he tries to flick it off his pads down to long leg. 2 slips, third man, cover point, extra cover, mid off, and on the leg side, mid on, deep square leg and the long leg. There's the field. Lovely autumn, late afternoon here at New Road. Blue skies, a little bit of cumulus cloud in the south, and a good crowd that have enjoyed a good day for the home side today generally. And in comes Barnes and bowls to Barnard, who drives this up to mid on and gets a single. It's a diving stop by Chris Wright, prevents 4, but he can't hold on to the ball and it runs away to Parkinson, who's at mid off, and they get a single. So Barnard 19, 298 for 6 Worcestershire, 2 runs away from another point, and Cox on strike. Field is unchanged as Barnes is in again from the Diglis end and bowls, and Cox is on the back foot, pushing up to mid on, and the score is unchanged. Sort of sleepy feel creeping over proceedings now, I think. Do you agree, Richard? Just a general sort of nice, lazy, late afternoon feel to it.
It's kind of dangerous for Leicestershire, isn't it, a little bit? If they take the foot off the gas.
I'm not saying they feel it. It might just be an impression. I don't think it's not that they're not trying. Of course, with this newish ball, in comes Barnes now and bowls, and that's an area of strength for Cox on his pads, and he whips it away square on the leg side, but there is a man out there on the boundary at deep square leg, Rishi Patel, and he does the fielding and languidly returns to the keeper.
But I think
Sam
the point
Bates
holds. I think, if they are a little bit weary, Leicestershire, that just 1 or 2 percentage points down, and they could suddenly find themselves sort of 130 behind at the end of the day. Yeah.
Here's Barnes again. Bowls to Barnard, wide outside the off stump. Airy drive from Barnard, and first pretty untidy piece of wicket keeping from Bates as he goes across to take that and fumbles it. It runs away from him. It's a long day when you're not used to it. I know we'll have played a fair bit of second team cricket, but it's a long day behind the stumps out there for about 100 overs or so, and as the day goes on it gets harder and harder to keep your concentration and glove the ball cleanly. This Bates is in now again, bowls, and Barnard on the back foot pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. End of the 88th over of the innings, 19 left in the day, and Worcestershire 1 run away from another point, 299 for 6.
And in that over there was only mid-on who was saving a single on the leg side. The other 2 leg side fielders were at long leg and deep backward square, sort of fine leg and deep backward square, so there was a lot of pressure on Barnes. He had to bowl an off stump line. He did for the most part in that over, but it was essentially it felt like a slightly restrictive field from the bowler's point of view. Wright is going to continue, weary or not, I suppose. They're thinking, well, it doesn't matter if we break him. I suppose with the winter coming up. He has had knee issues in the past, Chris Wright, but fingers firmly crossed, all seems to be well at the moment. In he goes, back foot defensive shot from Cox out into the offside. I was amazed to see that. I don't think he's got one this season, has he? That his highest first-class score isn't in 3 figures. Oh, he has got one. Oh, I'm thinking of Bernard, aren't I? Okay. So that. But I think before this season, he maybe didn't. I'll check that. Sorry about.
He hadn't got one before this season, but he's got 2 this season.
In goes Ryan Bowles, back foot defensive shot. I put you under cake pressure there. I beg your pardon.
Ed Barnard got his first 100 at Chelmsford this year in the first game of the season, and he got one here against Warwickshire as well.
Right, there we go. He's watching it as Ben Cox wanders down the wicket, does a little bit of gardening. He's got time because Wright and Parkinson are taking their time between deliveries at the moment. Everything has slowed down, as Frank was saying a little bit. Leicestershire have to be careful about that. In he goes, right, and bowls turned towards mid-wicket off the back foot by Ben Cox, but not quite timed, so comfortable stop for Hill. Hill's got slightly flared whites on as well. There's a slightly Elvis-y vibe about those two. Maybe they are specifically designed to have sort of pads fitted underneath them if you're fielding close by two. They've got a little bit of extra room in them. And it could be he's just rooted deep in the 70s, Hilly. I suspect not. He's only 30. Right, is in and bowls forward, driving most pleasantly is Cox. Didn't put a big follow through into that, just leant into it, timed it really nicely, placed it really nicely between extra cover and mid off. And Harry Swindles, who's on as acting 12th man at the moment, had no chance of cutting it off. And a really nice shot from Ben Cox. Moves on to 15. Worcestershire are past 300. They have picked up another batting bonus point. That's 6 bonus points for the game now for them. More germane, perhaps. They continue to build that first innings lead. Right is in to Cox, who again is punchily driving, this time very straight. Parkinson is in pursuit, and he doesn't win the race. He got to the ball, he got his hand to it, he slowed it right down, but at its very last gasp the ball just rolled up against the rope. It didn't have the strength to cross it, but although Swindles was following Parkinson, he couldn't quite get there in time to prevent it crossing or getting to the rope. So another 4 for Cox. He joins Bernard on 19. That was cruel for Parkinson in particular, who'll be a weary young man at the end of today. He's bowled a lot of overs, spin they may be, but he's got a bit of a run up, and he has done a lot of chasing in the field. 307 for 6. Partnership becoming very dangerous for Leicestershire and very promising for Worcestershire. Wright is in and bowling. Solid forward defence, and Wright tries to deflect the ball onto the stumps as it goes past him. Doesn't quite manage to do so. Swindles, as I say, is on as acting 12th man. Makes the stop in the end. Who is he on for, I wonder? We'll no doubt see in due course.
He's coming off now, isn't he?
Yeah, so I'm waiting to see who's coming on.
Somebody already gone back on. Why isn't he playing? I thought you said was it a COVID issue?
It was. It was a friend, a close friend who tested positive. He had to be tested himself and theoretically go into self-isolation, but he's done a PCR test apparently, which has cleared him, which means
he can
it
now
would
field.
have seemed that he can now mix again and field, as you say.
Anyway, here's Barnes from the Diglis end, continuing, bowling to Barnard down the leg side. Barnard just helps it on its way down to long leg, picks up another single, moves on to 20, 308 for 6. The lead for Worcestershire is now 86. So
it's charged on, hasn't it?
Considerable, isn't it? And that will be of concern, I suppose, to Leicestershire if they can get that up by another 50 or so before the end of the day. Worcestershire should be in really good shape. Here comes Barnes again. He's in and he bowls, and Cox drives on the offside, uppishly, diving stop by George Rhodes at backward point. Doesn't gather the ball cleanly, he then picks it up, then turns, thinks about throwing from his prone position to the non-striker's end because Barnard thought it had gone past him and had left his ground. But Barnard recovers his ground. Rhodes doesn't throw, and much ado about nothing. 308 for 6 it remains. Cox on 19 on strike. 2 successive boundaries in that last over from Chris Wright. This waits now as Barnes moves in and bowls to him, and that's another lovely drive from Ben Cox, this time straight to Ben Mike at short extra cover or extra cover. Lovely shot though, timed it well, leaned into it, technically looked a very good shot, and a yard either side I would suggest of Mike, and that would have been racing away down to the boundary. As it was, nothing. Stays on 19. Barnes in his 11th over. In there, bowls, and again down the leg side. Just seems again to be afflicted by the problem that several of the Leicestershire seamers have had, which is not being able to get a consistent line. Bowling enough good deliveries, but not backing them up with just good straight stock deliveries that can't be scored off, which means that for every couple of good balls you bowl, if you bowl a loose one, get picked off, you relieve any pressure that builds on the batsman. Here's Barnes again. He's in, bowls, and Cox drives, but this time doesn't really time it, and it just goes straight back up the pitch. The bowler then just flicks it away to his left, and it's fielded at mid-off by the captain. And now we've got Lewis Hill trying to arrange a little sub with Harry Swindles by the look of it. Maybe he needs to nip off for a little break. 308 for 6 as Ed Barnes comes in to finish his 11th over. Bowls, and that's on the pads, and Cox misses it this time as he tries to tuck it away on the leg side, and they go through for a leg by. It's the last ball of the over. It means that Cox will keep the strike. Swindle is coming on to replace Hill in the field. There was a time when you would have got in trouble if you hadn't informed the umpire or something like that. I don't know whether that's going to happen. No, actually it's not Swindles, is it? It's somebody else. They're taking it in turns, are they? And yeah, no, the umpire's not been informed. I think that's a bit naughty. Hill's gone off the field and he's been subbed by Davis.
Looks delighted to be there.
And Davis has not informed anybody.
I saw him looking at umpire Cook, so whether Cook nodded.
Oh man, look, there he's going now.
Oh, he's being directed by
what are you doing here? Oh, well, sorry Nick, I've just come on because he needs to go to the loo.
Parkinson, I thought he was directing him to go to umpire Cook, but actually he was just pushing him into place at mid-wicket. Right, continues from the New Road end, tries to turn it off his legs there. Ben Cox, and didn't get anything on it, came off the pad, bounces out towards backwards square. Davis runs across from that mid-wicket on the matting, and the leg by is taken. 310 for 6. Davis heads off to deep mid-wicket. I don't know whether do you think it's a deliberate thing, Leicestershire trying to slow things down a little bit? I'm not quite sure. No, I don't. They're just weary, I suspect. Right, into his 25th over of the innings of the 90 that have been bowled. Bowls back foot defensive force. Well, not defensive, but did just have to check the shot a little bit there. Ed Bernard ended up steering it towards backward point, almost the top of the hour. They were a little bit late. They're getting a bit excited, B280 Leicester, because Leicester City are playing tonight down in London against Millwall in the Carabao Cup, whatever it's called, the League Cup these days. So that's a big deal, as of course it is. In goes right and bowls short. Goes for the hook, doesn't get anything on it. It was a high one, wasn't it? He wouldn't have been in control had he connected. And long leg Barnes might just have been in the game. Just sort of typical of Ed Barnes. Just briefly tell you what happened in the last game. He took the best catch I've ever seen at long on, running around. Flung himself he had to run about sprint 10 yards, fling himself to his left, took it one-handed about a foot off the ground, but he dived behind the sight screen to do it, as in goes right, and back foot defensive shot from Bernard, dropping it down towards gully, and there's no run, which meant that the snapper, John Mallet, couldn't get him on camera. For some reason the stream wasn't working, or at least the extra cameras weren't working, so pretty much we were the only ones who saw it. The players obviously saw it, but there's nothing on film. But it was a sort of catch that would have been raved about for weeks on social media, and of course Barnes, being that sort of person, it was nobody to catch it on film, so he's had to be content with me telling him it's one of the best outfield catches I've ever seen. In goes right, and is defended off the off stump by Bernard. I don't believe you. Offside. Exactly. That's what, but it's just typical of his luck, essentially. I'll go and do my update.
310 for 6 here. I think that catch I saw in the T20 final the other night was one of the finest pieces of fielding I've ever seen. One when Ollie Cox of Kent flicked the ball back in from behind the boundary. Is Chris Wright into bowl to Ed Barnard, who's on the back foot, pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, the 91st of the innings. So the new ball hasn't brought any breakthroughs. The last over, the last wickets to fall, those of D'Oliveira and Haynes, falling to the spinner Parkinson before the new ball was taken. And it's 310 for 6 now. Barnard on 20, Cox on 19. These two have added 40 so far for this 7th wicket. And that follows partnership of 54 for the 5th wicket, 57 for the 4th wicket, 125 for the 2nd wicket. So it's been an innings of decent, solid partnerships for Worcestershire, and that's what's got them up to a position of some strength here, as they lead by 88 runs at the moment. And we're going to watch Ed Barnes from the Diglis end, coming in to bowl to Ben Cox. Bowls now. Cox just flicks this one down to long leg, picks up a single. Sikandar does the fielding down there, and the score goes on to 311 for 6. Cox just explaining to Barnard that Barnes has that ability to just dip the ball in, as we saw when he bowled earlier on from the new road end, just indicating that he might just bowl a little late inducker. Comes in now to bowl, and Barnard gets one on his toes, which he clips away very nicely to square leg and picks up a single. Rishi Patel, the fielder, out there on the square leg boundary underneath the scoreboard on the 7th side of the ground. 3-1-2 for 6. Barnard goes on to 21. Good partnership so far developing between these two. The lead now 90, and still 16 overs, 15 left in the day after this one. Barnes in, bowls, and that's 4 to Cox. Short and wide outside the off stump. Barnes is disappointed with himself. Cox doesn't miss out on those. Just rocks back and cracks it through the covers for 4. Fine shot from Ben Cox. Update coming for BBC Hereford and Worcester. Lovely shot from Ben Cox as you join me, just going on the back foot and easing a short ball from Barnes through the covers for 4 to take him to 24. Ed Barnard is on 21. The pair have so far added 46 for the 7th wicket since they came together when Worcestershire lost 2 quick wickets after tea. Brett D'Oliveira out for 37 and Jack Haynes for 44, both falling to the left arm spinner Callum Parkinson. Leicestershire have taken the new ball, but so far they haven't had any success with it. There are 15 overs left in the day after this one, and Worcestershire are building a very, very useful lead indeed. They're currently 95 runs ahead. Barnard on 21, Cox on 24, 316 for 6. Actually 94 runs ahead, aren't they? Oh no, it's gone up to 390. That was a no ball as well, was it? Ah. So, yeah, 3 runs there off that delivery then. So 319 for 6, and the lead is 97. Yeah, pretty good position for Worcestershire to be in with 15 overs left in the day after this one.
Well, Franco Fox down in Melbourne is getting very angry.
Oh, is he?
Getting Parkinson. Get Parkinson back on, he's shouting.
He's shouting? Well, here's Barnes at the moment bowling, and Barnard gets a thickish outside edge to this one as he steers it out on the offside. Yeah, the trouble is, he's as you say, he might only be a spinner, but he's bowled a lot of overs today. I think it's just he's looking around, isn't he, and he's thinking, I can't really trust Sikandar, I can't really trust Mike. These two, Wright and Barnes, the best 2 seamers that I've got to work with, and other than that, it's just myself. But it's a new ball. They haven't taken a wicket with the new ball. And going to himself again would be a sort of kind of admission that the seamers have, well, not let him down, but they haven't really produced the goods. This is nicely played by Barnard, really nicely played from Barnes, just into the batsman's hips and just timed beautifully through mid-wicket for 4. That's a lovely shot from Barnard, effortless. Really makes batting look easy sometimes. Well, lots of batsmen make batting look easy sometimes, and that was an occasion where Ed Barnard did. And when you're a young bowler like Barnes, it's quite daunting, I think, to run in and bowl a ball like that. It wasn't a rank bad ball, just erred in line slightly, and just to see it eased away with such effortlessness, really, by the batsman. Barnard joins Cox on 25. Barnes is in to complete his 10th over, and again he's over pitching on Barnard's legs, and again he's clipped away on the onside, this time only for 2, because Rishi Patel makes a good save out on the boundary. So
is that another no ball?
Another no ball, I think. Yeah, he's overstepped again, and he can't really complain about the footholds this time because he's on at the other end, isn't he? So yeah, disappointing. Just getting a little ragged. Just a tiny bit.
Yeah, they look weary, and as you say,
and the lead is now 105. That's come up quickly, hasn't it?
The game's getting away from them.
Could be 150 by the end of the day. As Barnes comes in and bowls again to Barnard, and he just steers this one down on the offside. That is the end of the over this time. 327 for 6, Worcestershire 105 ahead. Barnard 27, Cox 25, and another 50 partnership.
Bronte, who big Leicestershire fan, was here yesterday, works for Sustrans, the cycle path network charity, and he built they were involved in building the Diglis Bridge, which is fairly close to where we are, just a little bit further down the Severn, presumably, toward but he also, it was the talk of Millwall, he said, which recalls him building a path which goes from Southwark Station to the away end at Millwall. And he says it's the only place where they had to put steel cages over the top of the path to stop bricks being thrown onto it. He says, which gives you some idea of the welcome away fans get at the New Den, I believe the ground is called. I've only ever seen it from... Oh no, I have been once. I did go once. I did cover a game there once. Kenny Jackett was the Millwall manager at the time. So, change in bowling, but it isn't Callum Parkinson coming back on. It's Ben Mike coming on at the New Road end. In he charges past umpire Adnan and bowls on off stump. Cox defends out into the offside. Picked up by Rhodes running in. And there's no run. 25 to Cox, 27 Barnard, 327 for 6. The lead 102. And well, that is the 50 partnership, of course, between these two, which we didn't pick up with the score of that previous boundary. Mike turns, runs in and bowls, looking just to help it on its way down the leg side is Cox, not getting anything on it that time. And Bates takes the catch. Not catch, or takes the ball cleanly. I suppose it was a catch, but it wasn't off the bat. Cox wanders down the wicket, has a word with Barnard. Joe Leach must be delighted with the way this day has gone, with the way the match has gone, really, this final match for him as Worcestershire skipper. Having bowled Leicestershire out for 2-2-2. The Foxes having won the toss and chosen to bat first, and now a lead of over 100 already. That is whipped away into the leg side with something of a flourish by Ben Cox. It was up at around waist height and a really sort of wristy whip away. Hill sprinted around the boundary from mid-wicket to backward square leg. Couldn't quite get there, put in the dive, but the ball was going just too quickly. Crossed the ropes in front of him, comes to rest against the advertising hoardings in front of that solitary remaining horse chestnut tree. Cox moves on to 29. Worcestershire 331 for 6. They were 252 at tea, so 79 runs added, and there are still, that's in the session, and there are still 15 overs remaining to be bowled. This is just what the Worcestershire doctor ordered, really. They're charging away now.
Well, you've got to cash in, I suppose, if you get a team that's visibly tiring.
As Mike is in, Cox gets a loose bounce outside off stump that even he decides isn't worth trying to. What could he do? Maybe try to steer it away over the slip, something like that. It was just too wide and high, and he let it go through. But this is where Morris's innings comes into its own, doesn't it? The overs that he put into the legs, and it's not always recognised when people look at statistics, certainly for opening batsmen. A, it's that much harder usually against the new ball, but B, also that just absorbing deliveries has a role to play. Mike is in down the leg side, absolutely spraying it around. Bates can't get there, and that is going to be 4 byes. That is tough on young Bates, who has his face buried in the New Road turf at the moment. He's lying on his back now, picking up his cap, picking himself up. Almost impossible for him to get there, but it counts against his record. He looks a little bit despondent out there, and ragged is the word. Parkinson is now starting to warm up. So, but is it too little? May it be too little too late? Mike is in and bowls, and inevitably, of course, produces a really good ball to finish the over that leaves Ben Cox goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Bates, but it's just not in any way frequent enough or regular enough. That's on the back of an over off which 8 runs have come for a 4 and 4 byes. So 335 for 6 is the score.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was in many ways it was an over that was typical of what we've seen, and I hope people don't think that we're being overly critical, just describing what we see really. But a couple of really good deliveries from Mike, usually, and most of his overs in this game, but just lack of control of line really as much as anything. The 4 byes, sprayed down the leg side immensely. It must be, apart from anything else, really frustrating for him as well, because he knows he can produce these good deliveries. He just can't do it consistently enough. And I mean, let's be honest, this is what makes the really great bowlers, isn't it? Is that they just have that control. The Glenn McGraths of this world, the Jimmy Andersons, the Stuart Broad.
Well, if he wants
away.
to step up, he's got to have to find it, isn't he?
Anyway, it's Ed Barnes continuing from the Diglis end. He bowls to Barnard, who drives very nicely, but straight to mid-on, and there is no run. But yeah, Worcestershire's lead is now 113, and this pair have quickly added 65 for this 7th wicket. And it's a story of partnerships, and it is making Paul Nixon's comments to you last night, Richard, about the pitch look spot on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Saying that Leicestershire, I mean, let's remember Leicestershire won the toss and chose to bat in this game, and they just haven't posted a big enough first innings score.
He said there were a lot of cheap dismissals, he felt.
Worcestershire now could get a lead of something around 200. In comes Barnes again and bowls to Barnard, who's leaving this one alone outside the off stump. No ball called by umpire Nick Cook. 2 more runs added to the total. And as you say, just well, I wouldn't say ragged, that would be a bit harsh, but Leicestershire, they're metaphorically on the back foot, a little bit tired.
I think it is
a day in the dirt, really. Yeah, ragged.
It's not necessarily a criticism in that it stems from weariness, perhaps, up to a point, but
yeah,
but that's what it is. It isn't.
Well, we've seen a few sessions like this from Worcestershire as well this year. It does happen. Fairly young side, fairly inexperienced captain, and a long day. 10:30 start, still out there. 14 overs left in the day, 13 after this, and the lead growing as Barnes in again. Bowls to Barnard, who drives again up to mid-on, but no run. Straight to the fielder. If just joining us, Worcestershire overnight were 30 for 1. They lost no wickets in the morning session. Charlie Morris, the night watchman, going on to a 50. Reached his 50 off the last ball before lunch, and was out immediately after lunch. Bowled by Parkinson for 50. Then 2 other wickets went down in the afternoon session. Libby 77 and Roderick 35. On break off as Barnes comes in to bowl to Barnard, who is beaten outside the off stump. So at tea it was 252 for 4. That was a lead of 30, with Haynes and Oliveira both set, and both looking as though they could go on and make a really big score after the interval. But in the last few overs before the new ball was taken, they both fell to the Leicestershire captain, left-arm spinner Callum Parkinson. D'Oliveira caught at extra cover for 37. Haynes stumped, unfortunately, off the wicketkeeper's pads for 44. Bates bowls again to Barnard, who plays defensively off the back foot. No run. That was 270 for 6 at that stage, and the new ball taken straight away after that. And since then, decent progress by these two, Barnard and Cox, who've added 67 so far for the 7th wicket, and the Leicestershire seam attack, given that new ball, have been unable to make any breakthroughs with it. Ed Barnes comes in now and bowls, and takes Barnard on the pad. Good over this so far from Barnes. Just 1 ball left in it. Maiden so far. He'll be keen to finish it now. Often the way that bowler will try to finish the over, get out of the over with a bouncer. Bowl something that the batsman can't reach. Certainly been Ben Mike's.
Does it count as a maiden with the no ball?
Operandi? No, of course it doesn't, does it? No, I forgot the no ball. I was just thinking there hadn't been any scoring shots. No, not a maiden, of course. His 13th. He's gone for 63. He's in now and he bowls, and Barnard drives that anyway out on the offside for a single. Parkinson does the fielding at mid-off, and he looked tired, didn't he, as he slid down to field that? I'm not surprised.
Picked himself up very slowly.
Yeah, he did. Anyway, keeps the bowling, Barnard, with that single, and it's 338 for 6 at the end of the over, and the lead is 116 now, and we have 13 overs left in the day.
Chris Wright is coming back on. Will Davis is jogging back off, so it's Wright. And he gives a thumbs up to umpire Cook, who sort of waves back at him. So he's been around long enough to know the score. Chris,
there was a time when the umpires used to write all those things down. Actually, I think just make a note of who's left the field and who's gone on, but no longer. At least if they've done it, we haven't noticed.
Right, and Mike and Parkinson in conversation. Mike to continue. 15 overs, none for 63 for Ben Mike. Can he get a little bit of reward for his efforts before the close? 13 overs remain. Worcestershire lead by 116 now as Mike goes in and bowls. He's turned off the back foot by Bernard out towards mid-on. Parkinson scampers towards the ball, but it was a good call by Ed Bernard. Judged it to perfection, realised that Parkinson had quite a long way to go, and what was more, he was sort of running towards the ball with his right hand, so to speak. It was on his right hand side slightly, and he is of course a left-hander. Didn't even bother throwing the ball at the stumps as Mike is in to Cox, who is stroking it most elegantly, but without any real aggressive intent out into the offside. Straight to right at mid-off. No run. Parkinson was warming up. He's not at the moment, but he has to stem this not perhaps torrent, but a very steady flow of runs somehow. Mike is in, bowls, turned off his legs by Ben Cox, and he's placed it beautifully, but good work by Lewis Hill, sprinting away to his right from square leg out towards wide long leg. Got there just in time, kept Cox to a couple, but it's not far off a runner ball at the moment. 31 off 48 to Cox, 29 off 48 to Bernard. 341 for 6. The bell sounding for some evening office at the cathedral as Mike is in, outside off stump, steps forward, Cox and leaves. I'm trying to remember the names of the evening offices. I went to a school which was partly run by Benedictine monks, so the bells of the Abbey Church where I went to school used to ring for offices, but I can't always remember. Complin was the, well, matins obviously, for there were so many throughout the day. In the morning, in goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Cox steps forward, but just leaves the bat sort of cocked, so to speak, ready to go, but he doesn't go through with the shot, and Mike, as he always nearly does in a spell at some stage, kicks dust away from the crease. Parkinson is beginning to roll those weary arms again. Vespers was right in the evening, as I remember. Complin, was that it? I'll have to look that up sometime. Tonight, in goes Mike and bowls, neatly turned away into the leg side by Ben Cox, wide of Parkinson's right hand. He has to move across 4 or 5 feet to his right. The two Worcestershire batsmen jog the most comfortable of singles. 342 now for 6, which means the lead is 124 runs off the over. But it's been that sort of rate throughout. The run rate for the innings as a whole is 3.6, but there's been only one period that I can think of in this Worcestershire innings, certainly today, when Leicestershire have had any sort of real measure of control, and that was directly after lunch when Wright and Parkinson, for an hour just about, kept the run rate down and looked like a first-class bowling attack. Since then,
yeah, I think
they've looked a little bit weary.
I'd probably agree with that. I think it's just that apart from Wright, it's just that the other seamers they just haven't been consistent enough. It's something that we've seen a bit from Worcestershire at various times through the season, to be fair. In comes Barnes and bowls to Cox, who clips this up to mid-wicket. There's no run. And the figures reflect that, don't they, I suppose. Right, 25 overs, 2 for 71, but Mike's 16 overs have cost 67, Barnes' 13 overs have cost 64, so Candy's gone for 38 off just 11.
It's too many, isn't it?
Yeah, it is too many in this context. Here's Barnes from the Diglis end, bowls to Cox, and that's whipped away on the leg side to Rishi Patel. He's enjoying himself, having a little sunbathe out there on the square leg boundary.
They're looking complete control, these two at the
Take
moment.
a single. Cox goes to 33.
Do you know I was just talking to the listeners about the various offices at the cathedral, as in...
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm wondering whether it was Complin or something like that the bells are tolling for.
In comes Barnes and bowls to Barnard, who plays back up the pitch. Complin is the evening service, I think, isn't it?
And then there's Vespers as well, isn't there?
It might be Vespers, might be
which is the later one, I think. I was just trying to remember them all.
Yeah, Matins in the morning, isn't it?
But they might be slightly different at an Anglican cathedral.
Yeah.
Not quite sure.
3-4-3 for 6. And Barnes from the Diglis end in again. Bowls to Barnard, who clips this one away, as did Cox earlier in the over to Rishi Patel at deep square leg, and they take a single. The difference being that Barnard played it off the back foot, Cox played a fuller ball off the front foot. Certainly these two, as you suggest, looking in pretty much full control at the moment. And of course they both would be batting one place higher up the order had it not been for the fact that we saw Morris come in as night watchman. And that's the bonus, isn't it? The night watchman doing such a great job. He would normally have been batting at 11, Morris. In comes Barnes again and bowls to Cox, who drives absolutely magnificently through the covers on the up, given a bit of width, and timed it to perfection. It's raced away to the offside boundary, and Ben Cox, who needed these runs, he's not been in great form with the bat in recent weeks, goes on to 37, and the lead ever mounting is now 126. We were saying it might be 130 by the end of the day. We've got 10 overs after this. It's liable to be in excess of 150, 160 by the end of the day, and that's not a nice position for Leicestershire to be in when they turn up in the morning. There's Barnes in trying to do something about that, and Cox just forward to this one, steers it down to the offside. End of the over from Barnes. 348 for 6, Barnard 30, Cox 37, and this partnership so far is worth 78 for this 7th wicket.
Yeah, and as Jake on Twitter points out, these two are going to take the game away from us if we're not careful, if they haven't already. I think the latter part of your statement may be almost correct now, Jake. And still Parkinson doesn't bring himself on. I think if Ackerman had been captain, Parkinson would have been back on by now. Whether he wanted to or not. However weary he was feeling. I think he's continuing to windmill his arms. As Mike, casting a long shadow, is in. It's turned out towards Parkinson, who's quickly to the ball. Mike ducks just in case Parkinson's going to hurl the ball back over his head. He doesn't, because these two are quick between the wickets, and Cox had made his ground pretty comfortably. So Parkinson, although he got to the ball quickly, did not release it. 349 for 6. Another batting bonus point would make it 7, and then, well, then the full quota looks very much on, really, because there are still 14 overs, well, 13.5, as Mike is in. Bowls, driving, steering it backward of point is Cox, and he's going to pick up 1. That is the 350, so every chance of the 400 and the maximum bonus point return in the game today for Worcestershire. past. I better go and prepare for an update to give them the bad news.
10 overs after this one then, left in the day. Still glorious sunshine here at New Road. And the 350 up for Worcestershire. Then Mike from the New Road end bowls to Barnard, who drops this one down on the onside defensively. There's no run as Mike hurries through in his follow through and dissuades Barnard from taking a single that he might have considered. Played well, these two. Barnard continuing his good form with the bat this season. It's been a good season of development for him as a batsman. Perhaps hasn't bowled as well as he might have liked throughout the season, but he got that 100 in the first championship game away at Chelmsford, and one here against Warwickshire as well, and cemented a position a little bit higher up the order at number 6. This one is short and wide from Mike, and Barnard just disdainfully hammers it away for 4. Got absolutely what it deserved. Rank bad ball outside the off stump and hammered away by Barnard to the point boundary, and he moves on to 35 and the total to 354 for 6. Crowd has thinned out a little bit in the last hour or so, but what they're seeing, they're enjoying, I think, for the most part, the Worcestershire supporters. Quite a while since they've seen their team in a position of this much superiority in a county championship game. As Mike is in, bowls once more to Barnard, who steers this down to third man for a single. Fielded down there by Rishi Patel, and the score goes on to 355 for 6. So there's a lead of 133, and 10 overs left in the day after this, so yeah, they might be hoping for a lead of something in excess of 160, maybe even more by the end of the day, although I think Parkinson will come into the attack shortly, and that will slow the run rate, at least from one end, because he's been pretty economical. 3 for 63 from 25 overs for the Leicestershire captain. Mike in, bowls, and Cox gets a run here, just turning a ball of full length off his pads out to deep square leg for a single, and that is the end of the over, and time for a sanitisation break. Players all gathering in the middle of the field. Update coming for BBC Howford and Worcester's FM listeners. It's been a good day for Worcestershire generally, and they are in a position of some superiority in this game with 10 overs left on this day 2. They've taken 7 bonus points so far to Leicestershire's 3, and they've had a good day. They've lost just 5 wickets in the day, none in the morning session, 3 in the afternoon, and 2 so far in this evening session. But since the second of those fell with the score on 270, these two have added 86 for this 7th wicket. And they've added that in 17 overs, so that's pretty good going. And they've done it without any real difficulty. And here is Callum Parkinson coming into the attack, replacing Ed Barnes, whose figures are 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 70. Other than Parkinson, Wright has been the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers. 25 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 71 for him. Those two have shared the burden of the bowling, and they've had to, really, and it is Callum Parkinson coming into the attack now with 10 overs left in the day at the Diglis end, and he's going to be bowling to Ben Cox. Cox, who's on 39, just checks his guard, backs away a little bit, change in the field, And here comes that update. Yes, if only every day of the season had been like this as far as Worcestershire are concerned. They've had a really good day, and currently they're in a position of real strength, leading Leicestershire by 134 runs at the moment. Worcestershire are 356 for 6. They lost 2 wickets after tea. D'Oliveira and Haynes both out. D'Oliveira for 37, Haynes for 44. The two had looked really set, and it was a bit disappointing when those two were out. 270 for 6 at that stage, but since then an outstanding partnership developing between Ed Barnard and Ben Cox. They've so far added 86 for this 7th wicket. They've looked in complete control. Barnard is on 36, Cox is on 39, and Worcestershire are in a position of real strength with 9 overs left in the day and looking to extend this lead into something really significant. At the moment they are 357 for 6. As Parkinson has returned to the attack.
Yeah, he's had to,
single there to Cox. Yeah, he has had to. I think that's pretty much the truth of it, really. He had no choice, did he? He's in now and he bowls to Barnard, who goes for a little paddle sweep, which might be a little bit ill-advised given that Parkinson's only just come on, and there was an appeal, but given not out by Nick, they go through for a leg by. But he favours that sort of shot. Barnard, he's one of those players particularly skillful in white ball cricket, and he can score all round the wicket. He's a 360 degree player, as I call him. Parkinson in, bowls to Cox, who's forward, pushes out on the offside. Cox too is that kind of player, but I don't think they need to play like that really. They just need to play orthodox cricket really for the most part, I think, at this stage.
Yeah, it was an appeal on principle, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here's Parkinson again, round the wicket to Cox. Fairly quickly pushed through. Cox forward, pushes out on the offside. Tidy over from Parkinson. Just 2 runs coming from it. 358 for 6. Cox 40, Barnard 36. And you're right, Parkinson, he sort of had to turn to himself, and at the other end, it's what does he do? His seamers have been quite expensive. Mike, 17 overs for 75, and he's turning now to Sakande again, is he? Yeah. Who's bowled 11 overs for 38 so far. He's not exactly been over bowled.
No, but for the simple reason that he hasn't justified being given the ball, I'm afraid. Can he come back strong at the end of the day? He's going to potentially get 5 overs from this new road end of the ground. Parkinson potentially has another 4 from the Diglis Road. Sorry, the Diglis end of the ground. Probably is a Diglis Road somewhere, but
yeah, there is. Yeah,
there we go. Whether it runs behind the ground, I doubt. Sakande then is in and bowls, goes back Barnard and turns it comfortably. Comfortable is the word at the moment, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. Out into the leg side.
It's quite a long way over there, actually. Diglis Road.
Out towards Diglis.
Well, yeah, beyond the cathedral. It's not that far. As the crow flies, it's not that far, but take you a while to get there.
Single taken. Barnard and Cox.
There's a Diglis Hotel, which is where the
tourists
always used to stay. And if you look at, I've got a Don Bradman sort of, with Bradman on tour sort of diary of the tour of 48,
at the
I think.
hotel.
And the foreword is written in the hotel, yeah.
In goes Sakande, outside off stump, a little bit short, got up on his toes there, Cox, and tried to guide it away through the covers, but it went straight to Ben Mike. I ran past it a couple of times.
It sort of starts with I am in Worcester at the start of this year's tour, blah, 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 and it's signed, and then at the bottom it says Diglis Hotel, Worcester. Yeah.
There you go. And as you come into not the hotel, but the sort of, well, it is part of the hotel, isn't it? Coming down into the ground, there's a sort of little sort of memorial pictorial picture as bowls. Sakande just comes back in a little bit, discomforts Cox as he tries to fend it away into the leg side, and it bounces off the pads into the offside, and there's no run. But it's just commemorating Bradman's association with the ground.
He had an amazing record on this ground, I think. The pictures of the huge crowds. I think it was in 48 when they're sitting on the turf and crowding up to the ropes, as you used to be able to do back in our childhood as well, I think.
Sakande is in and bowls, whipped away off his legs out towards deep square where Hill is the fielder. Cox picks up 1, moves on to 41, 360 for 6. Yeah, there must have been some dangerous collisions in those days with fielders chasing the ball over the boundary. Health and safety might have something to say about it these days. I've only ever seen one sort of unpleasant H&S incident at a cricket ground. In goes Sakande, steered into the offside. It bounces off a man at backward point, who I think is Rhodes, but only as far as...
Bit of Bradman at Worcester, made 107 in his final game here in 1948. On his previous 3 visits, he scored 236 in 1930, 206 in 1934, and 258 in 1938. So I think it's fair to say he quite likes this ground. Yeah.
In goes Sakande, bowls, back foot defensive force, not quite timed by Ed Bernard. It runs out to Ben Mike again. End of the Sakande over. It wasn't a bad one actually, and 12 overs, none for 40 for him, just the 2 runs from it, which at this stage is something of a triumph for Leicestershire. 360 for 6.
It was a decent over, wasn't it? And I mean, that's the flip side, isn't it? You think a captain, you can't throw the ball to him because you don't trust him to keep it tight, but if you don't give him the ball, he can't prove you wrong. So it's a captain caught between a rock and a hard place, isn't it? And that's what Callum Parkinson's learning as a fairly new captain.
Lesson number 1: have good players.
Yeah, he's in. He bowls, and Cox pushes this out on the offside. Yeah, lesson number 1: don't accept the job unless you think you've got a good side,
a winning side. Applies to
it's all about
sport,
learning, isn't it? 360 for 6. Parkinson in, round the wicket, bowls, and Cox is forward again, propping out, pushing it out on the onside, and fielded by Mike, coming in from mid-wicket. Been a tough old day for the Leicestershire fielders, and Callum Parkinson has led from the front, and he's in his 27th over, and even as a spinner there's a kind of weariness about his movements at the moment. I might just be imagining it, but he looks quite stiff as he runs up, and well, he might be. 27th over, and he comes, bowls, and Cox is forward. He hasn't bowled many bad balls, that's for sure. I can't remember a single full toss that he's bowled, actually. A couple of short ones, but I can't remember a single full toss. Been very consistent. He's in now, and he bowls again, and Cox drives nicely past the diving George Rhodes at extra cover. They take a single as Sakande runs round from mid-off. That takes Cox on to 42. He's been becalmed a little bit. Well, they both have, haven't they? Not surprisingly, since the reintroduction of Parkinson. He's in now, bowls to Barnard, who's forward. Parkinson raises his hands above his head as if he expected something to happen as Barnard pushes this back up the pitch. 361 for 6. Last ball of the 100th over. Parkinson bowls, Barnard is forward, steers out square on the offside, no run, end of the over, 100 overs gone, and we have 7 remaining in the day, and Worcestershire are 361 for 6.
He's had to bring himself back on to stem the flow as much as anything. It isn't necessarily an attacking move in that respect, which makes it very tough on him, really. He hasn't got just to take the wickets, he's got to restrict the scoring as well as captain the side. 3 for 65 off 27, figures that stand out. Well, rights are pretty good as well, but Parkinson's particularly good, and he'll be weary tonight, that is for sure, but there'll be a little satisfaction at the back of his mind about reaching 50. Sekande is in, good line and length delivery on middle and off, which is treated with respect by Ben Cox, plays it back down the wicket, and there is no run. So 39 needed off 10 if that bonus point is remotely in Worcestershire's mind, but it would just cap a very, very good day, a second good day for the home side, as Sekande is in, dropped a little bit short that time, and enough width for Cox to get up on his toes and force it away wide of Ben Mike, but Mike gives it his all, as he always does in the field, gets to it at deep-ish extra cover and makes sure it is just a single for Cox, moves on to 43. 362 for 6, the lead then 140. 7 overs remain, or 6.4 to be exact. Excuse me. Sekande is in, finds not the outside edge, just goes through into the gloves of Sam Bates. Did it do a little bit? Did it
not really
drift? No, just played down the wrong line essentially. 362 for 6, but at least it's a testing line from Sekande. This is his third spell. Was it his fourth? No, actually, because he bowled a couple. Did he bowl a couple last night? I can't remember. No, I don't think he did. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Decent lift through to Bates, but not straight enough to require a shot from Ed Barnard. They might be getting a little... Well, no, surely not. I was going to say they might be getting a little bit tired too, the batsmen, but 92 they put on for this 7th wicket. Re-emphasising the point I made earlier about partnerships. Sekande is in, bowls outside off stump. I think he played inside the line there. Let's have a look.
No,
well,
he just, I think.
Yeah, might just have had a little feel for it. Much better this from Sekande, but it's a case of too late, really. The Worcestershire bird has very much flown as far as the Foxes are concerned. Sekande is in, bowls, and straighter delivery. Bernard defensive on the back foot, out towards right at mid-on. Not off the middle, sounded a little bit tinny. End of the over. Again, another decent one, just a single from it. So 3 from his first 2 overs of this spell for Sekande. But 13 overs, none for 41 are his overall figures. Parkinson presumably will continue.
Yep. He'll bowl to the end of the day now, won't he, I think?
So.
Well, we've got 6 overs left in the day.
140 the lead.
He's in, he bowls, Cox drives up to mid-off. Sekande fields, and there's no run. I think we'll finish probably just about 6 o'clock, won't we, if Parkinson bowls 3 of those overs. It might be a little bit after. Parkinson again from the Diglis end, bowls, and Cox goes for a big hit on the leg side and doesn't really get hold of it. Hands on heads from the bowler as he gets a kind of thickish inside edge, really. Runs out square on the leg side for a single. He's done a lot of arms in the air, hands on the head today, Parkinson. He's one of those bowlers that bowls with great expectation, puts himself under pressure almost, wanting to make things happen. He's in again now and bowls, and Barnard just plays this quietly back to him. And there's no run on this occasion. 363 for 6 then. Worcestershire leading by 141. Wilkinson bowls to Barnard. Goes for that little paddle sweep again. Big shout again from bowler and wicketkeeper, but hit him outside the line of off stump. That's the way he plays it. But he isn't playing it very successfully at the moment, but you can see why he's playing it, because he got that 6-3 field, isn't it? Bowls again now, and Barnard goes for a drive on the offside, this time misses it, tosses his head in annoyance. Wicketkeeper Bates doesn't gather it cleanly, and it runs out on the offside. Crowd's thinned out quite a bit now. They've gone home for tea, haven't they, quite a few people? As Parkinson comes in again and bowls to Barnard, who lets that one go outside the off stump. Good judgment too, slightly quicker delivery from Parkinson, and just let that go. End of the over, taken by the keeper. 5 left in the day, 102 gone, 363 for 6. The lead is 141.
Sakande hands his cap to Parkinson, receives the ball back in return. Shadows of the shadow of the square block that is the Graham Hick Pavilion. It can't really have taken the architect too long to come up with the design, can it? It extends across the pitch as Sakande goes in and off the back foot, played with a degree of force by Ben Cox, but only as far as Parkinson. That's, I mean, obviously his brief was presumably limited by building costs, plus also the fact it had to be on stilts, so weight and things like that. But yeah, there are not too many distinguishing features, are there, really?
Functionality.
That was the name of the game, and that's what he delivered. In goes Sakande in, and Cox looking to pull it away, and does get it away between long leg and backward square down to the boundary for 4. So Sakande's brief spell of managing to restrict the scoring has come to an end. He's conceded a 4 off the second ball of his third over of the spell. 367 for 6. Cox has moved on to 48 with that boundary. And he just isn't bowling quickly enough to drop short in that way. He's ready to go. Cox isn't quite ready to receive, so he turns, walks back and runs in again and bowls, and it's full this time, and Cox clips it away through the vacant square leg area down to Lewis Hill, who comes in to meet the ball from square leg. Single taken. Cox on to 49, 368 for 6. 98 the partnership now for the 7th wicket. Second only to the 115, was it? Put on by Morris, and Sakande bowls, is defended out into the offside by Morris and Libby. Earlier this morning and this afternoon, just. That was for the 2nd wicket. Well, I say this morning and this afternoon, but also last night. They came together, of course. 368 for 6. Sakande turns in and bowls, and well, I think it was a very late decision to leave, as it nipped back a little bit and indicates as much, Ed Bernard, that there's still a little bit there for Abhi Sakande. Should be. The ball's only, what, 22.5 overs old, so still should be nice and hard. In fact, it should be just about perfect now, shouldn't it, really, in terms of getting any movement, but it is being propelled by hands which don't have quite as much energy as they did at 10:30 this morning. And that doesn't half make a difference. Sakande is in, bowls, Fuller this time, guided out into the offside by Ed Bernard, not fielded cleanly initially by Ben Mike, understandably, even he, a man of huge natural ebullience and energy, looks a little bit weary at the moment. So single for Bernard. He moves on to, did he take a single then?
Yep.
He moves on to 38, keeps the strike, 369 for 6. The lead then is now 147. Goodness me.
Let's see how quickly Parkinson bowls his overs. See if he's in the Baker class.
Are you going to put a timer on
The
him?
92nd over we had yesterday from Baker, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
I'll
yeah.
wait till he starts his run up. Here we go. We're off. And he comes now around the wicket. Bowls to Barnard, who drives on the offside into the covers. Fielded by George Rhodes. There's no run.
Was that Baker over a maiden? Was it a...
Yeah.
Okay.
One was a maiden and one went... He had one run off it, I think. But those two that I did in succession were very quickly delivered. Parkinson is in, bowls. Barnard drives again. Straight to the fielder again at short extra cover. Azad in that position where he caught Brett D'Oliveira shortly after tea. No run. In again, Parkinson round the wicket to Barnard. And bowls, and Barnard goes back and just sort of gets a bottom edge really, and it goes back up the pitch to the bowler. 3 gone in the over then. And Parkinson, he has that longer run up than Baker, of course. Well, much longer. And he actually runs, whereas Baker it's more of a walk, and he's in and he bowls a lot of energy into his action, pushed out on the offside.
Yeah, it's really shoulders, isn't it? You can see them. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it really finishes his action fully and completely.
It's a real body
2
action.
balls left in the over. 3 left after this. 369 for 6. And he comes now and he bowls, and Barnard is driving handsomely up to deep mid-off where Sakandi fields, and they take a single. That's the 100 partnership for these two, which doesn't entirely surprise me. I think, as I said, as he made his way to the crease, Cox, I said these two would normally have been a place higher in the order. But good effort by the two of them. Cox 1 run away from a 50. And 1 ball left in this over from Callum Parkinson. And he bowls now, and Cox goes back and gets that 50, driving out through the offside for a single. End of the over called. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. That was not too bad. And Ben Cox's second 50 of the season. 77 balls and 7 fours. He needed it. He's not been short of runs recently, but he's played really well, I think, today. Hardly put a foot wrong actually out there. And these two have, as I say, added 100. So 3 overs left in the day. 371 for 6.
First of those 3 will be bowled by Abindini Sakandi. He's going to be bowling to Ben Cox, who just composes himself after that little landmark has been achieved. Sakandi is in, bowls to him, he goes back, turns it out towards mid-wicket. Hill comes scampering into field, and although they took the first quickly, they both, I think, almost simultaneously called no, seeing that Hill, who's quite quick over the ground, was closing in on the ball. 372 for 6 the lead, then 150 now. Another significant landmark. 1 fields. Sakandi is in, bowls, back foot defensive shot from Barnard, just dropping the ball down towards the gully. It bounces quite high, as I say, it is still quite hard. And moving to his left, George Rhodes makes the stop. Coming up towards 6 o'clock, so going to be something like 35 minutes over time. Leicestershire, but the over 8 +1 still. We had a little, I suppose, hiatus, didn't we, when Roderick hurt his ankle. What was that worth? About 5 minutes or so. Sakandi is in, bowls, bit of bounce, and played back down the pitch to him. Well, actually, by Barnard.
Full toss, actually.
Oh, was it a full toss? I wasn't...
Yeah, big full toss, that's why he sort of fended it down, didn't he?
So, almost, you would have thought, worth a...
No, it was. I don't think it was high enough for a no ball, but it was...
Okay, it wasn't above waist height.
It was close. It was close. It's another indication of a slight lack of control, wasn't it?
Sakandi is in again, driving pleasantly. Can Parkinson get there? He can, but all he can do is slow it down. The ball's continuing on its way and trickles over the ropes at extra cover. Did his very best for his bowler there, Leicestershire's captain, but he bends down like an old man to pick it up in front of the advertising hoardings there. Poor Callum Parkinson. It has been a long day. 376 for 6. Barnard on to 43. Just the way you would not have said he was a 24-year-old, the way he bent down to pick up that ball. I may not rush to get the interview afterwards. I think it might be a while in the ice bath. In goes Sakande, bowls outside off stump, and Bernard lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Umpire is having a long chat to Ben Cox. Don't know what about. Who knows? What's for tea? Where are you going for tea? Home, says Cox, who lives here. I don't know where the Leicestershire boys went last night. They went out in dribs and drabs. Sakande is in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot to the straight ball from Ed Bernard. Back down the wicket to Abhi Sakande. End of the over. 2 to go. Sakande still to pick up a wicket in the innings. 15 overs, none for 52 for him. Parkinson's going to have to summon up one last effort.
Update time, I think, Richard, if you've got to do one.
Them's the bells.
Yep.
They may have thought it would be closed by now, but they may have glanced at the scoreboard, so I'll give them a chance.
Yep. Callum Parkinson to bowl. His last over took 2 minutes. And he comes in now from the Douglas end to bowl to Cox. And he's forward and plays this defensively back up the pitch to the bowler. And there's no run. Change in the field. As Azad is summoned to come from short fine leg to second slip, where he takes his place alongside Louis Kimber. Parkinson bowls, and this one's pushed out on the offside by Cox. 4 balls left in this over. 1 over left after this in the day, as Parkinson is in and bowls, and Cox drives straight to George Rhodes at short extra cover, and there's no run. Good day for Worcestershire. They've added, what have they added? 246 runs today to their overnight score of 30 for 1. They've battered themselves into a position of total control in this game, really. 154 runs ahead as Cox bowls. Parkinson bowls to Cox and steers this out on the offside. And again, there's no run. 376 for 6. Shadows lengthening. Parkinson round the wicket bowls. Cox plays defensively to Rhodes, and again there's no addition. 1 ball left then in this penultimate over of the day. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners coming shortly. It will be during the last over of the day, as Parkinson bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Cox, fumbled by the keeper, and it's been a long day for young keeper Sam Bates behind the stumps. He's kept going pretty well. We're just entering the last over of the day here at New Road, and Worcestershire have had an excellent day. They're in a position of complete control in this game. Began the day on 30 for 1, and they finish it with a lead of 154 at this point with 1 over to go. Men out today: Morris, night watchman, for an excellent 50, 77 from Libby, 35 Roderick, 37 D'Oliveira, 44 Haynes. At the moment, Barnard 43 not out, and Ben Cox 51 not out, have taken them on to 376 for 6 with 1 over remaining in the day. And that over actually begins with Barnard taking a single off the first ball from Sakande, and that takes the total on to 377 for 6, and Barnard moves on to 44. Here comes Sakanda from the New Road end. He bowls to Cox, who pushes this back up the pitch to him, and just run through the story of the day as this over finishes for listeners on the Sports app and perhaps on the live stream if they've just joined us. Remember, Worcestershire 30 for 1 overnight. The man out was Daryl Mitchell last night for 8. Well, they didn't lose a wicket in the morning session. Charlie Morris, the night watchman, more than did his job in company with Jake Libby. But let's break off as Sikandar bowls to Cox, who works him away on the onside for a single. But Morris was out in the first over after lunch, so a partnership of 125 for that second wicket coming to an end when he was bowled by Parkinson for 50. Libby went a few overs later, caught at second slip by Louis Kimber off the bowling of Chris Wright for 77. That was 153 for 3. 210 for 4 when Gareth Roderick was rather unfortunate to be caught at second slip by Kimber off the bowling of Ed Barnes via an edge onto his own boot. In comes Sikandar again, bowls to Barnard, who steers this down to the gully, and there's no run. And at tea, Worcestershire 252 for 4, with D'Oliveira on 27 and Haynes on 39, and those two threatening to cut loose, you thought, after the interval, but they both fell in successive overs to Callum Parkinson, the persevering Leicestershire captain, a left-arm spinner. D'Oliveira chipping a catch to short extra cover out for 37, and Haynes unfortunately stumped off the pad of the wicketkeeper out for 44. A break off as Sikandar bowls again to Barnard, who pushes out on the onside, no run. But since then, that was 270 for 6. We've seen 100 partnerships so far unbroken between Ed Barnard, 44 not out off 84 balls at the moment, and Ben Cox, 52 not out off 86 balls. Worcestershire in a position of total control, you would say, in this game, with a lead of 156. And the last ball of the day coming up from Sikandar. It's a bouncer, ducked underneath by Barnard, and that is the end of the day. It's been a long, hard day for Leicestershire, Richard.
Yeah, there was some debate between us last night as to who really had the best of the day, but no debate at all today. It belongs entirely to Worcestershire. The only really bright point for Leicestershire, the 3 wickets taken by Callum Parkinson that gave him 50 for the season. My thanks to Richard Holdridge, who said that the bells at 5:30 at Worcester Cathedral marked the start of Evensong.
There you go.
And on that John Betjeman-esque note, I think we better say good night.
Yeah, good night. Thank you for listening, and hope you'll join us when play resumes tomorrow at 10:30. In a white sleeve.
Barnes in to finish his second over. Libby's turning it in the air past the leaping hill out to the square leg boundary for 4, and that is his 50. Very well batted, Jake Libby. It's come off the leg by 113 for 1. Mike into Libby, who's turning into the leg side again. Much better timed delivery out towards mid-wicket. Hill gets there quickly, and that is
8. But at the moment, as we see the last ball before lunch, Worcestershire reaching the interval with Charlie Morris, in fact, picking up a boundary which brings him his 50, only the second 50 of his first-class career. You can probably hear the applause for that. So I respected that view. In comes Wright again and bowls, and he gets Libby this time. Caught at second slip, so reward for a really super little cricket. Nice to win games, but there hasn't been quite so much edge to it, I don't think, as Barnes is in. Bowls to Roderick, who is taken on the foot and is given out. LBW clearly thinks he hit that.
He does.
I don't think he did, but I do think it might have been slanting down the leg side. Callum Parkinson. And he bowls now. Cox goes back and gets that 50, driving out through the offside for a single end of the over call. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. That was not too bad. And Ben Cox's second 50 of the season. 77 balls and 7.